Good afternoon, everybody. Ooh, there's no volume. It's kind of quiet on the video. It's Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. And why is that not working? Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Why is that not? Is this working? Okay, that's working. Just want to make sure everything's working here. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay. We are here with more live coverage of the Israel attack on Iran's nuclear program, and we don't know if the U.S. is going to be joining the war effort. Will we find out today? I don't know. President Trump spoke some today. I have video of it. We're going to look at that. And you can see Tel Aviv is there. We have Tel Aviv on this camera. We have, why is this like this? Seeing Tel Aviv. Oh, that's old video. Hold on, I apologize. That video is old. I was like, something is wrong there. Is it old? Is it not playing? Let me try this again. Okay. I think the video was like, it stopped like 5 minutes ago or something, or 2 minutes ago. But it was stopped. So now it's live. Okay, it looks the same. Yeah. I mean, it's not 3 days old. Now it is live. I think I had just accidentally paused it a couple minutes ago, and I was like, there's no sound and it looks different. All right, there we go. Now we're good to go. We're good to go. All right, so thank you for being here for the broadcast. Thank you to our moderators. Janet B. is moderating. Thank you, Janet. Thank you, Matthew Kohai 3 and Surly Dev for modding on Twitch. Hold on a moment. Oh, this is getting on. Facebook, it'll take me a minute to see the chat because Facebook is all messed up. Linda Bell, Glary, Misha on X. And I want to say a quick thanks to Catherine Riley. Thanks so much, Catherine, for your support. Hold on a moment here. And also Louis R. Uh-oh. Is the Israel clock off? Yes, you know what happened? Everything got reset last night, and you are exactly right. It should be 8 o'clock. Some things got reset overnight, and I didn't realize that got offset. So thank you, thank you, Louis. I appreciate that. It's 7-hour difference. We have that fixed now. Thank you, Louis. BK, thank you. Sheila, David Fisher, Sean, thank you. Juan Cabrera, thank you. And, oh, this got all messed up too. All right, hang on a moment. I just need to fix something here. Okay, I think we're good. Thanks to Jan T on Twitch. And hey, David Fisher, that's very kind of you, David Fisher. Really appreciate your support. David Fisher, thank you. I think maybe we should start with watching President Trump. Because President Trump spoke today and he was asked some questions about this. I mean, the big question I feel like on people's mind is, will the U.S. join the war? Right? The most important nuclear complex for Iran is Fordo. And that can only be destroyed if the U.S. joins the war and uses a specific type of bunker buster bomb and aircraft to carry it, B-2 stealth aircraft. So the big question is, will the U.S. join the war? So I might play the president speaking today. I haven't even watched this. I might have to skip through some of it because some of it's not the Q&A. We will have to find the Q&A. I'm not going to play the whole video. Yes, everything is live. The video is live.
Not Harvey Weinstein, but...
What I need to do is find the part of the Trump video. We're going to look at President Trump speaking about Iran. All right, so what I need to do this is I need to go here. Oh, this is interesting. Before I do that, look at this. Ships advised to keep their distance from Iran around Strait of Hormuz, says Reuters. Reuters reports commercial ships are sailing close to Oman and are being advised by maritime agencies to avoid Iran's waters around the Strait of Hormuz, with the risk of the conflict between Israel and Iran escalating. Shipping sources said Wednesday. Iran has in the past threatened to close the critical Strait of Hormuz to traffic in retaliation for Western pressure. Any closure of the strait could restrict trade and affect global oil prices. In the latest measure, ships sailing toward Hormuz are looking to minimize risks and are sailing close to Oman's coast for much of the journey. I think I need to put a map up. People are going to be confused. People are going to be confused. Map time. There's Iran. The Strait of Hormuz is right in here. Right in here. So there's the Strait of Hormuz, there's the Persian Gulf, there's Oman. So the article is saying ships are sticking closer to the Oman coast when approaching Hormuz and staying away from the Iran coast. See, there's Iran, and there's Oman, and there's the Strait of Hormuz. So ships are coming in and staying closer to the Oman coast, according to the article. The article says ships sailing towards Hormuz are looking to minimize risks and are sailing close to Oman's coast for much of the journey. The Gulf of Oman is 200 miles wide, much of it international waters, and is bordered by Oman and Iran, as well as the UAE and Pakistan. They each have territorial waters of 12 miles. Journeys will still need to be made through the Strait of Hormuz itself, which is 21 miles wide at its narrowest point. The two shipping lanes in the Strait of Hormuz are just 2 miles wide in either direction. Oh, I wonder if we look up marine traffic, if we can see this. The Ship Tracking and Marine Analytics Platform. Ship Tracking and Maritime Analytics site, marinetraffic.com. You can check that out if you want. Marinetraffic.com. It's a cool site. You can track ships. So they're saying... So I guess the idea is, what they're saying is, there's a bunch of ships that are here that are... A lot of these ships are sticking closer to Oman and staying away from Iran. So I guess normally there aren't so many ships this close to Oman. Maybe they're going down, more down the middle. But they say a lot of ships are sticking close to the coast of Oman as they approach the Strait of Hormuz. Actually, this is interesting. I don't know how it usually is, but if you look these ships here, I mean, these ships are, well, this is probably just the shipping lane right here. There's a shipping lane, so they're probably just in the shipping lane. But again, what they're suggesting is, I think through here, they're staying closer to Oman, on the Oman side. Marinetraffic.com. Reuters says a larger cluster of ships was sailing closer to the Omani coast on Wednesday, according to ship tracking data on the marine traffic platform. The Greek shipping ministry said yesterday, taking into account that during the past there have been incidents of violations of freedom of navigation and maritime safety for merchant vessels near the shores of Iran, we strongly suggest that Greek-flagged vessels sail, if possible, away from waters of Iranian jurisdiction when in the Persian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, and Gulf of Oman. The supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, said on Wednesday in a statement that his country will not accept U.S. President Trump's call for an unconditional surrender. In his first comments since last Friday. I bet I can track those comments down. I probably should. Electronic interference with commercial ship navigation systems has surged in recent days around the Strait of Hormuz and the wider Gulf, adding to risks for sailors hauling oil cargoes. Average earnings for the supertankers that carry a maximum of 2 million barrels of oil have surged in recent days to over 50,000 a day from over 20,000 a week ago. I guess because of the extra risk. That's what I would assume. Anyways, again, ships advised to keep their distance from Iran around Hormuz Strait, says Reuters. See if I can track down the Supreme Leader's statement. Must be in state media. Excuse me. Tasnim News summarized the Supreme Leader of Iran's new statement by saying, "The Iranian nation will not surrender. The U.S. military intervention in this field will undoubtedly cause irreparable harm to them. Israel must be punished and is being punished. America's entry into the scene is a sign of the weakness and impotence of Israel." That was said by the Supreme Leader. Tasnim state media in Iran also said, the Supreme Leader said today, Iran will stand firm against an imposed war, just as it will stand firm against an imposed peace, and this nation will not surrender to anyone in the face of imposition. The Supreme, okay, well, I don't know, I'd like to get the exact transcript, actually. wonder if it's on his website. They post a transcript there. I can't watch the video in I mean, it's in Arabic, so that's not going to help me. Not Arabic, Persian. I assume it's in Persian. I'm going to his website. Speeches. Oh, I bet it's here. I think it's here. I think I got the speech. I got the speech. It's on his site. It's on his website. Look. If the U.S. enters militarily, it will suffer irreparable damage. It's the whole speech. I don't know if I'm going to read the whole speech here. I'm going to read you a little of Khamenei's speech, but that's his speech from today. Again, it's targeted at the U.S. This is literally the website. It's the English version of the website. This is his website. So clearly, a U.S. joining the war is a concern for Supreme Leader. By the way, thanks to All Gas, No Brakes, who says, when will the U.S. facilitate regime change in Israel? All Gas, No Brakes. Thank you. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot. Thank you. I'll have to check that out, Mitchell Pilot. Thank you. Thank you, User 682. I don't know if Iran has fired a new missile type lately. I'll have to look into it. I don't know. They said they had fired hypersonic missiles last night. I don't know if that's true. Coral Burris. Thank you so much, Coral Burris. That's really nice of you. I really appreciate it. Thanks for your kind note, too, Coral Burris. Also, Sean and Nina Drew and Matt Villan, David Fisher, Sheila, BK. Thank you. I saw an interest. I don't know who said it. There was someone speculating online that President Trump would wait until after the markets close to announce that he's joining the war. I have no reliable reporting that that's true. I just thought it was a funny thing to think about. Thanks to, I'll say, X-White over there for subscribing on Twitch. And Mr. Crystal Clear Life, thanks, on Twitch. And Nick Fain on Twitch. And Bosco Kingdom. And Goblin Bathwater. So, I was going to show you what President Trump had to say. There was a missile alert probably half an hour before we came on the air, and it was a handful of missiles. It was a small amount of missiles. No injuries reported, and no reports of impacts in urban areas. John Oliver said it was about an hour ago. Thanks, John. Thank you, John. Let's take a... hold on. I want to mention, first of all, as I said, there's too many... Keep jumping around. Let's talk a little bit about what the Supreme Leader said. Supreme Leader of Iran gave his first comments since last Friday. If the U.S. enters militarily, it will suffer irreparable damage. So let me summarize some of the things that the Supreme Leader said. He said Israel's foolish, malicious attack on our country took place at a time when our government officials were engaged in negotiations indirectly and through intermediaries with the U.S. side. He says there was no indication on the part of Iran that signaled a military move or a sudden harsh move. Of course, he says it was suspected from the beginning that the U.S. was involved in the malicious move carried out by Israel, but considering their recent remarks, this suspicion is growing stronger day by day. I think by recent remarks, he means like when Trump said yesterday, we control the skies, and various versions of we this, we and we. Talking about the war effort with the word we, my guess is he's referring to. Khamenei, the supreme leader, says the Iranian nation will stand firmly against any imposed war, just as it always has. The Iranian nation also firmly opposes any imposed peace. The Iranian nation will not capitulate to anyone in the face of coercion. He says Israel has made a grave mistake and committed a serious crime. It must be punished and is already being punished. It is being punished right now. The punishment that the Iranian nation and our armed forces have delivered, are currently carrying out, and have planned for the future for this evil enemy is a severe punishment and has already weakened them. The very fact that Israel's American friends have entered the scene and are saying such things is a sign of Israel's weakness and inability, says the Iranian supreme leader. Also, the supreme leader said today, the final matter is that the U.S. president has recently resorted to threats. He has threatened us. Not only does he make threats, he also uses absurd, unacceptable rhetoric to openly demand that the Iranian people surrender to him, referring to when Trump posted unconditional surrender yesterday. The supreme leader says, when a person hears such things, it's truly surprising. First of all, they should make threats against those who are afraid of being threatened. The Iranian nation isn't frightened by such threats. He says threats do not affect the behavior or mindset of the Iranian people. Second, it isn't wise to tell the Iranian nation to surrender. Wise people who know Iran, the Iranian people in Iran's history, would never utter such words. What should the Iranian nation surrender to? The Iranian nation isn't a nation that surrenders. We haven't attacked anyone, and we definitely won't tolerate anyone attacking us, and we will never surrender in response to the attacks of anyone. That is the logic of the Iranian nation. That is the spirit. This is the spirit of the Iranian nation. The supreme leader says, of course, the Americans who are familiar with the policies of this region know that the U.S. entering in this matter is 100% to the U.S.'s own detriment. The damage it will suffer will be far greater than any harm that Iran may encounter. The harm the U.S. will suffer will definitely be irreparable if they enter this conflict militarily. Okay? And then he gives some finishing words. But you get the basic idea. So he spoke a bunch about the U.S. considering entering the war today and President Trump's rhetoric and his threats. What he calls his threats. So that was his first remark since Friday. Max says Iran talks a lot. M. Lease thinks he has a lot of good points. Flanzy says Iran will use defiance till the end. Definitely defiant in his remarks today. I think the next thing we're going to do to get you caught up is listen to what President Trump had to say. I have the video of it. Sky Stone says Tehran cams have been shut down. Is that true? Oh, no, the internet. There's a big internet problem in Iran. Oh, I think the government shut down the internet. Didn't they? Didn't the government announce this? All right, hang on. Thanks. You reminded me. I need to talk about that. Hang on. I'll get you an update on this. I was reading about this today. Yeah, Iran, I think the government said something about it today. Look, first of all, hold on. There are no missile warnings at the moment that I see. Here, this was 3 hours ago from NetBlocks. Live network data show Iran is now in the midst of a near total internet blackout. The incident follows a series of earlier partial disruptions and comes amid escalating military tensions with Israel after days of back and forth missile strikes. You know what? I'm going to disappear for about 8 seconds. I need about 8 seconds. Hold on. So that's very interesting. Hey, so I don't have access. I don't have access to Iran cams. I haven't had access. There have been some channels online that have been showing what they say are live Iran cams. For example, a bunch of you guys have been watching Intel cams. Now, some of you said that the Tehran cams weren't working today. I did just look at Intel cams, and they have a camera from Iran, but they don't have as many. So, are you guys having that experience with channels you're watching that Iran cams that you have been watching? John Oliver says they're almost all down. I mean, the internet not working would certainly contribute. M. Lynn Lehman says those cams are not working. A bunch of our viewers are saying, yeah. Zuri says almost all Iran cams are down. All right, well, that's what our viewers say. Our viewers say the Iran cams are down. There's no Haifa cam that I have in Israel because Reuters, the government told Reuters a couple days ago in Israel that they couldn't use the Haifa cam. DG said Intel said the Iran cams were down. Anyways, that's interesting. But hold on. Oops, hold on. But I believe the government commented on it. I just want to get a good source for it. Hold on. Yes, AFP reported Iran imposes heavier internet curbs, citing Israel's abuse of network. One moment here. Where is... Oh, I gotta log in here. Gotta log in here. Yes, here is a report from AFP. AFP says... Iran was in a near total internet blackout, said NetBlocks today. Last week, Iran announced it was placing temporary restrictions on the internet, for the duration of the conflict. Yes. I actually can get the statement. But the communication ministry said today, in a statement carried by Fars News Agency, that the internet limits were imposed due to Israel's abuse of the country's communication network for military purposes. That's what the government's saying. I don't really know if that's why they pulled the plug. But again, the Iranian government says that the internet blackout today, near total internet blackout, was imposed due to Israel's abuse of the country's communication network for military purposes. Nick Nimbus thinks they don't want their people reading the news. One of our viewers said Starlink is working. I don't know how many people have Starlink in Iran, if it is working there. Mike Farrelly says cannot see any Iran live feed. You know, that also will, well, I assume that, like, you know, there's still, I think we'll still get some reports. Like if there's like some kind of thing targeted there, I'm guessing we could, while we might not have video, there's probably ways for people to get word out of there. Like a foreign correspondent there could maybe text an update to their, if the phone service works, they could text an update to, I think. Well, I don't know. Don't you need the internet to do texting? Well, I guess maybe satellite texting. I don't know about this. Or maybe they have they could literally call their publication and say, "Hey, I'm in Iran right now. I just saw this." Does now I'm all confused. I have no idea. These days, if the internet is down, can you send texts with the cell network? I have no idea. I'm gonna have to look it up on the internet. Yeah, some people are saying satellite phone. People are saying yes. Of course. I mean, this is probably, to a lot of you, it probably sounds like a stupid question. It's something I haven't really thought about. I just looked it up. So what I'm seeing is regular sexting, like SMS uses the cell network. Whereas if you're using like an app like WhatsApp or Telegram or iMessage, that's going to use the internet. So, in theory, people with, I was just saying that if the internet's not working in Iran, I was thinking like, will we still be getting reports out of there? But people can text stuff out of there, but they can't use messaging apps. All right. They can use messaging apps on data. Messaging apps on data? Some people said. Is that true? I'm not. I'm not clear. I mean, one source online says the messaging apps would require the internet. But it's the internet isn't functioning. They've shut off the internet there. I'm confused. How could they use a messaging app that relies on the internet like WhatsApp if the internet is literally shut off? I don't want to worry about this right now. Anyways, they could still text on with their cell phone with cell texting. I can tell you that seems like it's pretty clear. Anyways, but the internet is basically near total blackout there, just so you know. I wonder if we'll get fewer reports coming out of Iran because of the internet blackout. I don't know. I can see we have the bots who say missile alert every 5 seconds are back in our chat. Why don't we look at what President Trump said today? I keep saying we're going to get to it. I keep saying we're going to get to it. We don't get to it. So why don't we get to it? Okay, so he spoke today about Iran, but he was doing this thing where they were getting the flagpoles installed, I believe it was, at the White House. So this is from earlier today. But I know he talked about I know he talked about Iran. So we want to look at this. Oopsie. And also, hey, thanks to thanks to, excuse me. Thanks Noah the Glassblower Nunez. Thanks Ty Williams. Thanks Kiara Cox. Thanks Mitchell Pilot. Thanks Leo Dahan. I didn't hydrate enough. Now I have to drink some water. Leo, I'll have to look that thing up. I don't really know much about it. I saw a little about it. I got to look it up when I get a chance. Nobitex hack. I just got to look it up. Thanks, Leo. Thanks, Albert Freites. And Dodger Blue. Maggie O'Brien. Matthew Spellman. Sven Shaper. Chris Kubacco. Justin D. John Olson. Defcon. Yinzer. Bass 300, Mark XR, Robin, Swamp Fox, Lee Russell, Lee Page, John Olson, John Oliver, Josh Barnes. Thank you. and Wake or Snow on Twitch, and No Zidlip on Twitch, and Yoshi Giggles on Twitch. All right, so can I find where he's speaking about Iran? He's not speaking about Iran at the beginning. So let me see if I can find where he speaks about Iran.
So it won't be Harvey, but it will be some equipment. There's nothing like America. Have a good time.
Mr. President, have you given answered questions about whether you...
All right, now first of all, the volume's a bit low on this. So I would advise you to turn up your volume. I have it up as far as I can. So hopefully you can hear it. Here's where he answers questions.
I had to come back early from the G7, which isn't exactly, sir. Sir, would you strike it? Would you please? I didn't think so. And I was telling him, you gotta do something. You gotta negotiate.
Hold on. I'm getting to the point where he answered here. I think it's right here.
But Harvey's seen a better day. So it won't be Harvey, but it will be somebody. And they'll say, that guy is perfect for a movie. And you're going to become a star, and your friends are going to call you, and you won't even return their phone call anymore. And you say, what do you do for a living? I put up flagpoles. I'm not even going to talk to you. I'm a big movie star. So some way you have that. Anyway, let's have a good, they call it a lifting. They also use another word, but I'm not going to use that word. You know that? The word starts with an E. You know what the word is? If I ever used it, I'd be run out of town by you people. All right, so enjoy it. Doug, you're going to get some good. He's going to win another Nobel Prize, I think, for this picture. So maybe the flag will be even more exciting, but this is pretty exciting. That's some equipment, I'll tell you what. Look at that, Craig. That's some beautiful equipment. There's nothing like America. Have a good time.
Mr. President, have you given answered questions about whether you are moving closer, or you believe the U.S. is moving closer to striking Iranian nuclear facilities? Where's your mindset?
Well, obviously I can't say that, right?
But
You don't seriously think I'm going to answer that question. Will you strike the Iranian nuclear component? And what time exactly, sir? Sir, would you strike it? Would you please inform us so we can be there and watch?
But would you say you're
You don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I
involved?
may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. I can tell you this, that Iran's got a lot of trouble, and they want to negotiate. And I said, why didn't you negotiate with me before? All this death and destruction. Why didn't you negotiate? I said to people, why didn't you negotiate with me 2 weeks ago? You could have done fine. You would have had a country. It's very sad to watch this. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. It's so, everyone thought it was going to be the reverse. I didn't think so. And I was telling them, you got to do something. You got to negotiate. And at the end, last minute, they said, no, we're not going to do that, and they got hit. Remember 60 days, and then came the 60. 61 is going to become a very famous number. That was one hell of a hit. That first hit, that was one hell of a hit. Not sustainable, to be honest. That's
Mr.
where
President,
it
have the
ended.
Iranians
It ended
reached out
on the
to you?
first night. Yes.
Is it too late, though? Do you think it's too late to now?
Not really. Nothing's
Make
too
a
late.
deal with
The only thing
Iranians?
too late is Powell. Powell's too late. Too late, Powell.
Have the Iranians reached out to you,
TOO.
Mr. President?
What?
Have the Iranians reached out to you?
Yes.
And what did they say?
I said it's very late. You know? I said it's very late to be talking.
Mr. President,
I don't know. There's a big difference between now and a week ago. Right?
Mr. President, you said we may just about said we may meet. Is this about Vance and was possibly going to talk with him?
It's about anyone. They even suggested they come to the White House. It's a big difference. But they've suggested that they come to the White House. That's, courageous, but, it's like not easy for them to do. But they suggested, because I can't go now because of what's going on. I had to come back early from the G7, which was terrific, by the way, in Canada. Really terrific, good people.
Is there a possibility of next week or sooner that these officials...
Well, I don't know how much longer it's going to go on. They're totally defenseless. They have no air defense whatsoever. Totally captured. We've totally captured the air, Brian. I have been. It's human. The human business. I know a lot of people from Iran, from New York, from Washington, mostly from New York. They're incredible people. They're smart. They're energetic. They can be difficult, but so can you. No, they're great people. They're smart people. And those people are getting the hell beat out of them now. And it's really a shame. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. This is another one. You know, Russia, Ukraine is so stupid. Would have never happened if I was president. You guys agree with that? Would have never happened if I was president. Putin would have never done it. And I spoke to him yesterday, and I said, you know, he actually offered to help mediate. I said, do me a favor. Mediate your own. Let's mediate Russia first, okay? I said, Vladimir, let's mediate Russia first. You can worry about this later. But I think that's going to work out too, but it's, so many people have been killed. The big thing with that one is far more people are dead than have been reported in the Ukraine, Russia. Many, many more people.
Mr. President, what does
They say nobody was hurt.
what does unconditional surrender mean?
Well, you know what it means. Unconditional.
Can you explain it for those who
Very simple
don't?
words. Very simple. Unconditional surrender. That means I've had it. Okay, I've had it. I give up. No more. Then we go blow up all the, all the nuclear stuff that's all over the place. No, they had bad intentions. You know, for 40 years they've been saying death to America, death to Israel, death to anybody else that they didn't like. They were bullies. They were schoolyard bullies. And now they're not bullies anymore, but we'll see what happens. Look, nothing's finished until it's finished. You know, war is very complex. A lot of bad things can happen. A lot of turns are made. So I don't know. I wouldn't say that we won anything yet. I would say that we sure as hell made a lot of progress. And we'll see. The next week is going to be very big. Maybe less than a week. Maybe less. But is there anybody here that said it would be okay to have a hostile, very, zealots really, but to have a hostile country have a nuclear weapon that could destroy 25 miles, but much more than that, could destroy other nations just by the breeze blowing the dust. You know, that dust blows to other nations and they get decimated. It's just not a threat you can have. And we've been threatened by Iran for many years. And if you go back and look at my history, if you go back 15 years, I was saying we cannot let Iran get a nuclear weapon. I've been saying it for a long time. I mean it more now than I ever meant. Yeah.
Mr. President, a question on deportations. Mr. President, you said last week that changes would be coming for farmers. We've seen a lot of the workers they rely on taken away. But then DHS said this week that worksite enforcement.
I don't know if he answered any more questions about it than that. Let me kind of skip forward a second and see. Hold on. That might have been basically it on Iran, but let me just see.
What remains?
Well, 58 murderers. There's no access to getting. You can't get a green card. The Oval, with Modi of India.
Okay, so that was President Trump today. I'm going to go over some of the things he said. I have some quotes written down from the White House press corps to just go over some of the things he said. So when he was asked a question about whether the U.S. is moving closer to striking an Iranian nuclear facility or facilities, he said, he was asked, will you strike the Iranian nuclear component and what time exactly, sir? Oh, no, this is what he said. So he was asked about whether whether the U.S. was moving closer to striking Iranian nuclear facilities. So the first thing he did is, it was like a mocking tone, and he was like, will you strike the Iranian nuclear component and what time exactly, sir? Sir, would you strike it? Would you please inform us so we can be there and watch? Then he said, I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. He said that. He said, nobody knows what I'm going to do. He says, I can tell you this, that Iran's got a lot of trouble and they want to negotiate. He was asked, have you given Iran an ultimatum? And he said, you could say so. Maybe you could call it the ultimate ultimatum. He also said, to go over some of the other things he said, where is it here? He was asked, what does unconditional surrender mean? He said, you know what it means. That means I've had it. I give up no more. And I think he said, and we blow up all the nuclear stuff that's all over the place. He said for 40 years they've been saying death to America, death to Israel. They were bullies. They were schoolyard bullies. And now they're not bullies anymore. But we'll see what happens, right? He said the next week is going to be, this might have been later, but he said the next week is going to be very big, maybe less than a week, maybe less. He did say that. The next week is going to be very big, maybe less than a week, maybe less. He was asked. He was asked about when patience runs out with Iran. He said it has already run out. They had 60 days, plenty of time, and they made a mistake. But again, he did say. He said the quote was. I should play that one quote again. When he's like, I don't know. You don't know what I'm going to do. I just want to play that one quote again. Hold on. One moment. One moment here. I just want to play that first part of the thing. Hold on a second here. Okay. Hold on. Here it is.
And you're going to become a star, and your friends are going to call you, and you won't even return their phone call anymore. And you say, what do you do for a living? I put up flagpoles. I'm not even going to talk to you. I'm a big movie star. So some way you have that.
I just want to play that first thing he said again.
Let's have a good, they call it a lifting. They also use another word, but will you strike the Iranian nuclear component? And what time exactly, sir? Sir, would you strike it? Would you please inform us so we can be there and watch?
But would you say you're
You don't know that I'm going to even do
it.
You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. I can tell you this, that...
He says, I may do it. I may not do it. Nobody knows what I'm going to do. That's what he said. I may do it. I may not do it. Nobody knows what I'm going to do. All right, so we just heard that. Okay. He also said that they wanted to come to the White House to negotiate. That's what he said. Oh, new breaking news, new warning. New warning in Iran. Oh no, it's not a new warning. It's a new update, not a new warning. I'll show you in a moment as the camera pans around. I thought it was a new warning because it looked like it, but it's actually just a new update about what Israel hit. Israel says more than a dozen other targets... Hold on. More than a dozen other targets in the Tehran area were attacked, which were linked to the regime's military weapons industry program and its security institutions. We targeted engines, navigation systems, and missile assemblies. These were the missiles that were supposed to be used against Israel. I thought this was a warning when I first saw it, but it's not a warning. It's just saying, it's talking about things they hit. Sorry for the false alarm. Thank you to, hold on a second. Thank you to Mr. G. Yeah, I'll have to talk. Mr. G talks about some Iranian government airplanes that flew to Oman. I was reading about that today. I'll have to talk about that a little later when I get a chance. Thank you, Mr. G, for mentioning it. I have it on my to-do list. Thank you, Dizzy One, for your support. Thank you, Itzik Chen, who thinks the U.S. should join Israel to save humanity. Thank you, Patrick H. and John Kaplan and Ty Williams. And Sven Shaper and Chip Depew. And Maggie O'Brien. A couple of our viewers are claiming that there are attacks on the Supreme Leader's bunker happening. I haven't heard that myself. I will keep an eye out. I do know there are constantly all kinds of claims floating around since this thing started. Surprise for surprise, a bunch of them are not true. But I have not heard about that specific claim yet, so I'll keep an ear out. Some viewers are claiming that the state TV was hacked at some point. I'll have to look out for that. I haven't seen that yet. Thanks, Leo Dahan and Huang Vincent and Mussolini. Be careful, though, with these various claims that are constantly floating around. Yes, Eddie C. says lots of misinformation and disinformation out there. Hey, thanks so much to Ruth Krafasi for moderating. Thanks, Ruth. Beth Mythical as well. Omega Survival says reports that Mars has exploded. Exactly. I mean, there's reports about everything. Just to be clear, I've heard no reports that Mars has exploded. Hold on a second. Hold on. Thanks to our Twitch moderators, Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Hearsay, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, Surly Dev. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Hold on a second. I got to do something real quick. Sorry, Facebook is a little messed up. I'm just figuring this out. see if I can get this to work. It's trying to log in. All right, I think it's working. A quick thanks also to Daniel Havlick. Oops. Anonymous person. I apologize. I read the second part of your note last. Where is this here? Hold on a moment. Hang on a moment. I've had this issue with Facebook for like 2 weeks, where every other website works great, and Facebook, I don't know if anybody else had this issue. Facebook it's so slow the last couple weeks. I have no idea what's going on, and I've had it with no other website, only Facebook. It's like the internet from 1996 slow. So I can't even see the Facebook chat yet because it just takes forever to do anything. Oh, sorry. Thanks for letting me know. The earlier today banner was up. I'm sorry about that. I forgot to take it down. Now finally I can see it. I was just trying to see the chat. That's all I want to do is see the chat. It takes 10 minutes to do anything on Facebook. It's always messed up. Oh, I'm going to see the chat. Gosh. Hey, thanks Kay Lowry Body for moderating over there. I can finally see the Facebook chat. Margaret Riley, thank you. Sharon Klassen Goslin, our subscriber on Facebook, said Facebook is slow, did struggle a lot yesterday. I have the text of the latest briefing by the Israeli military. They just gave a briefing. It was short. I'm going to read you what the Israeli military said a few minutes ago. Here's what the Israeli military said a few minutes ago. Oh, they mentioned, I'm going to leave the part about Gaza out because I want to focus on Iran. This evening as well, dozens of Israeli Air Force aircraft continue to strike a series of military targets and assets across Iran. The aim of the operation is to eliminate the existential threat to the state of Israel, significantly damage Iran's nuclear program and all its components, and severely impact its missile array. We have additional targets, and we are determined to achieve them. In the past 24 hours, we have launched 3 major waves of strikes, says Israel. The first wave took place overnight. More than 50 fighter jets struck around 40 targets in the Tehran area. The Israeli military says, we are focusing on Tehran. Among the targets struck was a centrifuge production site, a key component in the Iranian regime's efforts to enrich uranium. Another target struck was a site near Tehran used to manufacture anti-tank missiles. The Iranian regime used this site to produce hundreds of missiles that were transferred over the years to Hezbollah. These missiles also armed the regime's proxies throughout the Middle East. Tonight, IAF jets reached the very source of the missile production, missiles that have been used against the state of Israel, and neutralized it, they said. The second wave of strikes began this afternoon, during which we struck more than 20 additional targets in the Tehran area. The targets struck were part of the regime's military weapons industry and its security apparatus. As can be seen, we struck 3 significant sites connected to missile production, including engines, navigation systems, and missile assembly. All of these were missiles intended for use by the regime against Israel, says Israel. After significantly weakening the regime's proxies over the last 20 months, we are now dismantling its core capabilities. The third wave of strikes today began a short while ago and is focused on western Iran. Air Force aircraft are flying over launch and storage sites for surface-to-surface missiles. The jets are targeting operatives attempting to re-access and remove munitions from sites that were previously struck. Israel says our message to them is clear. If you attempt to rebuild your terror capabilities in the region, you will be struck. We are systematically targeting Iran's missile infrastructure. The Air Force is flying over Iran and hunting down launchers. These strikes are enabling sustained operational freedom until the war's objectives are fully achieved. Let me remind you, we launched this operation to remove an existential threat. We will act as long as necessary to accomplish the mission as defined by the political level, says the IDF. Alongside these achievements, we must remember that the Iranian regime still retains significant capabilities. Even if the number of launches has decreased, we must not become complacent under any circumstances. We must remain alert and vigilant. Oh, they say an updated civil defense policy was published today. Among other measures, the policy allows a return to workplaces and expands the permitted size of gatherings in locations equipped with a protected space. Please review the guidelines in full. Okay, so that's an update from the Israeli military. That's a translation of the briefing they just gave a short while ago. Just getting some more updates here, if you give me a moment. Okay. So one of the viewers had asked about this story about Iranian government planes going to Oman. They might have gone there for negotiations, by the way. I was going to just talk about that a little bit. There's a whole article about it in this site on the site called The War Zone, which is a very good site for military news. And I will post a link to this article in the chat, and you can read the whole article yourself. But they say that Iran's presidential A340 and two A321s have flown to Oman, and I'm going to post a link in the chat so you can read the whole article if you want. I just did. And they say that Iran's primary presidential plane and two other government airliners have touched down in Oman. The highly unusual arrivals came amid reports that the regime is looking to negotiate an end to the conflict. Where they departed from is unclear. It has not been announced what the purpose of the flights were. They say it's possible that this could be people arriving in Oman for negotiations. They also say that if they're not there for diplomacy, they could be carrying some people looking to get out of the country. Also, they say that another reason to be moving the aircraft would be to keep them safe from Israeli strikes. So those are some possibilities. And then Flight Radar 24 had posted about it 4 hours ago. We are currently tracking these two aircraft leaving Iran. We don't have any more information. Then they said the three aircraft that have left Iran, they mentioned these three aircraft that left Iran and landed in Oman. Iranian government aircraft. So again, could be diplomacy, could be people leaving, could be protecting the planes. Those are three possibilities that the War Zone gave. Thanks, Brad Buckingham, for your comment. Give me one moment here. Well, we were just talking about the possibility of Iranian representatives going to Oman. Iranian state media, IRNA, reports that the Iranian foreign minister rejects rumors that an Iranian delegation has visited Oman. The Iranian foreign minister said he did not head any delegation to Oman. And another foreign ministry spokesperson also refuted such rumors. So Iran is denying that it sent a delegation to Oman. Doesn't mean they didn't, but they're denying it. If you didn't hear, there is a near total blackout of internet in Iran. And the Iranian government said that limits were imposed on the internet due to what they called Israel's abuse of the country's communication network for military purposes. That's what they said. But a near total internet blackout is underway in Iran right now. N12 News reports that a U.S. military plane landed in Israel and evacuated American diplomats. I don't know if you saw this today. Oops, hold on. Look what the American ambassador to Israel said. Urgent notice. American citizens wanting to leave Israel. U.S. Embassy in Israel is working on evacuation flights and cruise ship departures. You must enroll in the Smart Traveler program. You will be alerted with updates. Seems like, I mean, that could be a sign the U.S. is going to join, or that at least things are going to get more intense. All right, hang on a moment here. Some people are talking about a Karen Reed verdict. I'll let you know what it is if I hear it. I haven't really been following the trial. Maybe I'm one of the only ones. Yes, NBC News says jury reaches Karen Reed verdict. I really have not, again, I just really have not been following that trial. So, I'm sorry I'm not a good source of Karen Reed trial info for you. No, the verdict has been reached. Isn't this the second trial? We're going to stick with Iran, Israel here. No, no verdict stream. What are these reports about some people? Let's see here. Hold on. Yes. I'm seeing multiple reports about this now. CNN is reporting this as well. CNN is also reporting that the U.S. evacuated some embassy personnel and family members from Israel on military aircraft. How about that, guys? How about that? So we're seeing these reports now about some evacuations of U.S. people from Israel. And CNN says that, again, some embassy personnel and family members were evacuated from the U.S. on a military aircraft. A full evacuation of the embassy has not been ordered, and diplomats and family members are not required to leave. Now, give me one moment here. As we mentioned, we were looking at this before. President Trump said nobody knows. Trump will not say whether he will move forward with U.S. strikes on Iran, says AP. President Trump would not say today whether he has decided whether to order a U.S. strike on Iran. He said, I may do it, I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. He added, it's not too late for Iran to give up its nuclear program, as he continues to weigh U.S. direct involvement in Israel's military operations aimed at crushing their nuclear program, Tehran's nuclear program. He said, nothing's too late. I can tell you this, Iran's got a lot of trouble. He said, nothing is finished until it's finished. He said, but the next week is going to be very big, maybe less than a week. No, there are no new sirens. No new alerts. AM, our viewer, says, I hope he says no. One of our viewers said the New York Times reported the evacuations. Yes, they said some American diplomats have begun leaving Israel. Oh, I can probably show you the statement. Let me show you the statement from the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem. I think I can show you the statement. Did they post the statement? Let's see if they posted it. I don't actually see it. The New York Times said that the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem said in a statement that some diplomats have begun leaving Israel without saying how many remained. It's a bit of a different report. Some diplomats, not just family members. They said the diplomats were departing Israel through a variety of means. Okay, give me a moment here. One moment. People are talking about the Karen Reed verdict and not guilty of all charges except drunk driving, says Ted Daniel of Boston 25 News, I believe. I just saw that posted by Ted Daniel and reposted by Boston 25 News. Karen Reed was found not guilty of all charges except drunk driving. Not guilty of second-degree murder. Again, I know so little about this case. I have not been following it. Not guilty of second-degree murder. This is interesting. Aleph, who I follow, Aleph thinks that the USAF Globemaster was likely used to evacuate U.S. Embassy personnel and their family members. Let's check flight radar. What's everybody following here? Well, not that one. Is it this? So a lot of people are following this plane. Is it this plane that flew? I don't know. I'm confused. I'd have to go look at the post. That's a tank. That's a strato tanker. The USAF Globemaster, which one was that one? Didn't Flight Radar 24 post about the 3 planes? Or that was different. Globemaster. RCH 535? I don't know. I haven't been. Some of you watch this really closely. Recent flights. This is it. Right here. So this is the one I think that Aleph was talking about. So it's a flight that left. It left. Am I correct? Yes. So it left Germany. It left Germany. This is Flight Radar 24. It left Germany and it flew towards, well, you can't see, but maybe Israel. And then it ended up in Athens. It was out of radar coverage for a bit. So Aleph, who I follow, thinks that maybe this plane was used to evacuate Americans from Israel. I don't know. I mean, we've seen reports that military planes have been used to evacuate Americans from Israel. So there was some plane, one or more planes that actually did it. All right, let's see. Will we get some kind of big developments coming up? You just don't know. You don't know from moment to moment if things are going to change, if big news is going to come out. We do not know. What was the thing somebody wanted me to check about? Some hack? There was a hack or something? Was it Nobitex? The Hill reports that a pro-Israel group hacked an Iranian crypto exchange. According to the blockchain analytics firm Elliptic, and they transferred out more than $90 million. I know nothing about this. The Hill has this story about this. Again, I'm just telling you what the report is. I don't really know much about it. Also, NBC News said Iran's largest cryptocurrency exchange was hacked for more than $90 million. And NBC News says the funds were drained into addresses bearing anti-government messages. And a pro-Israel hacking group claimed responsibility. Okay, I hadn't heard about that. Yeah, $90 million around was hacked. I'm seeing a report about something here. Where is the original report here? Let's see. Oh, I'm seeing a couple things. Hold on. Hang on a moment here. Where is this report? I gotta find the original version. I see people saying this news outlet says this, but I'm checking the actual news outlet, and I haven't seen it there yet. All right, hang on. See if I can dig this up. Can't find the original report. Well, some people said this outlet is saying this, and then I went to the outlet and I couldn't even find the outlet saying it, so I'm not going to talk about it. Oh, hang on, everybody. President Trump has summoned reporters to the Oval Office. Purpose is unclear. 4 minutes ago, Joey Garrison, says President Trump has summoned reporters to the Oval Office, purpose unclear. Now, it could be anything, but that is from Joey Garrison. He is with USA Today, and he posted it 5 minutes ago. President Trump has summoned, yes, pool report. Pool has lined up outside the Oval Office. We don't know what we're being taken in for. Now, this could be anything, guys. You know President Trump. Who knows what he's talking? It could be something about immigration, right? About the flagpoles. He put up maybe he wants people to look at the flagpoles outside the window. So, we're waiting to see what this is about. We don't know, though. It's unknown what it's about. It's not scheduled. It is not scheduled. Oh, he's speaking. He's meeting with a soccer team? He's hosting a soccer team. I think he's hosting a soccer team. I'm seeing him on Reuters hosting it says he meets with a soccer team. Donald Trump speaks in Oval Office, hosts soccer team. Well, so much for that. Yeah, he's speaking. I don't have live footage of it though. I don't have a live feed I can show you. Just so you know. If I had one, I'd put it on the screen. But I don't have a live feed of that I can show you. Well, but the pool did not, the reporters did not know why they were going in there. Because I just saw the pool report. Oh, also, Trump says he has another meeting in the Situation Room in a little while. He just said this. He just said this in the Oval Office. According to Shelby Talcott, Trump says he has another meeting in the Situation Room in a little while. He says he has made no final decisions on Iran yet, but has ideas of what to do. Okay? And hang on a moment here. I got to say some thank yous. Again, President Trump has just said that he has another meeting in the Situation Room in a little while, according to Shelby Talcott. And he has made no final decisions on Iran yet, but has ideas of what to do. So another Situation Room meeting. Elena Treen of CNN reports that Trump says he has a meeting in the war room, the situation as some people call it, in a little while. Also, he says he has an idea of what to do, but things change quickly and can go from one extreme to the other. I owe a couple thank yous here. Sorry, I'm behind. Thank you, Al Shami. Thanks, Al Shami, for your support. and Adobo Rice. And Thorn Ravenstar, good to see you, Thorn, for being a member. Wait. Oh, I have video. I have video of him from before. Hold on. It's him. Listen. It's him. It's the video of him.
People say it really turns away business. Restaurants close. And a lot of things.
This is
happen.
from before.
People agree.
Or is
I
this
have to
live?
speak
It
to
might be
Josh.
live.
He's a good
Is it
guy.
live? Let's see.
For the Iran, the possibility of an Iran deal, is the destruction or the dismantling of the Fordow nuclear enrichment center, is that a prerequisite for a deal? Is that a red line for you?
No, it's just something that people talk about having. We're the only ones that have the capability to do it, but that doesn't mean I'm going to do it at all. Yeah, we have the best military equipment in the world. You see that with this fight. We have planes that are undetectable, flying around like, nobody's able to see them stealth. You guys want to be stealthy tonight. You can be stealth, you'll never lose, right? But these are incredible planes and weapons. We have the best weapons in the world, by far. Nobody close. And certain countries take advantage of that. Israel has incredible weaponry. So we'll see what happens. I've been asked about it by everybody, but I haven't made a decision.
Mr. President, you talked earlier today about having daily conversations with Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Yeah.
How have those conversations weighed on you in terms of getting more involved? You've been lobbying for the U.S. to get more involved. Has that had an impact in kind of your evolution, sir?
Look, we talk, and I'd like to see everything done. I would have preferred having just an agreement, a strong agreement, verifiable agreement. But it was such a shame. They were so close. Iran was very close to signing what would have been a very good agreement for them. And maybe that could still happen, I guess. They do want to come and see us. They want to see me in the White House. That's a big statement. But it's very late.
Is it enough of a statement to hold off getting?
We're going to see what happens. Look, we're going to see what happens. Ending it as soon as you can would be good.
Have you closed the door on meeting with them?
No.
Okay, so it's still open to them coming here in your eyes.
I mean, they asked if they could come. We'll see if that happens. It's not that easy for them to come. They can't get out. They're in Iran, and in one case, the guy wanted to come so badly, but he can't get out because there's bombs dropping all over the place.
Have you seen the Tucker Carlson and Senator Ted Cruz interview? It seems like this issue on whether or not the United States should strike is kind of dividing a lot of your supporters.
No, my supporters are for me. My supporters are America first. They make America great again. My supporters don't want to see Iran have a nuclear weapon. Tucker's a nice guy. He called and apologized the other day because he thought he said things that were a little bit too strong, and I appreciated that. And Ted Cruz is a nice guy. I mean, he's been with me for a long time. I'd say once the race was over, he's been with me ever since, right? But very simple. If they think that it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon, then they should oppose me. But nobody thinks it's okay. People that
there's a
don't
drone
want to
alert,
fight
by
either.
the way. There's a drone
But
alert
if it's a
going
choice
on.
between fighting and them having a nuclear weapon, you have to do what you have to do. Maybe we won't have to fight. Don't forget, we haven't been fighting. We add a certain amount of genius to everything, but we haven't been fighting at all. Israel's done a very good job of that. But we'll see what happens. The bottom line is they can't have nuclear. And if I can't imagine that Ted Cruz said it's okay for Iran to have nuclear, including Tucker. I don't think Tucker says it's okay. The problem is then they get themselves into a thing. They don't want them to have nuclear, but then they say, well, we don't want to fight. Well, you're going to have to make a choice because it's possible that you're going to have to fight for them not to have nuclear. And it's interesting because I did ask Tucker, I said, well, are you okay with nuclear weapons being in the hands of Iran? And he sort of didn't like that. He didn't want to really, but he sort of didn't like that. And I said, well, if it's okay with you, then you and I do have a difference. But it's really not okay with him. Therefore, you may have to fight, and maybe it'll end, very quickly. But there's no way that you can allow, whether you have to fight or not, you can allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon because the entire world will blow up. Not going to let that happen.
Mr. President, on the southern
You
border.
had a bit of a row with President Emmanuel Macron of France the other day, the G7 it sounded like.
He's a nice guy. Look, he said I was going back home to make a ceasefire. Not a ceasefire. We're long beyond ceasefire. And I said, why do you say that? Why would you say ceasefire? It's a bad term to use. Because a ceasefire means like everything's going swimmingly, we'll take a little time off. It's not. We're not looking for a ceasefire. We're looking for a total, complete victory. Again, you know what the victory is. No nuclear weapon.
Mr. President,
So I thought it was a very badly worded statement by him, and obviously I let him know that.
on the southern border, you've had record low numbers for the month of May, 95 apprehensions, 0 releases, compared to that of the previous administration exactly a year ago, more than 60,000 releases. What do you attribute that success to?
I like you. Who are you with?
Turning Point USA, sir.
Well, they're very good. Turning Point. Charlie, very good. That's what I call a good question, fellas. 1 out of 10, John. 1 out of 10, but that's a really good question. No, we had record good numbers on the border. And people are coming in, but they have to come in legally. Like some of these guys behind me, they have to come in legally. And if they come in legally, we want them. They have to say they love America, they love our country. And if they can't say that, we don't want them. Thank you very much. Very nice. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, press.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Pulitzer Prize. Fellow, hey,
Let me just see something. I think we might have missed right at the beginning. They didn't even know he was speaking, so it kind of got it to him a little late. But I think the first couple minutes when he was speaking, we didn't quite catch, or the first minute. Let me just replay right when they went to him. Okay? They just cut in because this was not expected that he was going to speak, and so.
Stands out because he's raised the federal.
Hold on. So let me just say moments ago so people know. And I want to hear that first part again because we didn't get to hear it. He did say before this, he said he has another meeting he's going to in the Situation Room today about the Iran issue. So let me just show you that again. Sorry, I didn't know he was going to be speaking. Yeah, there was a drone alert in Israel. I'll let you know what we hear more about that. I don't see it right at the moment. Those have been fairly regular. Let's see here. Oh. That event has ended. The drone alert is no longer in effect. I can tell you that, according to Homefront Command. Let's listen to a little of what he said again. This is from about 5 minutes ago.
Federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. It stands out because he's a Republican.
I'll forward
There's still
this.
I haven't seen it. I'd have to speak to that. I'm going to have to think about that one. Restaurants closed. A lot of
For the Iran, the possibility of an Iran deal, is the destruction or the dismantling of the Fordow nuclear enrichment center, is that a prerequisite for a deal? Is that a red line for you?
No, it's just something that people talk about having. We're the only ones that have the capability to do it, but that doesn't mean I'm going to do it at all. Yeah, we have the best military equipment in the world. You see that with this fight. We have planes that are undetectable, flying around like, nobody's able to see them stealth. You guys want to be stealthy tonight. You can be stealth, you'll never lose, right? But these are incredible planes and weapons. We have the best weapons in the world, by far. Nobody close. And certain countries take advantage of that. Israel has incredible weaponry. So we'll see what happens. I've been asked about it by everybody, but I haven't made a decision.
Mr. President, you talked earlier today about having daily conversations with Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Yeah.
How have those conversations weighed on you in terms
So
of,
he said that they haven't
getting
made
more
a
involved?
decision.
He's been lobbying for the U.S. to get more involved.
They haven't made a
Has
decision.
that had an impact in kind of your evolution, sir?
Look, we talk, and I'd like to see everything done. I would have preferred having just an agreement, a strong agreement, verifiable agreement. But it was such a shame. They were so close. Iran was very close to signing what would have been a very good agreement for them. And maybe that could still happen, I guess. They do want to come and see us. They want to see me in the White House. That's a big statement. But it's very late.
Is it enough of a statement to hold off getting
We're going to see what happens. Look, we're going to see what happens. Ending it as soon as you can would be good.
Have you closed the door on meeting with them?
No.
Okay, so it's still open to them coming here in your
Yeah, I mean, they asked if they could come. We'll see if that happens. It's not that easy for them to come. They can't get out. They're in Iran, and in one case, the guy wanted to come so badly, but he can't get out because there's bombs dropping all over the place.
I mean, I would think that if someone from Iran, like an official, wanted to go to the White House, I would assume that could be worked out with Israel, that they would let the plane fly out. I mean, I'm not sure about this, but I would like to think that if an Iranian official was going to go to the White House for a negotiation, for a meeting with President Trump, that they could work it out with Israel, that Israel could not shoot down the plane. I don't know, though.
Have you seen the Tucker Carlson and Senator Ted Cruz interview? It seems like this issue on whether or not the United States should strike is kind of dividing a lot of your supporters.
No, my supporters are for me. My supporters are America first. They make America great again. My supporters don't want to see Iran have a nuclear weapon. Tucker's a nice guy. He called and apologized the other day because he thought he said things that were a little bit too strong. And I appreciated that. And Ted Cruz is a nice guy. I mean, he's been with me for a long time. I'd say once the race was over, he's been with me ever since, right? But very simple. If they think that it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon, then they should oppose me. But nobody thinks it's okay. People that don't want, I don't want to fight either. I'm not looking to fight. But if it's a choice between fighting and them having a nuclear weapon, you have to do what you have to do. Maybe we won't have to fight. Don't forget, we haven't been fighting. We add a certain amount of genius to everything, but we haven't been fighting.
He said, we add a certain amount of genius to everything, but we haven't been fighting.
All Israel's done a very good job of that, but we'll see what happens. The bottom line is they can't have nuclear. And if I can't imagine that Ted Cruz said it's okay for Iran to have nuclear, including Tucker. I don't think Tucker says it's okay. The problem is then they get themselves into a thing. They don't want them to have nuclear, but then they say, well, we don't want to fight. Well, you're going to have to make a choice because it's possible that you're going to have to fight for them not to have nuclear. And it's interesting because I did ask Tucker, I said, well, are you okay with nuclear weapons being in the hands of Iran? And he sort of didn't like that. He didn't want to really, but he sort of didn't like that. And I said, well, if it's okay with you, then you and I do have a difference. But it's really not okay with him. Therefore, you may have to fight, and maybe it'll end, and maybe it'll end very quickly. But there's no way that you can allow, whether you have to fight or not, you can allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon because the entire world will blow up. I'm not going to let that happen.
Mr. President, you had a bit of a row with President Emmanuel Macron of France the other day.
Okay, I just wanted to replay a bunch of that. Well, we just heard from President Trump. We just heard from him. So the best I can say is we don't know. He has been non-committal as to whether the U.S. will join the war effort. We do not know. I need to get up on the screen a different camera. I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to get the other camera up. If you give me a second here. Oh, is he going to say something else? Hang on. Hang on one moment. I have a Jerusalem cam I can put up. N12 reports the drone that the drone alert was about was successfully intercepted. Let me get the Jerusalem cam up as our second camera. Okay, hold on. One moment. One moment, everyone. One moment. Now, why? Oh, I see. Hold on. We're going to get some sound up, too. Wait, what? Oh, hold on. Sorry. Getting the Jerusalem feed up now. I'm getting it up now for you. We should be good to go with the Jerusalem feed. Ooh. There we go. Jerusalem. Hey, thank you to, I owe some thank yous to folks. Thank you so much to Marette DeWall for the gift memberships. That's very nice of you, Marette DeWall. Thank you to Cat's Rule, who thinks Khamenei's only option now is total surrender. Thank you to Robert R. I have no idea if Trump is going to join the operation and the war, and when, if he does. Thanks, Silver Sergeant, for the gift membership. So nice of you, Silver Sergeant. Thanks, USMC 7985. Thanks for your service. Sounds like you served. Thanks, Casey Steve. That's so kind of you, Casey Steve. I really appreciate that. Thanks for shouting out the moderators, too. Thanks, Brenda LaCroix, for the gift memberships. Thanks, Brenda. Thank you, the Silver Sergeant, who says there is a huge spike in pizzas being ordered near the Pentagon. U.S. involvement coming. Has been accurate before. I thought last night they were talking about a spike in pizzas. Are you sure that every time it only spikes if there's going to be U.S. military action? I don't know about this, Silver Sergeant, but I haven't been checking that closely, so I don't want to say you're wrong. Anyways, thank you, Silver Sergeant. Thank you, Sue Ellen, our new member, Raul D. Al Shami thinks something's coming Thursday to Friday. Thank you, Al Shami. Thank you, Cloister Hork from the Family Farm. Thank you, Matt and Sven Shaper. Thank you, Stu P. Stu P, thank you. And Ed Weeby and Omega Survival. And Casey Hook. We might talk a little more about the Cruz Tucker thing later. No, I am not aware of any Pentagon briefing happening. Maybe you're watching an old Pentagon briefing? I'm not seeing anything about it. None of the news agencies have it on. This was really interesting. Manny Fabian from Times of Israel mentioned this morning. He said, since the start of the conflict, the IDF says Iran has launched around 1,000 drones at Israel. Fewer than 200 reached Israeli airspace. None have impacted the country. Again, around 1,000 drones launched at Israel. Around less than 200 have reached Israeli airspace, and none have impacted the country. Now, remember, it's hundreds of miles away, Iran. Some parts more than 1,000 miles away. Thank you to Fun Size Smurf, Thread Shark on Twitch, Hearsay on Twitch, Jay Stubbles on Twitch, Sugar Glider Dude on Twitch, Wishnand 1985 on Twitch, Waker Snow on Twitch, Noxy Dip on Twitch. Thank you, Twitch supporters. Thank you also to Mark Graff. Thank you, Mark, for your support. I really appreciate that. So President Trump not giving a lot of clue. He has spoken twice today about the Iran situation and really been not committal about where he's going to go on this. It's confusing. He did rush back. It's still not clear to me why he skipped the second day of the G7. What was so urgent that he had to get back? Although maybe it's imminent that something's going to happen. I don't know what they're talking about at the White House. Some people think he doesn't care about the G7. But again, President Trump said he's going to be meeting in the Situation Room today. Another meeting. Oh, what was I going to say? I meant to mention this. Christopher reminded me of this. I forgot to mention it before. There are reports that the Iranian Tasnim News says Haaretz claimed that Israel was interfering with Iranian state TV. With anti-regime videos were showing on state TV. I guess that was happening for a time today. Haaretz had reported about that. Hold on a second here.
עוצמה אדירה במשטר.
Murph mentioned that Netanyahu released a statement today. I don't know if I can just get the transcription of it. That would be better. I have the statement from President Netanyahu. Here, I'll show it to you. Thanks, Murph, for mentioning it. He said, We began this campaign in order to remove two existential threats to the state of Israel, the nuclear threat and the ballistic missile threat. We are advancing step by step to remove these threats. We control the skies over Tehran. We are striking the Ayatollah's regime with great force. We're attacking nuclear installations, missiles, command centers, and the symbols of the regime. He says world leaders are very impressed by our determination and the achievements of our forces. I'm going to skip down here. We are sustaining many losses, painful losses, but he means at home. But we see that the home front is strong. He says the fighting in the Gaza Strip is continuing. Skip down here. I thank President Trump, a great friend of Israel, for standing alongside us in the support of the U.S. and assisting in defending the skies over Israel. Okay. I don't know if there's anything too new there. One of our viewers, I am always, messaged me. We were talking about how there's like a near total internet blackout in Iran. Iran says they have shut down the internet today, basically, in Iran. The government shut it down. They said Israel was misusing the internet. I don't know if that's the real reason they did it, but misusing their internet network. But one of our, I don't know if this is true, one of our viewers, it sounds like they're from Iran. I am always said they shut down data to avoid people having access to the internet and so that people can't follow international news instead of regime propaganda, the viewer says. Each time they launch fake news about, like they launched a new wave of missiles, they turn data off, and on local TV news they show fake and AI-made videos that Iran's new attacks were successful. And they are now saying on Iran TV news show and it supported Instagram influencer pages that the missiles they launched 30 minutes ago arrived to Israel and hit a lot of targets, whereas I see on live that everywhere is safe. Sounds like that person is in Iran. I can't confirm, I can't verify that account, but could be legit. And our viewer Shahab says that is true. Shahab Kashmari says that's true. He says he is Iranian. Oh, I have a little summary here. I have a summary of updates from I'm going to play a video here from Reuters. Let's watch a little video, little summary. I like summaries. You can see Reuters says Iran leader rejects U.S. demand for surrender. Trump says patience has run out. But he also, Trump said that he wasn't sure if the U.S. was going to join the war. Here is a video. Oh, we read you a bunch of the Supreme Leader's statement earlier, but here's some footage of him. All right, I'm going to show you this video from Reuters. Let's take a look at this. Hold on. Here is the Reuters video. Let's watch.
Iran's Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, rejected US President Donald Trump's demand for unconditional surrender on Wednesday. It came as thousands fled intensified Israeli airstrikes in the Iranian capital, Tehran, prompting Turkey to tighten security at the border it shares with Iran. In a recorded television speech, Khamenei said Americans, quote, should know that any US military intervention.
Unfortunately, with this video, the sound is divided up so that the narration is on one side. So I'm sorry it's only in one ear, the narration. It's just the way it is on the video. I can't control it.
As with Iran. In a recorded television speech, Khamenei said Americans, quote, should know that any US military intervention will undoubtedly be accompanied by irreparable damage.
Iran's got a lot of trouble.
Trump has veered from proposing a swift diplomatic end to the war to suggesting the United States might join it. In social media posts on Tuesday, he mused about killing Khamenei and demanded Iran's unconditional surrender. A source familiar with internal discussions said Trump and his team were considering joining Israel in strikes against Iranian nuclear sites, among other options. Israel's military told Iranians to leave parts of the capital for their safety while it struck targets. It said 50 Israeli jets had struck around 20 targets in Tehran overnight, including sites producing raw materials, components, and manufacturing systems for missiles. The prospect that Trump could bring the United States into the war has raised the stakes since he abandoned a G7 summit and met his security officials in Washington on Tuesday. Iran's ambassador to the United Nations in Geneva, Ali Bahraini, told a news conference he already saw the US as complicit in what Israel is doing.
If we come to the conclusion that the United States is directly involved in attacks against Iran, we will start responding to the United States.
Iran has been exploring options for leverage, including veiled threats to restrict access to the Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz, the world's most important shipping artery for oil. Tehran has in the past threatened to close the strait, but has never followed through. While inside Iran, The biggest attacks since the war with Iraq in the 1980s have wiped out an echelon of senior leadership. Authorities have allowed fewer images of destruction to circulate than in the early days of the bombing, and a ban on filming by the public has been imposed.
I wanted to mention real quick, that video, and I forgot to mention this, there was an Israeli drone that got shot down in Iran. That was a video. I'll have to talk about that more, but Iran did shoot down an Israeli drone, and that's what that video is. But it's interesting that the Reuters in the video says that you know, they shut off the internet today, but they also don't want people sharing images from Iran.
3. While inside Iran, the biggest attacks since the war with Iraq in the 1980s have wiped out an echelon of senior leadership. Authorities have allowed fewer images of destruction to circulate than in the early days of the bombing, and a ban on filming by the public has been imposed. In Israel, sirens rang out warning people of Iranian retaliatory missile strikes. At Ramat Gan city train station east of Tel Aviv, people were lying on city-supplied mattresses lined along the floor. Among them, Tamar Vaiz, prepared for her second night in the makeshift shelter, alongside her 2 children.
I feel scared and overwhelmed, especially because I live in the densely populated area that Iran is seeming to target, and our city has very, very old buildings without shelters and without safe spaces.
There you go. See some people sleeping in the train station, it looked like. One moment here. Thank you, by the way, to Christopher Esslinger. Hey, thanks, Christopher. That's so nice of you. Thanks for your support for the channel. Thanks also. Hey, Michael Andren gave 50 people memberships. Michael, that's so kind of you. Make sure you thank Michael or somebody else if they give you a gift membership or a gift subscription. Very kind of Michael. Thank you to Prepper Medic, Fates Hope, MG. Thank you, MG. Lee Page. Lee says Mossad has been inside Iran for a while. Anything is possible when it comes to taking out the current regime. Thank you, Amy Jo DeFelice. Thank you, Zach. Zach thinks Iran doesn't have the capabilities to win this. Thanks, Ven Shaper and Diana Ramsey. Diana Ramsey thinks the Pentagon pizza spike is because it's dinner time. And because the Pentagon will be hopping at this time of the day. Thank you, Jonathan Devoy. No, I'm not aware of any kind of Pentagon briefing that happened. Thank you, Adolf Mussolini. Oh, it's not, well, I don't think it's really Mussolini or Adolf, but the name is Adolf Mussolini. And TE, thank you. Powerhouse Shed 77. I didn't see that. I'll have to look up for that quote, powerhouse. See if I can find it. Sven Shaper, thank you, Sven, for the gift memberships. Al Shami. Kenny Clark, La Calma. La Calma says what some of our viewers have said, you don't move the assets unless you're going to use them. Some have said they thought moving all the planes there and stuff was like a bluff to put pressure on Iran. Thank you, D, for your support. Thank you, Night. I appreciate that. Thank you, Night Owl, and on Twitch, and Kiwi Polson. Thanks, Kiwi Polson, for the gift memberships. That's so nice of you. Thanks, Fun Size Smurf and Thread Shark on Twitch as well, and Hearsay. Hang on, just checking some different sources here for updates. Too many things open on my desktop here. Vietnam, baby Vietnam, thinks Trump is hoping that Iran backs down. If that doesn't happen soon, U.S. will be forced to intervene, says Vietnam, baby Vietnam. Let me show you the thing about the drone. If I could find it here. The video is from like Iranian news, but where is the post? Yeah, this was confirmed by Israel that Iran shot down a drone. Yeah, the Israeli military confirms that one of its drones was shot down over Iran overnight. The IDF said during operational activity, a surface-to-air missile was launched at an Air Force drone. Mandy Fabian said it appears to show an Israeli Air Force Hermes 900 or Hermes 900. I don't know how it's said. I can show you if that footage of the drone again. I have the footage.
Do it. I may not do it.
Hold on a moment. Hold on. I'll get the footage for you. Unless I have a photo. Oh, I have a photo. I have a photo of it right here. There's a photo of the drone from Reuters. I'll show you the footage. I have footage too of it. Why not show you the footage? Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. What is this? Oh, then I have a video from last night I can show you too, just to do it. Okay, I'm going to show you the drone thing now. The Israeli drone that was shot down.
Have you been answered questions about whether you...
That's not it. Oh.
Iran.
Oh, here's the drone footage. Here's the drone video. Right there. There it is right there. There's the drone right there. See that on your screen? That is it. That's the one that got shot down. Here. I have to Google about this drone. There it is, though. That's the Israeli drone. Got shot down in Iran. Yeah, it's big. So, according to the report I saw, it said that...
Have you been answered questions?
I'm going to play you what Trump said earlier today, too. But Manny Fabian says it was an Air Force Hermes 900. Hermes 900? Here, hold on. Hermes 900. According to Wikipedia, that's the Elbit Hermes 900. It's an Israeli medium-size drone. It can fly at 30,000 feet. Has a wingspan of 15 feet. And here's just a clip of what we showed some of this before. This has better audio on it. Here's a clip of what President Trump had to say today about Iran, the Iran situation, from Reuters, from the same article. Oh, hold on. You got to hear it. You got to have the sound up.
You believe the U.S. is moving close. Have you been answered questions about whether you are moving closer, or you believe the U.S. is moving closer to striking Iranian nuclear facilities? Where's your mindset on that?
I can't say that, right? You don't seriously think I'm going to answer that question? Will you strike the Iranian nuclear component? And what time exactly, sir? Sir, would you strike it? Would you please inform us so we can be there and watch? I mean, you don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. I can tell you this, that Iran's got a lot of trouble.
Have the Iranians reached out to you?
Yes.
And what did you say?
I said it's very late. You know? I said it's very late to be talking. We may meet. It's I don't know. There's a big difference between now and a week ago, right? Big difference.
Also, I think I might have messed up with one of the viewers mentioned this, and it made sense. Yes, the wingspan is 49 feet of the drone. I'm sorry. Thanks for the correction. The length is 27 feet of that drone that had gotten shot down, the Hermes 900, I believe it is. Yes, thank you. The wingspan is 49 feet. The length is 27 feet. Sorry about that. Thanks for the correction in the chat. And again, the video shows right here.
And a ban on filming.
There it is. You'll see it in a second. I think you'll see it in a second. There it is. There's the drone. All right, hold on a second here. I think I need to start banning people. I'm very close to banning people in the chat who say there are alerts or new missiles when there are none. I mean, it's really annoying. I might just start banning people. Because it's just too much at this point. I mean, it's like it's nonstop. Or I'll just block the word so people can't say it. I could do that too. But it really is just ridiculous. It's just nonstop. So I might do it. If people say it, or if they say it falsely, they get like a really long timeout, like a super long timeout. It's just too much, you know. We can do really long timeouts, really long. We can do a day. I mean, you can block people too, but it's getting ridiculous. It's annoying for people in the chat. I mean, that's who it annoys. It annoys people reading the chat, you know. So we might do that. I think we're going to at least start timing out people for a while. Yeah, maybe like at least a half hour, maybe 24 hours. We have mods there, but mods, if you want to start doing some longer timeout for the false ones. Now, once in a while, people are correct, but a lot of it is just people posting the same stuff, you know. And I can see people in the chat they get annoyed by it, you know. Hold on a second here. You know, so. The mods got it. Thanks to our mods, by the way. We have Beth Mythical and Janet B. Thank you. Modding over there right now on YouTube. Thank you. Also, K. Lowry Body, Margaret Riley on Facebook. Thanks so much. We got to get a little more volume. Paul Anderson on Facebook modding. Thank you. Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Thank you. Thanks for your support. Kerry Poteet, thank you, Kerry. Thanks also Thomas Pedersen. Thomas Pedersen, from Sweden. Thanks so much, Thomas. Anthony Doyle, our new member, thank you. Outcome, thank you. Martin Gingrich. Martin says, well, what if it's a real one? Well, you can go back in the chat a couple minutes. So you can wait a couple minutes and see, and then go back in the chat and find out who the wrongdoers are. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Cajunization and Bruins fan. Michael Andren from Sweden. Hey, that's really kind of you, Michael. Thank you. Michael Andren. Terracotta World, thanks for the gift membership. Thank you to RS from Switzerland. Turbo Plays from Norway, who says, if U.S. goes in, it's a world war real quick. Thank you, Cindy Cochran, our member. Terracotta Whirl, our member. XK9, thanks. Nimast 19 says camera views are limited. A bunch of our viewers were saying that they were not seeing the cameras from Iran they're used to seeing. I'm guessing that's because the internet is mostly shut down from what I'm hearing in Iran today. Near total internet blackout. Thanks, Big Dog Oki, Frisian Drone Aviator, TMS. TMS thinks that China has been delivering something to Tehran. I was going to check up about the whole China-Russia question. Whether they might help Tehran more. I got to look that up. Hey, thank you, Jenna Tolles, for the gift memberships. Very nice of you. Thanks, Jenna. Tommy Chase, thank you. Sonny, thank you. D, thank you. Brandon Schoenberger, thank you. David Frieden, thank you. Prepper Medic. Fates Hope. Sam Hanna. Eddie Boy. J.D. Heiner, thank you. J.P. Villou. Philip Loic X from Belgium, thank you. Javier Lane. Dutch Biker. No Haifa cam because the Israeli government told Reuters 2 days ago you cannot show the Haifa cam. So you can, if you have a complaint about that, you should address it to the Israeli government. Chris Canada, Quebec City. Thanks, Chris. John Cubas. Thank you, John. Some people have asked me about some report that Iran launched some powerful new missile. I haven't seen any kind of reliable reporting about this. I'll let you know what I see, but I've not seen any kind of reliable reporting that Iran used or launched some new powerful missile. If this claim comes from Iran, I don't know where this claim came from. Iran claims things all the time. Last night, Iran state media claimed that it did all this damage in its airstrikes when there was no damage, no significant damage that anyone reported on or was seen anywhere. So if that's where the claim is coming from, I would be highly skeptical. But I don't know the source of the original claim. Oh, I can show you something about this. I think. Aleph, who I follow, says Iranian sources claim Iran launched a new type of missile at Israel. I don't know that that's true. I believe it's true that some people claim this. I don't know that there actually is a new type of missile that they fired. Again, Iran itself makes all sorts of claims that are false. So I don't know exactly who said this claim and who in Iran was saying it. But if I hear more, I'll let you know. Hang on. Hang on. Why is this all messed up? Here we go. Reuters is reporting that European ministers will hold U.S.-approved nuclear talks with Iran on Friday. The foreign ministers of Germany, France, and Britain will hold nuclear talks with their Iranian counterpart on Friday in Geneva. Insurgent Wrath says, I expect the end result will be regime change from the inside. Give me one sec here. Give me one moment. One moment here. Hold on a second. Hang on 1 second. Here we go. Maybe we'll do a poll. People always ask for polls. We haven't done one today. The poll is, will this lead to regime change in Iran? That is the poll question right now. Will this lead to regime change in Iran? Okay, let's see what people said. Let's see what people said. On YouTube, we currently have 55% say yes, 45% say no. On Facebook, 86% say yes on Facebook. And then let's go to Twitch. Look at Twitch. Twitch is only 42% say yes, 58% say no. Somebody's going to say Twitch is based now. Yep, somebody already said it in the chat. Everybody's saying it in the chat, in the Twitch chat. Hang on a moment. Hey, quick thanks to Prep Mom in Prep Mom PA in Little Charlotte, Martin Gingrich. I have not heard about any civilian unrest in Iran. I haven't heard about it. I don't know, Martin, but I haven't heard about it. Thanks, Martin Gingrich. Thanks, Eamon O'Leary. Thank you. Philip Luik X, who mentioned the supposed new kind of missile, which I don't know if that's real. Yeah, RT, which is Russian state media, claims that Iran used a Say-Jil missile for the first time. I don't consider that a very reliable source. I'm not seeing. Yeah, so the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, said Reuters, made a statement that the Say-Jil ultra-heavy, long-range, two-stage missiles were fired. I'll have to get the statement. Phil Stewart from Reuters said that. I'll have to get their statement. Again, I've seen no confirmation of this. Thanks, Wave99. Hypnotic Marmot. Apexify on Twitch. Coffee and Bacon Guy on Twitch. Cheese Bites on Twitch. Susan CHF on Twitch. Thank you. Innoland on Twitch. After Weiserman on Twitch. Thanks so much. Also, thanks to our Twitch subscribers. People like Wall Street and Shaggy and Randwood333. Chaotic Chickens. Randwood says, why can't we get information from Iranians? I mean, I basically think because it's a pretty closed state where they have tight control over media operations and the internet. And they've the internet's normally highly censored, and they've shut it down today. I think that's they control the media as well. So it's tough to get a lot of information out of there. Hey, thanks for voting in our poll. 57% no on Twitch, 45%, 55% yes on YouTube. For will this lead to regime change in Iran? On Facebook, it ended at 83% yes. Well, I was going to look up for that. I was going to look up the statement about the missile, the supposed missile. Okay, I'm going to read you this statement about the missile. Iran claims that it fired the Sejil missile today. It claimed that it fired long-range two-stage Sejil super heavy missiles, SEGGIL. IIL or IL? I think IL. They say what else did they say? They gave specifications of it, which I can't even read. Anyways, it's not a very detailed statement. Whether that they really did fire a new missile, I don't know. I can't confirm that. Wikipedia says Sejil is a family of Iranian solid-fueled medium-range ballistic missiles. According to Jane's Information Group, details of the design, other than number of stages and that it used solid-fueled, have not been released. Iran claims it fired one today. I don't know if it's ever been used before. The Wikipedia says its range is unconfirmed. Oh, in service as of 2014, Wikipedia says. In service as of 2014. But it seems like there's not a lot of reliable information about it. I am checking for updates here. There hasn't been a missile launch since we've been on the air. Shortly before we came on the air, there was a missile launch. But there has not been one of a small number of missiles. And there has not been one since we came on the air. Thanks, Stefan, watching from Norway. Oh, I was going to thank our Twitch subscribers. Sorry. Chitty, thanks for subscribing. Someone said they never got a notification. If you want to, you should sign up for... We have our own notification system for our broadcast. It works awesome. It's free. It's easy to sign up and get the notifications. You sign up once, you get a notification sent to you whenever we're going live. We do it through Discord. The mods can post the link to the notifications in the chat, and also what was I going to say? Oh, the notifications link is in the YouTube and Facebook description for this video. Thank you, Skidmart, for being a subscriber. Matthew Kohai 3. Wall Street and Shaggy. Bad Toastery. Ramwood. Gusty WT. Hey, thanks Luddington for the bits. Thanks K Sony for subscribing. Thanks Shells80 and Awakening over on Twitch, and Die Bidey. Dee Bidey? KWWB, thanks for the gift sub on Twitch. Gusty WT, thanks on Twitch. Apexify, thanks on Twitch. So nice of you. Thanks for your Twitch support. Thanks to our Facebook subscribers too, like Sharon Klassen, Goslin, Diane Allworth. Thanks Stephen Ray watching from Scotland. Hey, thanks to Iva Lynn Berry Speedell for the Facebook stars and for subscribing. Thanks Jennifer Fallowdoon for the stars. Michael Tidwell, thanks for subscribing on Facebook. Thanks Charlotte Webb for modding too. I don't know if I thanked Charlotte before. Thanks Darlene Carrick for the Facebook stars. Oh, Putin is speaking. Putin is saying something. I actually have video of it. I don't think it's about this. I'm going to put on Putin speaking. I think I have a translation. Hold on. Let's watch Putin for a second. He's speaking somewhere in St. Petersburg.
Testament to what we're doing.
I might not play this very long.
To move further, I
don't think this is going to be relevant to anything we're covering, but I will throw it up there for a second just to see what he's saying for a second.
There are conflicts raging, there are trade wars unleashed, and all of that creates difficulties in the way of the world trade. And there are grounds to believe that the forecasts saying that the world trade is going to slow down do have some foundations. So if we were
he's speaking about something,
put aside the official agenda for a while, then our goal, I believe, is going to be to search together for the ways to overcome the difficulties we are facing. And this will allow us indirectly influence the situation in the world economy. Given the fact that the forum is going to be attended by colleagues from different countries,
This is a translation, by the way. That's not Putin's voice.
In economy, there are going to be leaders from the world economies that are holding a great deal of sway in the world economics. So all of this is probably going to have a good impact on the economy. I do not think I need to explain to you that what we advocate is a just world order. We want the WTO rules to be observed rather than tweaked to serve some short-term political gains whenever it's necessary. We are also against any kind of trade war or trade restrictions. As far as our cooperation with Southeast Asia is concerned, it's developing steadily year in, year out. Our trade is growing. I'm not gonna name the figures right now so as not to make a mistake, but this is absolutely true. Our trade is growing, and it applies to all countries of the world, Vietnam in particular. I'm gonna speak a couple of words about Vietnam, but I believe that Southeast Asia is a very promising avenue because the share of the southeastern economies and the world.
All right, I'm getting rid of Putin video. He's not talking about this at all, so I'm sorry, but it's got to be somewhat relevant. I'm not playing Putin speaking just to play Putin speaking. So we gave it a shot. We gave it a shot. Could he say something about the situation at some point? Sure, but I'm not going to wait for it. So we're going back to our regular video and audio.
It was particularly evident
oh, no, I have to turn
when
off his
the
audio.
Vietnamese people fought.
The Times of Israel is saying that there's been new missiles launched. I haven't seen a statement yet from the IDF, but Times of Israel says that the IDF detects new missile launches. It's weird though, because I haven't seen a statement from the IDF yet. So I'm confused as to why they're saying it. Why is Times of Israel saying it? It's very, very strange. I mean, literally 2 minutes ago, Times of Israel said it. But where are they getting it from? Is it like an old post and they accidentally posted it again or something? Nothing. Oh, hold on. No, I don't see anything about it. Nothing yet. Very odd. They posted it 15 minutes ago, but I didn't see anything from the actual army or Home Front Command. Did I miss it? I don't see it anywhere. No. Nothing. Nothing. I don't know why they posted it. It's very confusing. Oh, wait a second. I think you're right. I think maybe it was an old article, but it somehow got posted on their Twitter feed. I think maybe an old article got it was an accidental Twitter post about Twitter X post by them. Yeah, I'm not seeing it anywhere else. Nowhere else. Did they delete their post? Chris said they deleted their post. The Washington Post says Trump debates bombing Iran in pivotal moment for presidency. Oh, I also think I have a graphic here I can show you. One moment here. Oh, I have some info on the bunker buster too. It's the graphic. Iran's major known nuclear facilities. The three big ones, the three biggest ones, the three most important ones are Isfahan, Natanz, and Fordo. Okay, let's talk about a couple things here. We'll talk about that a little later too, about the different sites. The Washington Post says President Trump debates bombing Iran in pivotal moment for his presidency. He said today he's not made a decision about whether to strike Iran. They say Trump's current posture could rebound in unpredictable ways. If he succeeds in wresting concessions from Iranian leaders to dismantle their nuclear program, or destroys it by military force without provoking major retaliation, he could be hailed as a president whose unpredictable approach to foreign policy yields results. Mishandling the situation could pull Washington into a major conflict with dangerous and unpredictable consequences for U.S. citizens. It could also lead to a nuclear-armed Iran if strikes fail and the Iranian government resolves to develop the nuclear weapon it has long declared it does not seek. While some of Iran's nuclear facilities have been attacked in recent days by Israel, the most significant is the Fordo enrichment plant, which is buried deep underground and inside a mountain. U.S. officials have said the center can be effectively attacked only with massive bunker-busting bombs, including the GBU-57, a 15-ton round known as the Massive Ordnance Penetrator, or MOP. The 20-foot-long bomb is carried by the B-2 Spirit, the Batwing-shaped stealth bomber. The fleet of those B-2 Spirit bombers is based at Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri and previously has been deployed for global bombing runs in which they rely on aerial refueling to fly to and from targets without stopping. But yes, if that site's going to be destroyed, it would have to be done with U.S. bombs, U.S. aircraft, and U.S. personnel operating those aircraft. Well, unless Israel undertook some sort of sabotage operation on the ground. Thank you, Meeks, over on Twitch for your comment. From what I understand, that is at least a possibility. Those bombs, by the way, are made to be able to penetrate up to 200 feet into reinforced concrete before exploding. They penetrate before exploding. There's also here something from the Washington Post. Look. What is the massive ordnance penetrator, or the U.S. bunker busting bomb? The massive ordnance penetrator. No, 200 feet in theory might not be enough. So the idea was that you would drop repeated of these bombs on the same location. And the way it penetrates is just kinetic energy, from my understanding. They get dropped by the plane. They're incredibly heavy, 15 tons, and I guess they're made of a certain material, which I assume has a certain degree of hardness or something. And they just, the force of the thing coming down, being dropped from the sky and landing, penetrates into the ground before exploding. This bomb is better known as a bunker buster. The Washington Post says, if the U.S. enters the war, a likely focus will be degrading or destroying Tehran's underground facilities that enrich nuclear material. The task would most likely fall to a small number of Air Force strategic bombers that are capable of delivering 30,000-pound precision-guided bombs designed to destroy underground targets. The bomb, known as the GPU-57, is better known as bunker buster or the massive ordnance penetrator. Why is it the right tool for the job? It is designed for deeply buried and fortified facilities. Its design, sheer weight, and steel alloy construction allow it to burrow underground and then explode. It is the heaviest conventional weapon in the U.S. arsenal. Commanders rely on its GPS-guided precision to hit specific, well-defended targets to destroy what ordinary bombs cannot reach. There are so far no public reports of the MOP being used in combat. It has never been used in combat before, guys. It has never been used in combat. Defense officials said it's capable of penetrating up to 200 feet. But it is probably more capable now after further development over the past 2 decades, said Trevor Ball, and a former Army explosives ordnance disposal technician. Israeli fighter jets cannot carry MOPs. The B-2 stealth bomber is the only Air Force aircraft that can deploy the MOP. There are 19 operational B-2 bombers. It can fly an extraordinary distance. It's capable of mid-air refueling. In 2017, a pair of B-2s flew 34 hours to hit Islamic State camps in Libya. Which underground sites are likely targets? Says the Washington Post. Iran's most deeply buried nuclear enrichment site is Fordo, in the desert southwest of Tehran. That facility is fully underground, carved into a mountainside. UN inspectors who viewed the site noted tunnels with thick walls and blast-proof doors, with some bunkers protected by up to 300 feet of rock. Experts warn that even destroying the uranium enriching centrifuges deep underground at Fordo would not necessarily mean the end of Iran's nuclear program. There may be enrichment sites or caches of nuclear fuel that UN inspectors are unaware of. said an expert. The expert said, Richard Nephew said, even if Fordo was evaporated tomorrow, we would still have massive concerns. Iran's nuclear facilities were not irreversibly damaged in the first couple waves of Israeli attacks, says the Post. Israel appeared to have attacked near Fordo but did not hit the underground facility itself. Strikes at Natanz, Israel's other main enrichment site, destroyed several facilities and damaged the electrical system. Iran's only above-ground enrichment site, part of a larger complex at Natanz, was destroyed. Also, there's been discussion as to whether the centrifuges at Natanz underground might have been destroyed. It's not totally known. Yeah, analysts viewing satellite imagery had originally said the underground enrichment machinery at Natanz was unscathed, but the IAEA said yesterday that its analysis indicate direct impacts on the underground enrichment halls at Natanz. A uranium metal production facility in Isfahan, a military complex in Parchin, and the Iraq heavy water reactor southwest of Tehran, and the Bushehr nuclear power plant are other nuclear sites that were hit. The official with IAEA said, confirmed Isfahan was hit, but said Bushehr nuclear plant was not targeted or affected. I guess the IDF said they hit the Bushehr nuclear plant. I'm a little unclear on that. Anyways, I actually had an article yesterday which had photos of the bomb and the plane, which I can show you. Was that yesterday? I think it was. Yes. AP ran a story about the bunker busters. What to know about bunker buster bombs in Iran's Fordo nuclear facility. And here is a picture of one of those bunker buster bombs. If I can fit it on the screen. There it is. And they also have a picture of the B-2 bomber. There is a B-2 bomber that would carry the bunker buster. It could actually carry two of them. Boxwee says, don't show it? Does Iran not know how to use the internet? Mm-hmm. Right. As Lego Mike says, so big it doesn't fit on the screen. Simp Nasty says, I am showing all the U.S.'s cards. Glizzy says, it's crazy it can carry two of them. Hey, thanks to Dima Williams, thank you. And also, hang on a moment. Reaper. Yes, there is a third aircraft carrier reportedly moving to the region, which was supposed to go there anyway, but I guess it's going to specifically maybe be... There's going to now be 3 in the region. according to the report I saw. Where is it? Yes. Zachary Cohen of CNN said the USS Ford carrier strike group is expected to be deployed to Europe next week, near to the Middle East, so not to the Middle East, but near the Middle East, putting a third carrier in close proximity to the conflict. It said the Ford will likely move into the eastern Mediterranean Sea, which is very close to Israel, actually. So, anyways, third aircraft carrier. Missile alert! Breaking news, missile alert. Breaking news, the IDF has identified missiles. There are missiles on the way right now. There are missiles on the way right now into Israel. Iranian missiles incoming now to Israel. Breaking news, there has just been an alert. We have an alert. I'm going to put the headline on the screen. These are the cameras I have right now. I don't know that I have another camera I can throw up there at the moment. There's no Haifa cam. I got the Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. That's what I have. Fewer cameras available today, I've noticed, for me at least, from the news agencies. But Haifa got shut off by the government. All right, so new missile alert. New missile alert. New missile alert. Missiles are incoming. Oh, I'm going to put this down here because we don't want it to block out the sky. And if I need to turn it off, I will. So that's the sky in Tel Aviv you're looking at. The camera is pointed towards the sky. That's why you're not seeing much at the bottom. I have not seen any of the immediate alerts pop up on SOFAR app. Has Homefront Command sent anything? It's weird. I don't see a message from Homefront Command. Homefront Command has not posted on Telegram that I see, which is odd. Oh no, they post? Oh, they did post. Homefront Command has posted, yes. Tel Aviv is part of the area. There's a bunch. Sharon, they list a bunch of areas. I don't know where the rockets are going to go. But the Tel Aviv area is one of the initial warned areas, but I don't know where the rockets are going to go, where the missiles are going to go. But I see the Homefront Command announcement. It's a pre-alert. In the next few minutes, alerts are expected to be received in your area. There's a bunch of different areas. So again, missiles incoming. Missiles incoming. They are incoming. I saw a report claiming interceptors were launched by Daphne Lael, but I haven't seen anything yet. I'm checking for reports. We didn't see anything on our cameras. There were not even sirens in Tel Aviv. Oh, I just saw it. Hold on. I mean, Tel Aviv, in theory, might get, if they actually show up here, I believe it's in the warned area. One of our viewers said he saw 2 from Cyprus. 2 interceptors. what it's worth, I haven't heard or seen anything yet on our cameras. I have another Jerusalem camera if we need it. Are we going to hear sirens or not? Maybe it was just a small attack and it's been repelled already. I don't know. I have no idea. Oh, hold on. I heard something. I heard a beeping. I don't know what that means. Also, I have to reopen the YouTube chat because it went blank. It stopped on me. So hang on a moment. Let me do that. I see nothing on our cameras. I'm looking at 3 different cameras. Jerusalem. Did you guys see an interceptor in Jerusalem? Maybe somebody saw an interceptor. Oh, some people saw an interceptor in Jerusalem, I think. I missed it. I'm making it bigger for you. Some people said they saw interceptors on the Jerusalem camp. I can replay it, but I missed it when it happened. Homefront Command now says, missile alert. The alerts are coming in now. Alerts are up. They are in the Tel Aviv area, I think. Some are in Tel Aviv area. We might hear sirens soon in Tel Aviv. Missile alerts now. Here we go, sirens. Sirens. Sirens now. Tel Aviv. Sirens. I might take Jerusalem off and just leave me up. North and south of Tel Aviv and Tel Aviv area. Something coming. I see a light in the sky. Maybe right there. I just saw something in the sky. I just saw something. I saw a faint light up there. I see another light. I see a light right there. Look at this. Something's coming. Look at that. I think it's zoomed. The camera zoomed in maybe. Interceptor or missile? Maybe an interception. Maybe an interception. I still see a light. Is it one missile? It's that one light. They're still showing a light. It looks, maybe an intercept. We might have just saw an interception right there. We might have just seen an interception right in front of us. We might have seen several intercepts right in front of us. The camera's going wide again. I didn't see. Hold on. Eddie C thought it was a very high interception. Anything else? Maybe a small... Well, I don't know if there were any other missiles other parts of the country. It did not seem like this was a big wave here in Tel Aviv. Are there more alerts? I'm seeing some maybe Jerusalem alerts. Are there Jerusalem alerts right now? Are there more alerts for Jerusalem right now? Some more alerts in Jerusalem? Hold on. Let's keep an eye over there. There's Jerusalem. No, those went. There were briefly alerts in Jerusalem on the map, and then they went away. So I guess I saw them briefly, and now they're not there anymore. So as of right now, I'm not seeing anything. The Jerusalem ones popped up and went away. There's a dog barking. Hang on a moment. May have been a pretty small wave. Let me see if there's any reporting on what just happened. One moment, please. It looked like there were interceptions. That's true. I don't have a number launched yet. Hillel Bitten Rosen, Israeli reporter Hillel Bitten Rosen says he believes there were 2 missiles launched. Again, Hillel Bitten Rosen, Israeli reporter, says apparently 2 launches into U.S. territory. Not U.S., into Israeli territory. Now, maybe that will be adjusted, but it doesn't seem like it was a big wave. Hold on a moment here. Hold on a moment. Breaking news from the Wall Street Journal. The Wall Street Journal says President Trump told senior aides late Tuesday that he approved of attack plans for Iran, but was holding off on giving the final order to see if Tehran will abandon its nuclear program. Breaking news. Faytux is quick. I was just going to post it, and Faytux already had it. So I'll repost Faytux. Again, the Wall Street Journal is reporting. I'm going to read this again. President Trump told senior aides late Tuesday that he approved of attack plans for Iran, but was holding off on giving the final order to see if Tehran will abandon its nuclear program. According to 3 people familiar with the deliberations. How about that? There's a little news for you. That was just reported by the Wall Street Journal. They have just reported that. Alex Ward reports that Trump is hoping that threatening to join, he's with the Wall Street Journal, Trump is hoping that threatening to join Israel's strikes on Iran will compel Tehran to meet his demands. It's not clear what he's going to do. Again, it looks like there was a it looks like there was a smaller wave in the last missile wave. No, the MDA says in Israel, the MDA says no reports of injuries or missile falls from the last alerts, missile alerts. No reports of injuries, no reports of missile falls. Okay? N12 News says they estimate, one of their reporters estimate about 5 launches, about 5 missiles estimated in the latest batch. Around 5 missiles. No injuries, no hits reported. Meanwhile, the Wall Street Journal is saying that President Trump has privately approved attack plans for Iran, but has withheld the final order to see if Tehran will abandon its nuclear program. Some people want me to replay what just happened on the Tel Aviv cam. I can if you want. I just have to load it up here. Some people say no. The people are mixed. It doesn't take that long. Some people say nothing happened. Well, I got a Bethlehem camera too. Okay, that's nice. Such arguments over replaying in the chat. Hang on. Trying to pull up the replay here. Do I even have it here? Yes, I have the replay. I'm going to replay this because people wanted to see the replay. I don't think that much happened. Uh-oh. But we'll play it anyway, because people want to see it. Some people want to see it. Some people really don't want to see it. But I'm going to play it. Okay. Replay. This is moments ago. This is not live. Get ready to laugh in the chat, because when I play it and I put up the moments ago sign, there's going to be people in the chat who say, is this live? And it's going to be so funny and everybody's going to laugh. Like maybe we saw an interception, right? Right there. Was that an interception? Seen a couple of interceptions right there. Now we're back live. That's live now. Let me say a couple thank yous. Hey, thanks to Big Dog 69 for your support. Thank you. Matthew Cox, thank you. Alex Scott. Dixie. Dixie, man, you got to change your screen name, Dixie. You really got to change your screen name, or I'm going to keep timing you out. Better You Than Me. Thanks for your support. Nightshade FM. Slim Jim. Alan J. Mackey. Mitchell Pilot. Mitchell Pilot thinks every time a report comes that that the U.S. will strike, another comes out saying he wants diplomacy. Thanks, P. Diddy. Ben. Thanks, Ben. Chad, BK. Alan J. Mackey. Alan is wondering if these are a different kind of bigger missile. That I don't know. Thank you, Giovanni Cole. I really appreciate it. Thanks for your note, and thanks, Giovanni Cole. Sefter 454, thank you. Missy, Show Intel, ASI, Newborn. Did the Situation Room meeting start? President Trump said he's going to have another meeting in the Situation Room today. Evan Guthrie, thank you. Juice K. Al-Shami, who says the pre-siren phone alerts are 10 minutes before sirens. Thank you, Mary Eyes Puru, Susu, DJ Burrell. Thanks, Al-Shami, for the heads up about the pre-phone alert. Pre-sirens phone alert. Thank you, Reaper. Thanks also, C3 P. Wee Herman, who gave a bunch of memberships to people. Thank you. Also, DS for the memberships. Thanks so much. Jonathan Bushby, Zach Tripoli, Floppy Discus, thanks for the membership. Corey Hill, thank you, Corey Hill. Thanks to Who Shot JR and Foo WMC on Twitch. Coop the Original on Twitch. Guy from the 207. Oxytropis. Nummy Yummy 12. Jay Stubbles. Thank you. Purple People Eaters on Twitch. Thank you. Will Bola. Thanks for Twitch. On Twitch. Let me do something real quick here. I wonder if we'll have other outlets reporting stuff. Like the Wall Street Journal. Oh, I'm sorry. Faytux News just mentioned that Aaron Navarro of CBS said, which I can see, Aaron Navarro of CBS says President Trump's the Situation Room meeting has ended. The Situation Room meeting has ended. And in case you missed it, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that President Trump yesterday told senior aides he approved of attack plans for Iran, but was holding off to see if Tehran would abandon its nuclear program. And as our viewers are saying right now, yes, people can leave their protected areas in Israel. People are being told they can leave their shelters. So the missile attack event over at this point, at least this one. Thank you to Kristen Gates for your support. I really appreciate that, Kristen. Thank you. Chuck Mosca, thanks for subscribing on Facebook. Thanks, Lacey Kubik, for the Facebook stars. Thank you, Lacey, very much. Thank you, Donna Smith, for the gift membership. Thank you, Farzad Azeminia, who says, President Trump abandoned the nuclear deal with Iran during his first term, and here we are. Thank you, Walking Roscoe and Kitty Z, our members. Mr. Tiberio, thank you. Yup. Thank you for being a member. Smoop King. Janet B, thank you. Steve Keary, Earshell Hogan, thank you. Nightshade FM. Slim Jim. Barry M. Uh-oh, Barry M. Broke the rules and is getting timed out. Oh no, Barry. Why did you get timed out? Because you broke the rules. Also, thank you to... I want to thank our YouTube members. Thanks to our YouTube members. Like Roger Shoemaker, say my name. Avaland, Evelyn in Maine. Boopy Doop. Mary Ace Puru, Eddie C, Sherry S, Berry. Old as Dirt. Jane Jones, Eddie C. High Tech Life. Michael Stallman. Walking Roscoe. Psyops, 'tis what it is. Catherine Darigo. Chaos Sick. Molly Morgan, Mark Thiemann. Thanks, Big Digger, for the membership. Thanks, Shane, for being a member. Alexa Fulmer, USMC, 7985. Loca My Life. I Need Some Skooma. Mark Vreens. Roger Shoemaker. Thanks to all of our YouTube members. Great Awakening. Mike. Bogart. We're bringing you live coverage. What I was wondering is, now that the Wall Street Journal is saying that President Trump told senior officials he had approved attack plans yesterday, but said he wanted to wait to see if Iran would give up its nuclear program first, will we get reporting from other outlets about this? Reuters is reporting that European ministers will hold nuclear talks with Iran on Friday. The European initiative comes amid fears of a spiraling conflict in the Middle East after Israel launched wide-ranging military strikes on Iran last week, and Iran sent waves of missiles at Israeli targets in response. President Trump has not yet said whether the U.S. will join Israel's military campaign against Iran's nuclear program. The aim of the talks between Iran and the Europeans, according to Reuters, is to persuade the Iranian side to firmly guarantee that it will use its nuclear program solely for civilian purposes. Faytuck's News spotted another story. Faytuck's News spotted that ABC News reported that there have been intensive discussions in recent days about conducting a full evacuation of the U.S. Embassy in Israel. Again, the ABC News is reporting that there have been intensive discussions in recent days about conducting a full evacuation of the U.S. Embassy in Israel. Good spot, Faytuck's News on X. CNN Today reported that the U.S. today evacuated some embassy personnel and family members from Israel on a U.S. military aircraft. Seth Frantzman, who I follow, just mentioned that in a few hours it will be 7 days of war. Because it started on Friday morning Israel time. Well, few hours, 24 hours. I thought it was Friday morning Israel. Friday, really early Israel time. Maybe 24 hours. State news Fars media in Iran is claiming that in the last launch of missiles, they included super heavy missiles. I don't know if this is true, but that's what they're claiming over there at Fars news agency. The New York Times reports that Iran would accept Trump's offer to meet soon, says Reuters. Iran would accept U.S. President Trump's offer to meet soon, the New York Times reported on Wednesday, citing a senior Iranian official. The newspaper said Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi would accept such a meeting to discuss a ceasefire with Israel. Trump said Monday he might send his envoy Steve Witkoff or Vice President J.D. Vance to meet Iranian officials. Will there be any U.S. Iranian meetings we know about in coming days? I don't know. Mark Thiemann, our viewer, says too little too late. Squirrel Bait says I don't buy it. I didn't see this. Our viewer PW360 said he heard Jennifer Griffin on Fox say that an option would be to bomb nuclear sites and then send in special forces on the ground to check the damage and check locations to see if any enriched uranium is being stored anywhere. I don't know if there'll be any, or if they have, or if there will be any kind of operations like that. We have mentioned that a key question, in addition to everything else, is where is the enriched uranium that Iran already has? Where is it? There was a story from, I have to find it here, from Bloomberg a couple days ago. I think it was Bloomberg that said that the amount they have, it does not require a lot of space to store it. Can't find it right now. So I'm thinking we're going to keep doing the stream tonight. The stream's going to stay on. I'm going to eat at some point. Maybe I'll eat a little earlier tonight. Usually I don't wait so long before eating. It's just been so crazy news-wise on these streams that I've been waiting. But it gets to be so long. So I think if I eat sooner, then it'll be better for the second part of the stream because I won't be starving. That's the preference. What I might do right now is take 5 minutes. I'm going to take 5 minutes. Now probably what will happen is when I'll put stuff in the air fryer and then crazy stuff will happen and I won't be able to eat. But if that happens, it happens. Oh, hold on. My timing, my earbuds ran out of battery. Got to switch my earbuds anyway. But why don't we do that? So I'm going to take 5 minutes. I'm going to put some food in the air fryer. Then I'm going to come back and we'll do more coverage. And then if nothing's happening, I'll eat. And then we'll do more coverage. But yeah, I have to. I mean, I don't. If something happens in the next few minutes, I won't put. Anyways, if anything is happening during this process that's big, I will stop the process of eating and immediately return to the coverage. But let me just do that right now. Steve will be back in 5 minutes. Let's do that. All right, I'm coming back in 5 minutes. I'll see you in 5 minutes. Thanks for your patience, everybody. I am making my food. Gonna try to eat a little earlier so I'm not starving the whole stream. But we will continue our coverage, and if something happens while I eat, I will come back on the air. Let's check what's going on. Let's thank our moderators here, too. Janet B. Beth Ski, our moderators over there on YouTube. Thank you so much for moderating there. I really appreciate it. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. I know One Way Street has been moderating for us, I think, as well. Thank you. Also, our Twitch moderators, thank you. Bashing Girl, DeBears, LB Prairie Dawn, Mark NC, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. And on Facebook, K. Lowry Body, Charlotte Webb, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, thank you. Thanks Robert Rial II for the stars and for subscribing on Facebook. Also, shout out to couple thank yous I owe. I'm behind. FlipX, Ricky W. from Nashua, New Hampshire, thank you. Thanks Sven Shaper for the gift membership, and Donna Smith as well. Thanks Julie S., Jonathan Busby, Michael McCann, Clover Finder, Tom Witcher, Christian Thornton, Matthew Jaffe. Matthew thinks it kicked off around 8:30 last Thursday Eastern time is when. I'd have to look up when it all kicked off. Yeah, it was early Friday morning Israel time last week. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot, Leal Dahan. I'll say Souk, even though I'm timing you out for breaking the rules. Zen21 Tau, Jaybird, Matthew Gildenzoff, Zombie Rage, Jesse James, Mark XR, Tornado Freaks. Sorry, I'm so fine on thanking people. Miss Debbie, Mike, Kitty Z, Walking Roscoe. I think I'm caught up. Yes. And also Smithwood for your support on Twitch. Incorrect 20. Jim Iconius, Numi, Yumi, thank you. I need about 20 seconds. Give me 20 seconds. I'm coming right back in 20 seconds. Thank you. Did I get this article? After I eat, we're going to be talking a lot more about all of this. Oh, U.S. starts evacuating some diplomats. I wanted to talk about this. See this right here? U.S. starts evacuating some diplomats from its embassy in Israel as Iran conflict intensifies. Diplomats, not just family members. Hold on here. The State Department has begun evacuating non-essential diplomats and their families from the U.S. Embassy in Israel. as hostilities intensify between Israel and Iran, and President Trump warns of the possibility of getting directly involved. A government plane, AP says, a government plane evacuated a number of diplomats and family members who had asked to leave the country Wednesday, 2 U.S. officials said. This came shortly before Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee announced on X that the embassy was making plans for evacuation flights and ships for private citizens. There was no indication of how many diplomats and family members departed on the flight or how many have left by land routes to Jordan or Egypt. The evacuations, comments from the White House, and shifting of American military aircraft and warships into the air into and around the Middle East have heightened the possibility of deepening U.S. involvement in a conflict that threatens to spill into a wider regional war. Eleanor says, how long do you think this war might be going on? I have absolutely no idea. It's a great question. I don't know. In case you missed it, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that President Trump yesterday told senior aides that he approved of attack plans for Iran, but he is holding off to see if Tehran will abandon its nuclear program. Yeah, I gotta take another about 20, I need about 20 seconds here. I'm cooking my food right now, so I can eat and not be starving for the second half of the stream. Hang on one moment. Oh my gosh. You're not going to believe this, guys. Look what I got for you. Guess what I have for you? Guess what I have for you? I got a little treat for you. You're not going to know what this is until I put it on the screen, even after I put it on the screen. I know you can't even see what this is. It's hard to see. What do I have to do? Oh, I see what's going on here. You know what? I got to redo this. I got to redo it. It's Haifa. I have the Haifa live shot. The Haifa shot is back on Reuters. They somehow have the Haifa shot back. It's not, no, I don't have Iran camera. Everybody's going to be disappointed. No, I don't have a camera from Iran, but I have a shot from Haifa. People have been asking for the Haifa shot. So what I need to do is, just came back. So what I need to do is, give me a second here, let me figure this out. It's a delicate operation here. That's Haifa. I know the camera's pointed up, so it's hard to see. But I'm telling you, it is Haifa. I got to put the border around it. Can you believe it? It's back. The Haifa shot is back. How about that? Crazy. Had no idea what's coming. All right, what I gotta do? Hold on. I gotta do it this way. That's it. It's there. A couple days ago, Reuters said we're not allowed to show it. I guess the government's allowing them to show it again. This is the first I've seen it in 2 days. That's great. Okay. Oh, and I think I'm going to put there's too many cameras. There's a Modine cam too. I'll leave Jerusalem up. Anyways, we got these cams up right now. I gotta eat in a second anyway, but I'm glad we have these cameras. Enigmatic thinks the Haifa camera is back up because they don't think Iran is a threat in the same way as it was before. They took the Haifa cam down when there was a strike in Haifa at a refinery. That's when they took it down. But now they got it back up. Oh, I should put this higher. There's no need to have this down there. I can have this up here now. If there's a rocket attack, we'll make things lower. This can go up. This can go up here too. I'll leave it right there. Don't need to block the buildings. I'm just about to eat. All right, so what's going to happen now is my food is ready. So I'm going to go eat my food. I'm going to leave the cams on. And did I thank all the moderators? Hopefully I thanked all the moderators. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, right? I thanked them. Did I thank our Twitch mods? Sometimes I get distracted and forget to thank people. Surly Dev, Sarah, Matthew Kohai 3, Mark, HNC. LB Prairie Dawn, DeBear's Bastion Girl. Okay, hopefully I think that's everybody. In addition to the others I already thanked. So I'm going to go eat right now. I will be watching, keeping an eye on the streams and keeping an eye on the news. If there's big news, I'll stop eating immediately and come back in. Otherwise, I will come back in after I eat. And the good news is then I'll have eaten, so I won't be starving, and I will have energy to do the second half of the stream. So I appreciate you guys watching. More stream coming up, and again, if there's a rocket alert or a missile alert or something, I'll just come back in here. So hang out for a bit, and I will come back after I eat. I'm going to put the message up on the screen saying I am eating. All right, I'll see you in a little bit. Thank you for your patience. I am done eating. How about that? We're back. I'm going to put my earbuds on. Hopefully. All right, so I've eaten, which is good. I'm going to move the Haifa feed down so it's not there. I actually might put a different well, leave it like this. I might put a different Tel Aviv. Well, I'm going to leave everything like this. That's the Tel Aviv cam. That's the better one. We'll leave it like that. Okay. Uh-oh. I think they switched the Tel Aviv cam to a different thing. Give me a moment here. Oh, there we go. They left it up. ABC News had an update I want to mention. There's a new report. You might have seen it on my X account. I found Instant News Alert, who I follow, mentioned it. That's how I found it. So ABC News has a new report that says, why is it so loud? Oh. ABC News has a new report that says that, if I can look it up on my own here so I can see it, President Trump is getting comfortable with the idea of strikes on Iran's nuclear facility. That is a new report from ABC News. They say President Trump is getting comfortable with the idea of taking out Iran's Fordo nuclear facility, a source familiar with the intelligence told ABC News. It would not be just one strike on the facility, it would be several, the source said. Well, that's been, I believe, anticipated because you would need multiple bunker busters to take out the facility in theory. There is now a movement to get ready for this, the source said. There is now a movement to get ready for this. We might do a poll. That report comes after the Wall Street Journal reported earlier today that President Trump yesterday told senior aides he approved of attack plans for Iran but was holding off to see if Iran would abandon its nuclear program. So we'll see if any other reports come out tonight. Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll, which is, will the U.S. bomb Fordo nuclear plant? That's what it is. Nuclear facility. Yes or no question. Okay, so let's see what you guys said. By the way, thanks to, let me just say a couple thank yous first. Thanks to New Next Wow, our new member. Thank you, New Next Wow. I appreciate that. Thanks also to Cool Bro, to Chris K, to PA Outdoors, Christopher Anderson, thank you, Bradley Moore, Aaron Stevens, Soji Zero, Jonathan Bushby, Sven Shaper, thank you Sven for the memberships, Just Cars from Sweden, Jean-Paul Lachance, thank you Jean-Paul for the gift memberships, that's very nice of you. Also Unlimited Freedom, but Unlimited Freedom broke, unfortunately, the rules, so they're getting timed out. It's too bad. As MSEM, Rulipos Pulse from Denmark, thank you. Kerry Poteet, Jonathan Bushby, Lidwine Elizabeth, she's wondering if things could get dangerous in Europe from all this. I have no idea. I don't know. I mean, it would certainly things would have, the conflict would have to expand, but I don't know. Could Iran, for example, attack targets in Europe? I have no idea. I have not seen reports that the Netherlands is threatened, but I have no idea. Thank you, sites. I hope not. Thank you, sites. Where a missile is landing and being launched towards. So, a good site that I use for Israel alerts, which I mentioned and I show on the broadcast, is called So Far Alerts. It's a website and it's an alert and it's an app. And it's TZOFAR, so far, TZOFAR. And they have an app and they have a website. And it works for the rocket alerts and the missile alerts. And they're nice enough to let me show their app and their site on the air. So, if you're looking for one, I would check out So Far Alert. So Far Red Alert. Did the poll not get posted? Oh, there's no poll. The poll never got posted. Well, I'll post it right now. I don't know why it didn't get posted. The poll just got posted now. Okay, sorry. I got distracted. It ended, I think. Oh, it's still going on Twitch. I just posted it right now. Anyways, thanks to Vanish Parish. I've heard Vanish Parish, I've heard nothing to suggest that any Israeli leader is anything but fine, health-wise tonight. Thanks, Vanish Parish. Thank you, FlipX. Thank you, Ricky W. Oh, I thanked Ricky already. Okay, let's talk about the poll. Our poll is, how long do I have the Twitch polls set for now? I think I have them set for too long. Seems like it's set for a long time on Twitch. I'll have to deal with that later. Over on YouTube, here is the poll result. Well, so far. Will the U.S. bomb Fordo nuclear facility? 71% say yes on YouTube. On Facebook, it is 78% yes. And the poll is over on Twitch. All right, then it's normal time on Twitch. Look at this. I guess Twitch isn't based anymore. It's the same as YouTube. 72% yes. Oh, I'm disappeared. Sorry. I didn't realize I had disappeared. Oops. See the Twitch one. Now the Twitch just disappeared. The poll just disappears on Twitch. Just goes away. I don't know why it just goes away. We'll leave it up for a couple minutes longer on Facebook. On YouTube, I'm sorry. Thanks for voting in our poll. Again, ABC News is reporting that President Trump is getting comfortable with the idea of strikes on Iran's Fordo nuclear facility. The source that tells ABC News says there is now a movement to get ready for this. It would not just be one strike on the facility, it would be several. Oh, Phaetux found another report from Axios. Phaetux News found it. Trump has asked his military advisors whether its massive bunker busters would destroy Fordo. Pentagon officials told him they're confident it would. But it's not clear Trump was totally convinced. That's from Axios. I just reposted the link from Phaetux. Actually, I'm going to post in the chat. Oops. We got to get that done. We're ending the poll on YouTube. So what I got to do is for sorry, I want to do it this way. I want to remind people they can go to my X account and see some updates and some, maybe if there's videos and pictures I can't show here. Throw them over there. I want to pin that. Did it even post, or did it just post on YouTube? It's weird. Okay. Marie Goodson Hamilton, thanks for subscribing on Facebook. Sorry, I'm just checking around to see on updates. Just kind of checking around here to see what's out there floating around. Home front, there's a drone alert. A drone alert. These have been pretty common the last few days. In northern Israel, a drone alert. Again, the IDF says around 1,000 drones have been fired at Israel since the start of this, and less than 200 have made Israeli territory, and none have landed inside Israel. That's the so far red alert, drone alert. So we'll let you know what happens. My guess is they'll get shot down based on previous occurrences. Axios has some new reporting tonight on what it says the situation is. As we said, the headline on Axios right now is Trump presses aides on whether bunker buster plan to bomb Iran will work. Axios reports that one reason Trump hasn't moved forward yet is he has doubts about the certainty of success. Remember, Israel can't destroy it, by bombing it. Only the U.S. has powerful enough bunker buster bombs and the planes to carry them to destroy it. Yeah, there's some again, same place, drone alerts in northeast Israel, or north central Israel. They say Trump is not totally, it's not clear yet that Trump is convinced it will work in destroying Fordo. And as we've said before, these kind of bunker buster bombs, these MOPs, massive ordnance penetrators, have never been used in battle. Axios says Israeli officials believe that Trump will decide to do a U.S. strike. This article and some other articles I've read, have said that in theory Israel could also do a commando raid to destroy it, sending people into Iran. Shark Bite says tested in Nevada. The article said it's been tested. I don't know the specifics on the testing. No, again, multiple articles have said that this particular bunker buster bomb has never been used in battle. By the way, Phil Stewart from Reuters reported that President Putin was asked today, he was doing a public appearance, he was asked if Russia was ready to provide Iran with modern weapons to defend itself against Israeli strikes. And he said a strategic partnership treaty signed with Tehran in January did not envisage military cooperation. Make of that what you will. I didn't hear his whole answer, but Phil Stewart says he said that. AP says when Putin was asked how Russia would react if Israel kills Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Putin refused to answer, saying, "I don't even want to discuss such a possibility." Hang on a moment here. Faye Tuck's News mentioned that Reuters has a new article. Good catch, Faye Tuck's. U.S. moves some military assets in Middle East vulnerable to Iranian attack, officials say. This is from Reuters. The U.S. military has moved some aircraft and ships from bases in the Middle East that may be vulnerable to any potential Iranian attack, 2 U.S. officials said. They said the move was a part of planning to protect U.S. forces. They declined to say how many aircrafts or ships had been moved and where they would be going. One of the officials said U.S. naval vessels had been moved from a port in Bahrain, where the military's Fifth Fleet is located, while aircraft that were not in hardened shelters had been moved from Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. Thank you, R. Lee, who thinks Trump may be waiting on the people of Iran to rise. Well, I haven't seen any kind of reporting that suggests that is happening anytime soon. That is a well-entrenched state there. So certainly I'm guessing there are a lot of people there who might like to see a regime change. At the same time, there's a lot of people in Iran who probably are very invested with that regime, whose livelihood maybe depends on the regime. So nothing I've seen suggests that is something that's happening in the immediate future. But I'll let you know if I hear something different. And there's certainly discussion that perhaps that's an unstated goal for Israel. There's discussion of that. So thank you, R. Lee, for bringing it up. I appreciate it, R. Lee, and thanks for your support, R. Lee. Thank you, Christian, for your support. Thank you to, there's a name, it looks like Whiskey. Okay, Whiskey, thank you. Robert Curtis, thank you. Kenny Yaki. Captain Jerry Donnelly, who says, let's lend a B-2 to Israel. Thank you, Stephen Innocencio. That's so kind of you, Stephen. Stephen Innocencio, thank you. Very generous of you. Thank you, Tyler Becker. Hold on. This person has to be hidden. That person just got hidden. Thank you, Sarah SD. Robert R. Fingolfin from Turkey. Thank you. Jean Paul, a chance for the memberships. Thank you, Jean Paul. Wan Tan 8888. Thank you, Wantan. Also, Robert Cameron. Thank you, Robert Cameron. I wanted to talk about, we had something I wanted to talk about before, and I didn't get a chance before I ate. So I think I'm going to talk about that. Reuters said Russian President Putin said this today, among other things, on helping Iran with weapons. He said, "We once offered our Iranian friends work in the field of air defense systems, but our partners didn't show much interest then, and that's it." As for the agreement you mentioned about the strategic partnership between Iran and Russia, there are no articles related to the defense sphere. And thirdly, our Iranian friends don't even ask us to do this. So there's practically nothing to discuss. He's saying basically they're not sending weapons to Iran. That's what he's saying. You can see here, Putin says he does not want to discuss the possible Israeli-U.S. killing of Iran's supreme leader. That's from Reuters. Putin claimed today that Iran's underground uranium enrichment facilities were still intact. He said these underground factories, they exist. Nothing has happened to them, he said. There has been some discussion of whether the underground facilities, underground centrifuges at Natanz have been damaged. What is this? Hey, this is very interesting. Very interesting report. New interesting report. You ready, guys? I hadn't heard something like this before. Burgess Everett of Politico says that according to Shelby Talcott, who is with Semaphore, so it's a report from Shelby Talcott from Semaphore, and she reposted this. Here's the report. You ready? One Pentagon official told Semaphore there was no indication bombing action was close as of today, pointing to low U.S. critical munitions reserves as a significant, even primary concern that could deter a quick strike in the end. What? I'm so confused. There's low U.S. critical munitions reserves? One of our viewers, Yep, said, who is leaking? I'm going to read that again. Shelby Talcott reports, one Pentagon official told Semaphore there was no indication bombing action was close as of Wednesday, pointing to low U.S. critical munitions reserves as a significant, even primary concern that could deter a quick strike in the end. I mean, which low U.S. critical munitions? It's not. I mean, the U.S. has been supplying different countries, but the U.S. hasn't been fighting a war. And some people are saying Ukraine. Well, the U.S. sends weapons to Israel too. Are they talking about, like, some people I think in the chat are saying, like, air defense missiles to, like, protect U.S. bases or something like that? You know, like interceptors or something to protect U.S. bases? I don't know if this is true. It's the first I've heard of something like that. The first I've heard of something about that, like that. Some of our viewers think it's just not true. What I can say, though, is clearly tonight there are different people talking to the press. A bunch of different outlets have different reporting, and it's all based on talking to different officials. So clearly some people have started talking to the press. Oh, the Air Force intercepted a drone in Israel. Regarding the last drone alert, the Air Force intercepted a drone. The drone intrusion alert has ended, by the way. The drone alert is over. Just to let you know. N12 News is reporting that in the previous missile barrage by Iran, which was about 5 missiles, I think, N12 News reports that the interceptions were done by American batteries. Iran has extended the closing of the country's airspace until 2 p.m. today. They extended it another day. I believe it's been closed since last week. The country's airspace. Let's talk about this thing I wanted to talk about before. Where is it here? The Washington Post has an article. These 3 nuclear sites are the focus of Israel's attacks. So I want to mention a little of this. They say preventing Iran from developing nuclear weapons has been the primary goal of U.S. and Israeli policy toward Iran for decades. The Iranian nuclear program has existed in some form since the 1950s, when Iran was ruled by a U.S.-backed monarchy and Washington supported the development of an Iranian civil nuclear sector. After the Islamic Revolution in 1979, the newly formed Islamic Republic of Iran turned towards Russia and China to build its nuclear capabilities. During the late 1990s and early 2000s, Iran openly pushed nuclear weapons research but declared it would halt its nuclear weapons program in 2003. Since then, Iran's civilian nuclear program has continued, although it was limited by the Iran deal signed between Iran and Obama in 2015. And then it went until 2018 when President Trump withdrew from it. Iran claims it is interested in developing nuclear reactors only for civilian energy use, but analysts in Western governments have long contended that Tehran is intent on obtaining nuclear weapons. And we know that Israel has started attacking Iranian nuclear sites on Friday. Now, what is it said about Fordo here? Iran's so there's Natanz and then there's Fordo. Fordo is ostensibly designed to produce uranium enriched to 20% purity, but IAEA inspectors found samples of uranium enriched to 83.7% purity in the facility in March 2023. A former Iranian missile base about 100 miles south of Tehran near the city of Qom, Fordo is dug into a mountainside hundreds of feet below ground. Although it has fewer centrifuges than Natanz, The facility's subterranean design renders it far less vulnerable to airstrikes. Israel launched airstrikes in the vicinity of Fordo hours after it hit Natanz, but said Iran, but no IAEA has not detected signs of damage at Fordo. Oh, there's some sort of a drone alert. There's another drone alert, by the way. Roughly a similar location, another drone alert, just so you know. Is this West Bank? Yep. The Post says that analysts say Fordo could be destroyed by multiple GBU-57AB massive ordnance penetrator bombs known as bunker busters, which use massive force to destroy targets deep underground. Israel has neither the bombs nor the planes needed to lift the heavy explosives. The U.S. possesses both. If the U.S. enters the conflict, analysts say it would probably be to target Fordo. Oh, fear of nuclear hazards. This article from the Washington Post also talks about this. Fear of nuclear hazards. The greatest risk of nuclear fallout, radioactive particles released into the atmosphere, would come in an attack on one of Iran's nuclear reactors. Still, nuclear experts say that attacks on Iran's buried enrichment facilities or on stored highly enriched uranium pose little broader radiation risk because of the nature of the material itself and the likelihood it would not travel far. More immediately concerning is the possible release of toxic chemicals that can form if and when uranium material comes into contact with water in the form of humidity in the air. That leads to the formation of an extremely hazardous gas. However, Edwin Lyman with the Union of Concerned Scientists said, talk about these facilities becoming dirty bombs and that sort of thing. It's not supported by science, but the chemical hazards are very real. The Times says the Post says the greatest risk of strikes would be to workers in the vicinity of the facility. Both Fordo and Natanz are fairly far from populated areas, and gas would dissipate within a few kilometers of the site. Still a couple drone alerts in the West Bank. Roger Shoemaker says, seems like a drone night to me. RT Steak says, why bother sending them? The drones. Maybe they're cheaper than the interceptors. Our viewer XCD says if you search U.S. running low on munitions, you will see pages of articles going back quite a while. Hey, thanks XCD. Thanks to Maina Salon. Maina Salon thinks that the sources in these various stories who are not willing to be named are not reliable. Thanks, Pazienza. Thank you to Bass 300. And Bruce Kaiser. Bass 300 thinks we've given a lot of munitions away and used a lot up intercepting in the Red Sea and elsewhere. Bruce Kaiser thinks the U.S. military is ready. Thank you, Azurfire. Azurfire, thank you. Also, Turnt Off and Free Skier Dude. Thanks, Dave Hoffner. Did I say Bruce Kaiser? Kathy 111 and Look Away. And Home Sliced Videos. Also, the bully guy on Twitch, the Bears on Twitch. Jay Drabble and Jay Stubbles on Twitch. Michael Toshi on Twitch. Thank you. Gerald Shorts thinks they're waiting for the Nimitz to arrive. CBS has the same report as Wall Street Journal. CBS is echoing the Wall Street Journal report. Maybe the same person talked to both of them. CBS is now reporting President Trump approved attack plans on Iran Tuesday night, but did not make a final decision on whether to strike the country and formally join the air campaign. He held off in case Tehran agrees to abandon its nuclear program. It's the same story as the Wall Street Journal. For all I know, it's the same person talking to both places. Maybe the Trump administration wants this out there. Maybe it's something who's going to the press with Trump's permission. Maybe the administration feels like it'll make it look like if he does do this, he didn't rush into it. No, he didn't say today that he had approved attack plans. He did not say that himself on publicly. At a certain point, it looks like the same person from the administration, whoever it is. Could be him for all you know. But the same person has gone to multiple outlets and is saying the same thing. And it just seems to me that maybe that's somebody who that's intentional. The light is the moon on the screen. It is the moon. Sherry94 says, for some reason, I don't buy that the U.S. is low on ammunition. In case you didn't hear it, there's a near total blackout of the internet today in Iran. Iran's communication ministry said today in a statement carried by a state media that the limits imposed were due to Israel's quote, abuse of the country's communication network for military purposes. They claim that Israel was using the internet for military purposes, I guess for their own military purposes. I don't really know if that's the real reason they shut off the internet. Here again is that post from NetBlocks. Live network data show Iran is now in the midst of a near total internet blackout, a near total national internet blackout that follows a series of earlier partial disruptions and comes amid escalating military tensions with Israel after days of back and forth missile strikes. A number of our viewers are saying that a bunch of the live streams they were watching in Iran are not working anymore. My guess is because of this. Some of our viewers say Starlink should be available. Is it available in Iran? Oh, yes, some people mentioned Elon Musk. I should mention that as well. Elon Musk said on Saturday he turned on Starlink for Iranians. He said the beams are on. That lets you get internet by pointing a small dish thingy towards the sky, towards the satellites. There it is. I don't know how many people are using Starlink in Iran, by the way, or have Starlink there. I don't know. The Israeli Air Force says they have intercepted another drone from Iran. That was after the latest drone alert. What is going to happen, guys? What's going to happen? Aaron BS thinks nothing's going to happen tonight. That's what Aaron thinks. Hey, thanks to a quick thanks to hold on. India comparison, CIA contact, Josie, Florida, Seville, Danielle C. Thrill, Jenna T. Thrill and Jenna T, thank you. The Wall Street Journal reports that Israel is taking out some missiles before they even launch. Oh, I think the military has talked about this, the Israeli military sometimes. The Wall Street Journal talked to an expert who claimed that Iran's plan was to overwhelm Israeli air defenses by firing around 400 missiles a day. But that plan was destroyed when Israel defeated Iran's air defense systems. Also, this article, like others I've seen, says that Iran started the current conflict with around 2,000 ballistic missiles capable of reaching Israel. And it has fired 400 of those so far, according to Israeli military estimates. Some analysts think that Iran might be holding back missiles in case the war expands. That's interesting. Since we've been on the air, there's been one missile wave before we came on, which was quite small, and another one after we came on, probably an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, and that was supposedly around 5 missiles, both small. One of our viewers said some people can use Starlink direct to cell. Well, you can use that, I know, for texting. I don't know if you can use that for the web yet. I'm not sure. What I'm going to do, I'm going to grab a little more water in my water bottle. I need a minute. Give me a minute. I'm going to come right back. Hang on. Open. That's not what I want to do. There. I want to do this one. There. That one. That's what I want to do. All right. Hey, I'm just filling up my water bottle. Give me 1 minute. Hold on. Will there be any more? Will there be any more rocket? I don't even know if there'll be any more missile alerts tonight. I have no idea. It's been quiet. I don't even know how many missiles Iran has left. One of our viewers, RWD channel, says, has Iran run low on missiles? There's a lot of discussion about that, whether they have. I'm not even, the other thing is, I don't know if we're not hearing, we haven't even been hearing about many Israeli strikes while we've been on the air, but I don't know if that has to do with the fact that the internet is down mostly. From what we hear, the internet is basically down in Iran. So we haven't heard much the last, I mean, the news has been a bunch more about Trump. Gina Lefty thinks they have over 100,000 missiles stockpiled? Seems like a lot. I mean, I don't know, but the articles and the analysis I've seen have all said like 2,000 to 3,000 they had before it started. Now, but maybe some others, underground. I don't know if they could take them out. If they're underground, I don't know that they could take them out anyway. I don't know if that Israel would see this and just bomb them. One of our viewers says maybe they have missiles but not launchers. We should probably mention the whole Tucker Carlson thing. And Ted Cruz. Oops. Oh, there's a little video about it. We can play the video first. Tucker Carlson clashes with U.S. Senator Ted Cruz over Iran. I'm going to play this video first, then we'll talk about the article. Trump faces uproar from MAGA base over possible Iran strike. All right. Yeah, we should discuss this for a second. Now, here is this video clip from the article.
How many people live in Iran, by the way?
From Tucker Carlson Network. Hold on. Then we'll talk about it in the article. Oopsie. Tucker Carlson clashes with U.S. Senator Ted Cruz over Iran. You don't know anything about the country.
people live in Iran, by the way? I don't know the population. At all? No, I don't know the population. You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
Hold on a second. Let me just do this. I think the video is a little... I got to refresh something here. Let me refresh something here. Let's try this again. Let's try this again.
How many people live in Iran, by the way? I don't know the population. At all? No, I don't know the population. You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple? How many people live in Iran? 92 million. Okay. Yeah, how could you not know that? I don't sit around memorizing population tables. Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government. I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who
don't know anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the
I'm
one
not saying that.
who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad.
You don't believe they're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe
we're
that...
carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
We're showing that as an illustration of this. As an illustration of this. Hold on. This. Trump faces uproar from MAGA base over possible Iran strike. As you can see, there is some disagreement there among Republicans. Reuters says the prospect of a U.S. strike against Iran has exposed divisions in the coalition of supporters that brought President Trump to power, with some of his base urging him to not get the country involved in a new Middle East war. Some of Trump's most prominent Republican allies, including top Lieutenant Steve Bannon, have found themselves in the unusual position of being at odds with the president, who largely shares their isolationist tendencies. Steve Bannon today urged caution about the U.S. military joining Israel in trying to destroy Iran's nuclear program in the absence of a diplomatic deal. Bannon told reporters, "We can't do this again. We'll tear the country apart. We can't have another Iraq." Reuters says the anti-interventionist part of the Republican Party is watching with alarm as Trump has moved swiftly from seeking a peaceful diplomatic settlement with Iran to possibly having the U.S. support Israel's military campaign, including the use of a 30,000-pound bunker buster bomb. The criticism shows the opposition Trump could face from his right-leaning Make America Great Again flank should he join the fight. A decision by Trump to enter the conflict would be a sharp departure from his usual caution about foreign entanglements. It could impact his campaign to foster good relations in the Gulf and be a distraction from his efforts to negotiate an end to the war in Ukraine and make tariff deals with countries around the world. Upsetting his base could erode Trump's popularity and factor into whether Republicans hang on to control of Congress in the 2026 midterm elections, says Reuters. Mark Short, who served as Trump's legislative director during his first term, called the division over Iran within Trump's party a pretty large rift. He said he thought Trump's base would stay with him despite the differences, however. Short said standing with Israel could help Trump politically too. Traditionally, conservative voters favor standing by Israel. Other influential MAGA voices with similar messages of concern about getting involved with against Iran include Tucker Carlson and U.S. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor Greene, oh, hold on a second here. I'll show you what she said. If I can find to the right post. Here, Marjorie Taylor Greene a couple days ago said, anyone slobbering for the U.S. to become fully involved in the Israel-Iran war is not America First MAGA. We are sick and tired of foreign wars, all of them, she said. And this one will quickly engulf the Middle East, BRICS, and NATO as countries are required to take a side. She says, I don't want to see Israel bombed or Iran bombed or Gaza bombed. She says we have $36 trillion in debt and have mountains of our own problems. That was a couple days ago. The rift among Trump supporters was on full display, says Reuters, when Tucker Carlson on his streaming program clashed with Republican Senator Ted Cruz of Texas yesterday. A clip, we just showed you the clip. A clip from Carlson's interview with Cruz went viral, with Carlson strongly criticizing Cruz for seeking regime change in Iran, and Cruz expressing support for the president. So something to keep an eye on. Something to keep an eye on. Beep, beep, our viewer thinks Tucker has Israel derangement syndrome? Naomi Sims says Tucker used to be so nice and non-confrontational. Fred Flintstone thinks he is a thinks Tucker is a shock jock now. Hey, thanks by the way to Judah Libin. Thank you, Judah. I really appreciate that. Thanks so much, Judah. Thank you, Joshua Bruder. Joshua, I don't know what video you're talking about. The Orthodox video on the Iran nukes. I'm not sure what that means. I haven't seen anything that I would think meets that description. You can send it to me on X if you want. @Lookner. Thank you, Holly. There's a person, Holly, who yelled at me, "Fix your mic," and then she posted the chat, "That's it, I can't take his mic muting all the time." Is there a problem with the audio? I'd like to know if there is. I haven't seen anyone else complain about it. Of course I want you to have good audio. Anyone else having a problem with the audio? Everybody's saying no. What can I do? What can I do? Everybody says no. So it's not a problem for everybody. She yelled at me. Fix your mic, capital letters, exclamation, exclamation point. Thanks to T-Jaws. T-Jaws lives in Ramat Gan, Israel, but is in Minnesota. Thanks, T-Jaws. I really appreciate that. Thanks, Anna P. Anna, I cannot answer your question. She's wondering about if the Iran regime falls, how would that impact countries like Armenia, Turkey, and Azerbaijan? I'm not even close to having the background to be able to answer that for you. I'm sorry. But thank you, Anna P. I appreciate your support. I wish I could do better for answering that. Tuna Sakar gave 50 people memberships in the chat. That is so generous of Tuna Sakar. Make sure you thank Tuna or somebody else if they give you a gift membership or a gift subscription. Thank you. Tuna Sakar. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot, KC Roof Doctor, Longboard Ninja Master, Jam. Jam says, why is being an isolationist country looked down upon in this context? Thanks, Vanessa Lacey, Will Home, Kiara Cox, the Antique Action something figure. Thank you. I don't know about all of the missile alerts today, but there have been two. There's been one on the air and one right before we came on the air, and combined I think they had about 10 missiles total. So not many. Thank you again, Anna P. in India Comparison, and Joshua Bruder. Thanks for sending the video. I'll have to check it. And Hacksident, and Finn Golfin, and Critter Dude. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Finn Golfin mentioned this. Now, I have to imagine that there's frequently U.S. planes going into the Middle East like Israel. So this is it looks like a transport plane going from Germany, a U.S. transport plane going from Germany maybe into Israel. But I would not be surprised if planes like this went back and forth all the time to the Middle East. So I don't know. I'm pointing it out that it's there. There's this plane too. I mean, I don't even know if it's going to Israel, but it might be. So I'm not an expert on, I don't look at this enough every day to know what goes where when. So maybe it's some sort of thing relevant to what's going on right now, but maybe it's something that's more normal. I have no idea. I do not know. You can check it out on Flight Radar 24. Carl Justus thought that Tucker Carlson did a gotcha question in his interview and thought it was horrible. That's from our viewer, Carl Justus. Our viewer, Alexander Krings, thinks that the report we read earlier, which was from Shelby Talcott of Semaphore, which said that a Pentagon official told Semaphore that there was no indication bombing action was close, pointing to low U.S. critical munitions reserves as a significant, even primary concern that could deter a quick strike in the end. Our viewer Alex thinks the critical munitions are interceptors. I don't know that that story is true, by the way, that concerns about critical munitions reserves might delay a U.S. entry into the war. It's the first I'd ever heard of it. Anyways, our viewer Alex K thinks it has to do with interceptors. The U.S. has been helping Israel shoot down missiles. And there's been a bunch of missiles fired, so maybe they've been helping them shoot down drones too, I don't know. Once again, DMs on X, when I try to read your messages, like half the time it doesn't work. Okay, it seems to be sort of working now. Sort of. Our viewer Brit says, I wonder where we would be today if President Trump had not withdrawn from the Iran nuclear agreement in 2018. Interesting question. That I cannot say. John Turpin says, what is the world to do if Iran is allowed to be nuclear? Religious fanatics should not have that kind of power. That's what our viewer John said. Shout out to our moderators, by the way. Beth Mythical is moderating. Thank you, Beth. Ruth Grafasi, thank you so much. On Twitch, we have Bastion Girl, DeBears, I Got That Fire, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Sarah, and Surly Dev, thank you. Paul Anderson, Ava Knight, Charlotte Webb on Facebook, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Also on Facebook, thanks to Aaron Van Ness and Michael Clayton for subscribing. Thanks so much. And Robert Rial II and Cindy Dennis. Thanks. And over on YouTube, shout out to DeBears for subscribing. Matthew Kohai 3, Remove Glazers Now. Also, thank you to Soul Reaper for subscribing. And Fireheart Fox. Thanks to Who Shot JR. Thanks to the Bully Guy for subscribing. Gina Pina, Devil Doc, Luddington, thank you for subscribing. Chitty, thank you for subscribing. Chitty XX. Mahjong Lady, thanks for subscribing. Remove Glazers Now on Twitch. Thank you. Joe Seals, oh my gosh. Joe says is messaging from Dollywood. Joe, that is so generous of you. Thank you, Joe Seals from Right Side. Been so generous, beyond generous. Thank you, Joe. Very kind of you. Thank you also, Chris Wilson, Jam. Hey, Dad's Gone Live. We worked with Dad's Gone Live a few days ago where he was streaming and let us purchase his stream so we could show it here. That was fun. He did a great job. Dad's Gone Live on YouTube. In the chat right now. Streams news from LA. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dodger Blue. Jam. Blake. Cam. Don Lunduke says, do we prolong same problem again in the Middle East or get it over with? Bill P. thinks Tucker is just asking the hard questions that Cruz should have been able to answer better than he did. Thank you, Nebraska Ryden. Dewey. Louise Guadiana, Captain of Chaos, who says, I don't see why it would need to turn into a major conflict if we got involved. Why not just disable their nuclear facilities and move on? You know, it's an interesting question. What would happen? Could Trump just say, we're going to only help you by bombing Fordo? But if they do that, then does Iran start attacking other targets? Or does Iran start trying to hurt the U.S. by blockading the Strait of Hormuz? So it's a good question as to what the ramifications would be if Trump said, okay, we're just going to bomb Fordo and that's it. I think it's an interesting question. But I don't know if I believe that Iran has threatened to strike U.S. interests if that happened. The other thing is, I certainly think if the U.S. were to get involved in that kind of way, it could trigger an anti-U.S. reaction among, say, some other countries in the Middle East, or at least their populations. It might be harder for Gulf states to cooperate with the U.S. in the future on things if their populations did not like that the U.S. was getting involved in this kind of way. But it's an interesting question. Thanks, Polish Taxi, who thinks Iran is saving their missiles for if the U.S. joins. Thanks, Critter Dude. Wow, it's between, there's been barely any missile activity since we've been on the air today. We're really not hearing much about strikes in Iran tonight, although I don't know how much of that is because the internet is down from what we can tell. I mean, the reporting is that there's a near total internet blackout. So, is that why we're not hearing about stuff, or Israel's been conducting a lot of strikes. Are they maybe taking a night to kind of regroup or whatever? Or is there something else going on? Maybe there's some kind of Israeli activity we don't know about. Barak Ravid reports that a U.S. official said the Israelis told the Trump administration that while they may not be able to reach deep enough into the mountain with bombs, they may do it with humans. I think the idea is because Axios is reporting that Trump is questioning whether the bunker buster plan will work. So I guess maybe Israel would say that to him on this view to let him know, well, if it doesn't work, there's a backup plan or something. Thanks, Jules, from Sunshine Coast, Queensland, Australia, I think. Am I right? Jules, 1961. Billy McFly, thank you. John Paul LeChance for the membership. So nice, John. Thank you. Shannon Lewis for the memberships. Did I thank Sharon? I meant to thank Shannon already, but thanks again, Shannon. Danone at PT Chan. Thank you. Nebraska Ryden, thank you. Dozer 242. Dozer 242 says, has any administration in history got us into a war this quickly after getting elected if we join this? Thanks, Robbie Gravino. I didn't see that quote, Robbie. Or maybe I saw it but don't remember who it was from. Yeah, Fox News reported 2 days ago, Israel's U.S. ambassador says beeper operation will seem simple compared to actions against Iran. He says you're going to see some surprises on Thursday night and Friday. Oh, he clarified on X he was describing Israel's actions in the past week. That's what he said. He said, to be clear, I said we had already pulled off a number of surprises. And when the dust settles, those surprises will become evident. It's kind of confusing. Bill Lee, thank you. Bill Lee. And Smoop King. Hold on a second here. Bence thinks it's another wait and see night. Sabrina thinks it's going to be a quiet night. It's actually, I mean, it's already 3:20 Israel time. It's only dark for a little while longer in Iran. Tehran sunrise is 4:49 a.m. So it's less than an hour until sunrise in Tehran. Oh, thanks to Manuel Cardona. Manuel, that's very kind of you. Thanks for your support, Manuel Cardona. John Wright, our viewer, thinks that any U.S. intervention would cause mass demonstrations by Iranian sympathizers in the U.S. and indeed throughout the world. That's what John from Australia thinks. Hey, CNN has the same story as CBS and Wall Street Journal. It seems pretty clear that somebody in the administration is going to all these places and giving them this story, which suggests to me that the administration wants it out there. I have a really hard time believing that somebody who knows this is going around telling this to everybody when it would get the administration mad. Here's the same story, but from CNN. CNN's slightly different. CNN is President Trump has reviewed attack plans for Iran, but is holding off to see if Iran steps back from its nuclear program. Whereas Wall Street Journal says it's basically the same, slightly different. Wall Street Journal's is President Trump has approved of an attack plan, but he's holding off to see if Iran will abandon its nuclear program. And then the version in CBS News is basically that. It's Trump approved attack plans for Iran, but hasn't made a final decision. Why? Because he wants to see if Tehran agrees to abandon its nuclear program. Now, the CBS story is citing a senior intelligence source and a Defense Department source, official. It just seems like they want this out there. I might be wrong. My thought is that the administration wants it out there, and one reason might be to make it look like if he says yes, he gave them a chance. I don't know. But I just really find it hard to believe that somebody who's actually inside enough to know this is running around to three different major outlets with this story without permission. And it's the same story, basically. I mean, it's not even, it's this, the story itself is not even that newsy. Like, to say he approved attack plan, but he's giving them a chance. Well, I mean, is that really that newsy? Yeah, he goes in there. It's the big deal is not to approve the attack plan, it's to approve the attack itself. So it's like, it feels like somebody wants this story written. I wonder if anyone else will have the exact same story before the end of the evening. The same version. Oh, The Economist had said something about the bunker buster I wanted to mention. Hey, thanks to Fun Size Smurf on Twitch, Tib TX, Coke for Ior, Fun Size Smurf, Jax Haku on Twitch. Thank you also to Robbie Gravino. Robbie Gravino thinks White House pushing this out so hard screams bluff. Thanks so much to Oguzcan Nayadiri from Argentina, watching from Argentina, who thinks the U.S. has to join now. He thinks since Israel is already attacking Iran, Iran will move towards the bomb now, even if they did not before. I mean, there very well may be something to be said for that. I certainly understand the reasoning there. Either Iran publicly gives up or the U.S. joins and destroys nuclear facilities. There's really no other way out. Yeah, I mean, look, I've seen that take a bunch. That Orguzkan says, saying that Israel's attacking will motivate Iran to make a nuclear weapon if they weren't before and go as fast as possible and do so in secret. or even more without even any, because they still were having inspectors come in from IAEA. I mean, maybe they've been doing some stuff in secret, but I understand that viewpoint. If you're Iran after this, I think I said this on the other night on the stream. I said if the regime survives this, you're probably going to think, man, we got to do whatever we need to do to survive. The other thing, here's another thing I've been thinking about. Does bombing Fordo really end their nuclear program? That's a whole other thing. So some articles have talked about this, but like, where's the enriched uranium? But if the regime is intact at the end of this, like, if you bomb Fordo, if you do all this stuff, you better be sure that they don't have the resources to embark on some secret program, because they're going to have all the motivation in the world to now. I don't have a good answer for you, but I've been thinking about that the last couple of days. Dubious thinks they probably have multiple sites. They've been preparing for 30 years for this. The thing is, though, Israeli intelligence has been so good in Iran. So if they had secret sites, would Israel know about it? Secret sites, would Israel know about it? Thank you, Omega Survival, not applicable, who says, my totally innocent Undermountain centrifuges broke. MV Mason, Blaine Walter, Oscar Soleil Anita. I've not heard about troops being built up in Saudi Arabia. I haven't heard that. More than we already had. Thank you, Brady. Thank you, NMCT. MCTT thinks this is the first time they didn't launch from 2 to 4 a.m. There was a launch a couple hours ago, but it was small. Thank you, Loderick Rugama, who thinks America should not be involved in someone else's fight. They have been trying for 30 years to do this. Can Iran missiles ever reach USA? Well, first of all, I don't believe Iran has missiles that can reach the USA right now. That doesn't mean they can't develop them. They also don't have, from all accounts that I've seen, a nuclear weapon. And if they did, they would have to they don't have an ability to make it small enough to put on a missile. But they could in the future. I mean, Prime Minister Netanyahu has made the case that they could threaten the U.S. We've heard him say that. I'm not saying you have to agree with him on that, but I was hearing this line of his recently repeated on the news, where Netanyahu says, he said something like, I understand America first, but this is America dead, he said of Iran's nuclear program. Something like that. Thanks, Yup, Yup, and Yup on Twitch, by the way. And Luddington, and Shells. And Devil Dog, and Randy on Twitch. Thank you. Jay Perry thinks he would say anything to get America on his side. Hey, I have an update for you. 5 minutes ago, Iranian state media, Mer News, said air defense firing in central Tehran. So there might be airstrikes going on right now. Air defense is happening in central Tehran. So maybe a new wave of Israeli airstrikes. Reuters has the same report. Air defense systems activated in Tehran. Now, I know a bunch of you have been watching Tehran cams on other channels, or purported Tehran cams, but I guess a lot of you were saying that they're not working probably because of the internet blackout there. But there are multiple reports right now of air defense, that's been a fairly regular occurrence over the last week. It's not crazy rare, but maybe there's another wave of attacks going on. Al Jazeera says the same thing. Air defense is activated in central Tehran. So it sounds like maybe a new wave of strikes by Israel. GG says the Tehran cams are down. Austin says they have been off tonight, the Tehran cams. Tehran cams. We did get the Haifa cam back, guys. I think we're hearing it's call to prayer. You know, it's interesting. The Haifa camera, Reuters for a couple days did not have the Haifa camera because the government wouldn't allow it. Now they have it, but the way they're doing it, it's only a live cam. So it's not made available to like people who use Reuters after the fact. You can't, a day later, you can't go and look it up and look at it again. It's going to like disappear after it's live. You can use it while it's live. But I wonder if that's the compromise they made with the government. Because it wasn't like that before. At least we have it. Again, what is this? Reportedly Iranian, air defense active in Tehran. The sound is called to prayer. Maybe Jerusalem? Is it on the Jerusalem cam? Let's see. Yeah, that's from the Jerusalem camera. The Wall Street Journal says, the Wall Street Journal has a day-by-day count of missiles fired by Iran. And they say that on the first day, Iran fired 200 missiles. On the second day, Iran fired 100. On the third day, they fired 70. And on the fourth day, they fired 28. Today, I don't know what the number is. Not that much. Andrew thinks they've run out. The Wall Street Journal says some analysts think that Iran might be withholding a bunch of missiles in case the war expands. This is interesting. The Economist had an article about these bunker buster bombs that, in theory, the U.S. would use if Trump decides to have the U.S. attack the Fordo nuclear facility. They say whereas this bunker buster, the MOP, can go through over 60 meters, 200 feet of standard concrete. That drops to 8 meters for concrete of double the strength. In recent years, Iran has advanced considerably in the field of ultra-high performance concrete, producing material with strengths of 30,000 psi or more. The Pentagon is well aware of this challenge posed by ultra-high performance concrete. Just how strong and thick the Iranian concrete is and how much America's bomb has been upgraded may make the difference between success and failure, they say. How about that? They also say even if the bomb can break through, it could be difficult to hit the target. The MOPs need great accuracy to be effective. They rely on GPS guidance, but in Ukraine, American-supplied bombs have been severely affected by Russian GPS jamming. Israel is less reliant on GPS, says The Economist, and has alternatives. Anyways, though, they say that's an issue too. It's got to be very, very accurate. Very accurate. That concrete is interesting, though. I'm going to post that. The basic idea of what they're saying is that it's unclear how strong the concrete is at Fordo that the bomb would have to go through. And if it's a certain strength, it could make it that the bomb actually won't work. That's from The Economist. I'll give you the name of the article. It's interesting. The article is called America's Huge Bunker-Busting Bomb is Not Sure to Work in Iran. The massive ordnance penetrator may struggle to wipe out the deepest nuclear facilities. Interesting. It's dropped from high altitude, by the way. That's and the way it initially, it goes up to 200 feet into the ground before exploding, but it just does that through kinetic energy. Just from being dropped and being heavy and having a narrow profile and being made of a certain thing. Thick steel casing. By the way, quick thanks to Cartoon Maps. Thank you, Cartoon Maps. Thank you. And Steve Reiki from New Zealand. Alan Dom. Alan Dom. Where's Alan? Oh, and Bosnia Herzegovina. Is it Bosnia? I never say this last word. Herzegovina? I never say it. I don't even know how to say it anymore. I think at one point I maybe did. Herzegovina? Someone in the chat will fix my pronunciation. It's Herzegovina. Herzegovina. Bosnia and Herzegovina, according to Wikipedia. That's how Wikipedia says. Herzegovina. 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 No, I'm not sorry. It's Herzegovina. I'm just saying it the Wikipedia way. Anyways, I usually don't have reason to say it out loud in my life, other than read it. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Kevin Cash. Thank you, Wonton8888. Thank you. Wonton, I looked up how much those bunker busters cost each, and I couldn't really find a clear answer yesterday. I mean, there's development cost, and there's cost to produce each one. Google AI said approximately $4 million per bomb, but I don't know if that's right. Thank you to Philip Anthony. Philip thinks Iran has 40,000 missiles. That's what Philip thinks. Thanks JVT413. Thanks DJ Luca. Thank you DJ Luca from Canada. I appreciate that, DJ. Dina Scott. Yeah, I mean, we talked about this last night. I do think it's significant that that the U.S. closed its embassy in Israel from Wednesday to Friday. I mean, it's already Thursday there, so maybe nothing will happen, but I don't think it's something they do lightly. Well, they did it based in part on on Israel advice. Given the security situation and in compliance with Israel Home Front Command guidance, the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem will be closed tomorrow through Friday, including the consular sections in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. Seemed like it's significant to me. But maybe this decision was made because it was thought the U.S. would get into the war then, and maybe they won't. I don't know. Thank you, Lena Lopez. Lena says Netanyahu has been telling us time is running out about Iran since 1996. She says no to war. Thank you, Honeybee. And Gure. Gure said, who made Israel the police of the world? I think Israel would argue they're protecting themselves. As to whether you think this kind of action is justified, that's a whole other debate. Thank you, Bill Lee. Who says, is a revolt possible without a ground war? Thank you, Max. Max Ader. Thank you, Max, for your support. And Brenda Mather. And Will. Does P thinks Israel's justification sounds like Russia's? Joyce Karam, who's a journalist I follow, she is with Al Monitor. She thinks Trump is running down the clock, allowing Israel to bomb while testing if military threats will change calculus in Iran. So she thinks that maybe Trump is kind of waiting to have more Israel bombing to get to a place to see if eventually they can reach a deal with Iran, giving it more time. This is what Faye Tux News, who I follow, thinks. Faye Tux believes that despite less reporting and footage from Iran due to the national internet blackout, IAF airstrikes continue nonstop. I wouldn't be surprised if that's true. And I wouldn't be surprised if we're hearing less from Iran just because the internet isn't working. I feel like every other night we would see videos of strikes in Iran, and we haven't seen it at all tonight. And photos. None, I haven't seen it at all. Doug says, I was wondering why there is a dearth of info from Iran. The other thing is that, so what would this deal be? What is the deal supposed to be that would prevent something from happening? What happens here? What does that deal look like? I mean, Iran's not going to say, like, you can permanently have Israeli inspectors in Iran 24/7 or something. Like, is there something they could both sides could agree to? Is that realistic, that there's something both sides could agree to? Not just, I mean, including the inspection provisions and all that. I certainly haven't heard yet of some proposal that would involve significant concessions from Iran that both sides say they agree to. So I'm not sure what it is. Bossy Bill says Iran gives up all enrichment. The mechanisms are detailed. No, the mechanisms aren't detailed. If you're Iran in the U.S., the mechanisms are everything. You're not going to trust Iran to say we give it up. It's going to be all about the mechanisms. Crazy Yoda says unconditional surrender. But that whole thing is confusing too, because they're not in a war for there's no ground war going on. So that does seem like a a hurdle here. I mean, Israel is way in on this. Israel's way in. So if they're going to stop Israel, they got to be convinced that, you know, Iran's not just going to go build a bomb. You know what I kind of think of it like? You know how we kept hearing that there was going to be a deal in Gaza, right? It was like the phase 3 or whatever it is of the peace deal, of the ceasefire deal between Israel and Gaza, and it never made it in Hamas and Gaza, and it never made any sense because Israel was always saying there's going to be no role for Gaza at all. No role for Hamas in post-war Gaza, but Hamas was still around and they were never going to agree to that. And there never was. It never got agreed to. I still don't know what that is. They never agreed to it. To this day, it hasn't been agreed to. Right? So I don't know that there exists some deal that both sides are like going to be like, we're okay with that. But it just never happened in Gaza. It never happened. There still is. There's still no resolution to Gaza. Who's running Gaza after the war? Had no deal. Does this end up being an ongoing thing where every year Israel goes back in and blows up some more stuff in Iran? I don't know. But remember, the Gaza war started what? 20 months ago? 20 months ago. And there is nothing resembling any kind of deal as to what's happening in Gaza in the long term. Nothing. And this has been only going on for 4 days. Lori Murphy says the TikTok thing isn't sorted out either. I mean, it's a totally different thing, but sure. Anyways, it's easy to say the word deal. It's harder to figure out exactly what that is. I'll say this, I don't think any deal is getting agreed to in 2 or 3 days or even a week. I think if there's negotiations, it's going to go on and on and on. That's what I think. I don't think 2 days from now we're going to have a big summit at the White House and everybody comes out shaking hands. and the foreign minister and Netanyahu and Trump are all doing the three-way handshake and smiling. I don't think that's going to happen. You can make fun of me if I'm wrong about that. Israeli Air Force says the Air Force has now begun a wave of attacks in Tehran and other areas in Iran. Israeli Air Force. They post this kind of stuff once in a while. So they just we had heard about a hour ago that there was anti-aircraft fire in Tehran. The Israeli Air Force just announced that they have begun a wave of attacks in Tehran and other areas in Iran. And again, this is not an uncommon occurrence. It's happened a bunch of times the last few days. But there are Israeli strikes going on in Iran now. They said they did 3 waves of attacks yesterday. Hey, I will say one of our viewers did say earlier today they thought that that the U.S. would attack once the markets were closed on Friday. I don't know if there's anything to that. Al-Mayadeen reports explosions rocked the cities of Fardis, Karaj, and Malard in western Tehran, and Baghurshar and Islamshar in the south of the capital. So a bunch of explosions we're hearing about. This is from Al-Mayadeen, who reports this. They say their correspondent reports it. Al-Mayadeen channel. So again, Al-Mayadeen, which is an Arabic language news outlet, Lebanon-based, I believe. They're reporting, their correspondent in Iran tells them, explosions rocked the cities of Fardis, Karaj, and Malard in western Tehran, and Baghrshar and Islamashar in the south of Tehran. Hang on a second here. Bloomberg says, I didn't see this today. Bloomberg had a story today. The United Nations nuclear watchdog said the location of Iran's near bomb-grade stockpile of enriched uranium cannot currently be verified, as Israel's ongoing military assault is preventing inspectors from doing their work. The IAEA director said the whereabouts of Iran's highly enriched uranium, enough to produce 10 nuclear warheads, is now unclear. Because before the attacks, IAEA inspectors were conducting more than one visit a day to Iranian nuclear sites. That's from Bloomberg. Sean Howard, our viewer, thinks we know where it is. I'm seeing this report that's been attributed to Bloomberg, but I actually haven't seen it in Bloomberg. Some people are saying Bloomberg says this, but I don't see it. And I'm literally in the Bloomberg site, and I don't see it there. But maybe they've posted an update somewhere. That Keem thinks I need Bloomberg Terminal. Maybe if I had Bloomberg Terminal, I would see it. Isn't that like just... It's a very, very expensive thing, Bloomberg Terminal. It's more for people who do finance stuff. Some people are saying it's $25K a year for Bloomberg Terminal. I don't know. If I have confirmation that they're actually saying this, I will let you know. Thanks to Dream Squad HD and Peace to You. Christine R. Kleeman, who thinks the big event will happen in the next 72 hours. Thank you, TMS. Yeah, another one of these posts about a cargo plane. We get these posts every night saying a cargo plane is in Iran's airspace. Well, what it is, this is a cargo plane which is flying from Shanghai to Luxembourg. And it's not actually, we don't actually know if it's in China's airspace because around here it lost signal. This is an estimated signal. It's not an actual radar signal because the last known position was here. And it's going to Luxembourg. So I can't tell you if it's in their airspace or not. But it's supposed to be going to Luxembourg, which is up here. Luxembourg. So, is it there or not? I don't know. Some of our viewers think all these planes are going to Iran. I just don't know. But just to be clear, we don't know that it's actually there. Thank you so much to TMS. Thank you, TMS. Thanks also, Peace to You, Derek White, Rock and El Rolla, Aaron A., Firefly to the Hurricane. Thank you. Robbie Gravino. Yeah, we discussed that earlier, Robbie. Thank you. Honeybee. Honeybee, in theory, there could be some sort of deal to end the war. I mean, I have a hard time seeing something which will satisfy all parties, but you never know. Maybe the agreement is like a 1-month ceasefire, and then they never figure out what the rest of the deal is, and it kind of keeps going in some sort of fashion. I don't know. Thank you, Mason Aulick. Mason, I haven't seen anything to suggest that there's a war happening soon on American soil. I'll certainly report on it, though. I hope not. Thank you, Mason Aulick. If you mean, is there a danger to Americans from this whole thing on American soil? I guess somebody might try to argue that it could increase terrorism in some way in the U.S. I don't know. I hope it doesn't. Thank you so much, Y Chin. Hey, thanks, Y. That's really kind of you, Y Chin. Oh, we're almost, thanks, Y. We're almost at 8 hours on Facebook. If we hit 8 hours on Facebook, then I have to restart the Facebook stream because Facebook has an 8-hour limit. So, Facebook viewers, I may have to restart your stream in a few minutes, in like 15 minutes. Some of our viewers, like Beagle Barn, mentioned sleeper cells, Iranian sleeper cells. The idea that these would be pre-positioned people designed to carry out some sort of attack, I know nothing about this. Oh, Faytuck's got the clip from Bloomberg. Oh, the Bloomberg article is out. New Bloomberg article. Breaking news. Bloomberg has new reporting. It just came out. All right, guys. The headline from Bloomberg is, U.S. officials prepare for possible strike on Iran in coming days. Senior U.S. officials are preparing for the possibility of a strike on Iran in the coming days. The situation is still evolving and could change. Some of the people pointed to potential plans for a weekend strike. Some of the people pointed to potential plans for a weekend strike, says Bloomberg. The top leaders at a handful of federal agencies have also begun getting ready for an attack, one person said. A lot of maybes, says Nas Corvus. Yeah. I don't know that we've heard weekend strike before. Well, we'll see. Again, it says some of the people pointed to potential plans for a weekend strike. Today is Wednesday? Today is Wednesday. It's Thursday there. It's Thursday there, though. It's Thursday there. But remember what happened with the Israel attack. If I'm right, wasn't the Israel attack the thing where they were saying it was going to be in a few days and then it just happened earlier than the story said, if I remember right? Barry thinks the risks of this thing escalating are insanely high. Captain Obvious thinks they bluffed and it's happening tomorrow. We'll have to see what happens. We'll have to see. The narrow way thinks no way China and Russia would sit idly by. I don't know. Bloomberg just posted on their X account about it. Senior U.S. officials are preparing for the possibility of a strike on Iran in the coming days, according to people familiar with the matter, a sign that Washington is assembling the infrastructure to directly enter a conflict with Tehran. Yeah, what was the timing? Wasn't the idea that, yeah, remember like President Trump said he was going to meet, or there was going to be a meeting with Steve Witkoff and Iran on Sunday? I just remember there was a thought that like, oh, the Israel attack on Iran won't happen till the next week, and it ended up happening on a Friday morning. Is there any chance that these stories are coming out about how Trump is thinking about it, but actually they've decided on it, and it'll happen sooner? I mean, I don't know if it matters, but does it matter if Iran has a 3-day heads up? That's a question I'd like to hear answered. Is there anything they could do there if they knew it was going to be in 3 days? Could they like take out some of the centrifuges, or would Israel just attack them? I don't know. Some of our viewers are saying an aircraft carrier, a new one will be there soon, and they're waiting for that. I feel like every time we cover something like this, someone's always like, they're waiting for the aircraft carrier. I'm not saying you're wrong, but we do get that a lot. Six-star neck phone says, why announce it? Seems like a bluff. Well, it's not being officially announced. Greg Kotler says it's a lot to weigh. New evacuation order for Iran. New evacuation order for part of Iran. Guys, hold on a second here. Let me show this to you. Let me show this to you. New evacuation order. Isn't Iraq where a reactor is? Isn't there an Iraq reactor? Or heavy water facility? There's a nuclear facility, Iraq, right? Iraq. Hold on. Iraq is a nuclear complex with a reactor, with a heavy water reactor. Is it a nuclear reactor? The Iraq nuclear complex. IR-40 is a 40 megawatt thermal heavy water reactor. Yes, it's a nuclear reactor. There is a nuclear reactor in Iraq, Iran. Now, I don't know if that's where it is. Hold on. I'm trying to figure this out. I'm trying to figure it out. Let's look at this. Let's look at this warning. Let's look at this warning again. An urgent warning to residents and those present in the areas of the villages of Iranian Arak and Kondab in the areas marked on the map to evacuate immediately before the IDF targets the workers' infrastructure. All right, what the cities of Arak and Kondab? What is this facility? What is here? What's on the map here? Let's see if we can find that on our map. There's Iraq right there. Okay. Where is Kondab? Arak and Kondab. Can I find it? Somebody probably has already found it. There's Kondab. All right. Now where's Iraq? There's the Iraq heavy. Is that it? This is Iraq heavy water reactor facility. Iraq heavy water reactor facility. That's it. That's it. The Iraq heavy water reactor facility. So did they just order an evacuation for where the Iraq nuclear reactor is? Am I right about this? I don't know if I'm right about it. All right, hang on a moment here. Did they just order an evacuation for where the Iraq, where a nuclear reactor is? Yes. Yes. Elint News said it. Israeli military orders evacuation of all employees and people around Iraq nuclear plant in Iran ahead of a strike. Let me read the post again. Are they going to attack the nuclear reactor? This seems like big news to me. Oh, let me translate the picture. I'm going to translate the picture. Are they going to blow up the reactor? I don't know what they're going to do. Let me try to translate that picture. Yeah, it doesn't specifically mention the reactor, but the reactor is in the picture. Let me show you what the picture looks like. I'll show you. This is the translation right here. Urgent warning to employees and all people located in the red area of the map within the cities of Arak and Kandab. The Israeli army continues to operate in this area as it has been doing throughout Iran in recent days to attack the Iranian regime's military infrastructure. For your safety and health, we ask you leave the designated area, 2-kilometer radius, 1.2 mile radius. So the circle is about 2.5 miles wide. But so the middle is right here. It looks like that's the middle is the thing, right? Because it's a radius from here. So the middle is right there. They want you to get over a mile away from the middle. Okay, so the middle on the map is this. It's there. Well, that's the water, that's the reactor. I mean, it's this, there's a water treatment plant. There's a heavy water reactor facility. Where's the actual hydrogen sulfide plant? Is this the reactor right here? I don't know. Radioisotope production facility. I don't know what all this is. But it says Iraq heavy water nuclear facility. But there is a nuclear power plant there. I don't know which building it's in. But I looked up on Wikipedia and it says it's IR-40 is a Iranian 40 megawatt heavy water reactor. And then a heavy water reactor is a type of nuclear reactor which uses heavy water as a neutron moderator. Arak is pronounced
Arak.
Arak. Arak. Arak. That's from Wikipedia. Well, from my understanding, it looks like from the picture they may be targeting where the reactor is. And they literally want everybody out from within 1.2 miles of the reactor. I mean, I don't know if they're going to hit the reactor. They just posted this. They just posted this, guys. Let me try to get you some more updates on this. C-14, well, no, I don't want to say that. Somebody wake up the nuclear experts. I gotta find some things from, yeah, Joe Truzman is calling this a possible strike on Iran's Iraq nuclear reactor. Joe is an expert in the region. So Joe is calling this a possible strike on Iran's Iraq nuclear reactor. Israel orders evacuation around Iranian nuclear reactor in Iraq, Iran. How's that? That's my headline now. Oops, I spelled something wrong. I saw Iraq when it came out, Iraq when it came out, guys. I told you. Let's look this up about Iraq. Oh, I had an article talking about today about some nuclear sites in Iran. Give me a moment here. So the Washington Post had an article, and it says Iraq. Where is it here? The Iraq heavy, it says here the Iraq heavy water reactor produces heavy water to operate nuclear reactors. That's what the Washington Post site says, article says. Hang on. A little more research. Okay, I'm reading it here. I'm reading an article saying that the original Iran deal in 2015 placed strict restrictions on this reactor. Oh, as of mid-2025, the reconstruction and modernization of this reactor are ongoing. That's interesting. So the idea, I guess, I'm reading an article online and it says that the reactor was well suited originally. Originally it was going to be well suited to produce plutonium as a byproduct. And that plutonium could have been used for nuclear weapons. So it was a controversial site. Because the thought was, oh, they can use this to produce plutonium for nuclear weapons. And what happened is, in the 2015 Iran nuclear deal, there were limitations placed on that reactor. And the reactor was redesigned. And the redesign would reduce the amount and grade of plutonium produced, making it unsuitable for a nuclear weapon. And the article says that it's ongoing, the reconstruction and modernization of it. Oh, Facebook needs to be restarted. I got to restart Facebook. Let me just restart that right now. Take 2 seconds. I'm restarting Facebook. Yeah, the reactor under the Iran deal, the construction on this reactor began in 2004. From what I'm seeing here, and under the Iran deal, the reactor was redesigned to minimize plutonium production and focus on medical and industrial research. And the reactor is currently in the process of being modernized and redesigned, and it's supposed to become operational. From what I understand, it's not operational yet. But there's a nuclear complex there. There's a nuclear complex there. There's a heavy water production plant. Anyways. Let's see here. There's an AP article about... Oh, hold on. Can I find this article? Maybe I can find it here and pull it up. Oh, hey guys, look, I have an article about it from AP right here. Israel's military warns people to evacuate the area around Iran's Arak heavy water reactor. Israel's military warned people today, a short while ago, to evacuate the area around Iran's Arak heavy water reactor. The Arak heavy water reactor is 150 miles southwest of Tehran. Heavy water helps cool nuclear reactors, but it produces plutonium as a byproduct that can potentially be used in nuclear weapons. That would provide Iran another path to the bomb beyond enriched uranium, should it choose to pursue the weapon. Iran had agreed in its nuclear deal with world powers to redesign the facility to relieve proliferation concerns. No, I don't believe this. This is not a buried underground target that you would need bunker busters for. Okay, so anyways, let me show you where this complex is again, this evacuation order. Let's look at this complex. Here's the evacuation order once again. Here is the evacuation order. It basically says everybody in this area needs to leave. And if you look at this, oh, where's the picture? Where's my picture? Here it is. No, that's not what I wanted. Where is it? I had a different one here. I had the translated. Where's my translation of it? Anyways, translation's basically the same. No. Let's do the translation. The translation was much better. Here it is. I got it. This is much better. There. Urgent warning to people and to employees and all people located in that red area of the map. So it says 2 kilometers, if the translation's correct. 2 kilometers, which is 1.2 miles. And it's a circle all the way around. Now, Krusty says it's not a very big radius. But, I mean, given that it's 2 kilometers all the way around, my guess is the focus is in here. And if you go to Google Maps, that's what's in there. It's the Arak nuclear facility. That's what's in there. So are they just going to, like, blow all this up? I don't know if there's currently anything there material-wise which might pose a danger if it's blown up. I mean, from what I can gather, it's not actually operational. Although maybe some of the plants around it are operational, I don't know. There's plenty of stuff there. What time is this happening? Well, they'll give people a little time to evacuate. But I don't know how much time. Do people live nearby? Well, there is. Let's see. See, there's Arak the village. Arak the city is over here, which is several miles away. I mean, I don't know where the wind is. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if some people live in these areas. It looks like there's some farms here and stuff. You know. Oh, there's definitely people who live over here. Khandab is not far at all. Khandab here is only what? Looks like about maybe a mile, 2 miles away. Maybe a couple miles away. Khandab. But there's all that there. So, anyways, I'm not an expert on this, but that's where it's pointing to. So, around, I want to, Israel orders evacuation around Arak nuclear complex. Maybe I'll say it that. Because the reactor is not functional from what I can gather. But I'm not an expert on what else is there. Let me just see if I can find anybody who's an expert on this world commenting on it. Oh, look, here's someone that Elint News found. A nuclear expert, Decker Eveleth, said Arak has been in a sort of limbo as a part of Iran's nuclear latency efforts. The core is filled with concrete. I believe IDF strikes may be intended to destroy the entire facility, Osiris style, to prevent it from ever being put to use. Because it's currently being reworked. And it underwent a redesign. Osiris, which he refers to, was a surprise attack by the Israeli Air Force on an unfinished Iraqi reactor in 1981, southeast of Baghdad. That was Operation Osiris. So maybe they're just going to blow it up so that, it, like he said, it can't be used in the future. All right, let me say some thank yous here. When you look up lists of prominent nuclear sites in Iran, Iraq is on there. I think all the articles I've read about Iran's prominent nuclear sites have Iraq on there. A couple thank yous here. Hang on a moment. Thank you, Patrick Tuttle, who says, test run for the MOP, showing the Iranian leader its power. Patrick think maybe it's a message to Iran about what's to come with Fordo. It's an interesting thought. Interesting thought, Patrick. You never know. You never know. Interesting. Hetty Hoover, thank you. I mean, the timing is certainly interesting. Thank you to Samarito, who thinks Israel is trying to make it impossible to reconstruct, and says the reactor vessels are filled with concrete and no irradiated fuel stored there. That's what Samarito thinks. Thank you. Thank you, Rhodey Relics. Metal detecting. Thank you, Rhodey Relics. Thanks to Terracotta World. Thank you. And Jen Crane. Jean Crane says hydrogen sulfate is highly flammable and highly toxic to humans. I don't know what kind of stuff is on that site. And I don't know if, I mean, there's a hydrogen sulfide plant. I have no idea if that plant is in operational and what the risk might be from that. I don't know if it's operational or not. Hold on a second here. I'd like to know if that plant is operational. Wikipedia says hydrogen sulfide is toxic to humans and most other animals. Again, I don't know if that plant is operational, if this operation could release hydrogen sulfide gas in the air and that kind of thing. It's a good question. Thanks, Jean Crane. Thank you, Fiery Patriot. Thank you, Sergeant at Arms. How will we know if there's been a radiation leak? I believe, I don't know how that gets monitored in Iran. I don't know if it's possible to monitor that from outside Iran. Hold on a second here. By the way, thanks to, hold on. Oh, I guess there might be some stations. Maybe it's possible if you measure around Iran, you can get some ideas. I'm not sure of all the technology. Wonton says they would know by detection outside Iran. Well, I would think maybe Israel could fly a drone over. Israel controls the skies there, you know. So it might be easy for Israel to do it. Let me read some more comments. Hold on. I have some couple thanks to say. Michael thinks it can be detected by satellite radiation. I'm not aware that there's any big radiation risk from this site, by the way. I don't know, though. Maybe they're storing stuff there. Maddie Dude Dizzle, thanks for your support. Thanks, Wonton. 8888. And Samarito. Samarito believes that the IAEA believes there's no irradiated fuel stored there. CNN said a couple days ago, CNN said the Arak nuclear facility appeared to ride out the first wave of Israeli strikes unscathed. It houses a heavy water nuclear reactor which has concerned the West because heavy water can be used to produce plutonium, a second pathway to a potential nuclear bomb. I'm reading about heavy water reactors. Unlike nuclear reactors that use enriched uranium, heavy water reactors can use natural uranium due to heavy water's efficient moderation capabilities. Heavy water is a certain form of water with a certain chemical composition. Thanks, Ty Williams. Thank you again, Wonton 8888, McLean 33 as well. Joe Mama, thank you. Who thinks Iran still has the ability to inflict massive damage to U.S. assets in the Middle East. That's what Joe Mama thinks. Thanks, Johnny Montana. Would I ever do a call-in segment? I don't know, Johnny. There's the good of what the call-in segment could be, and then there's the negative of what it probably would end up being, at least at some times. I think hopefully you can see what I'm saying. I don't have anybody to do the extensive call screening process that would be needed with you folks. But maybe one day, you never know. Thank you, Johnny Montana. Turned Off says leave messages and vet them. Thank you, Viz Health. Thank, of course, of Ant, who says, scary times we live in. Thank you, Alec and Gnarly B and Alex, who thinks the attack on Fordo will be after the stock market close on Friday. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot, who says, if the president gets the Iranians to surrender, he will be regarded as a hero and get a Nobel Peace Prize. This is highly unlikely right now. Thanks, Rebecca K. and also Warped Mopar. Thank you, Wonton, for your information in your comments, by the way. Also, thanks to Big Dog Gaming over there on Twitch, Dark Crypto, Who Shot JR, Drogon 915, Douthis, Ophono 101. Thank you. Thanks to Lausch Weebelchen on Twitch, Yup Yup and Yup, and Luddington and Shells 80. The sun is coming up. ABC News says, authorities are trying to determine who's been ordering pizzas to the homes of U.S. lawmakers and to the homes of those who help protect those lawmakers. The deliveries have authorities worried they could be meant to send a menacing message, per sources. Both Democrats and Republicans in the House have received the unsolicited pizza deliveries. Also, the current and former leadership of the U.S. Capitol Police. Hey, thanks so much to Allison. Allison. I'll just say that. Thank you. They seem to be having an issue with I think they need to fix the brightness on the Haifa camera. Hold on a second here. That Haifa camera is having an issue. You can't see, there is ground there. Just to go over this again, Israel has ordered an evacuation around the Arak nuclear complex in Iran, which contains a nuclear reactor that is still, it's not being used, but it's supposed to be used in the future, and other buildings and other facilities. Update about the Iranian internet. Net blocks. Metrics show Iran has now been offline for over 12 hours as authorities impose a nation-scale internet shutdown, citing Israel's alleged misuse of the network for military purposes. The measure continues to hinder residents' access to information at a critical time. The internet is shut off in Iran. That is from NetBlocks. No, this is not a VPN. You cannot get around this with a VPN, I believe. I believe this is literally... a VPN still needs the internet to access the internet. The VPN doesn't go around the internet. This is shutting off the internet. That's my understanding. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. The VPN still uses the internet. Yeah, this looks like they just shut off the internet. People are saying you would need cellular or Starlink. And not cellular internet that uses internet cellular internet wouldn't work, right? Because this isn't cellular internet just using the Iranian internet. Tyrell would say no. It says no inbound or outbound traffic across wires. Here's the NetBlocks chart. There is your chart. You can see it goes down to basically zero. All of a sudden, it goes down to basically zero. NetBlocks knows what they're talking about. This is what they specialize in. So, oops, they know. App State says they didn't pay their bill. I Rule All thinks they think it will prevent Israel from tracking them, but it will not. I don't know if it's a thing. I don't know if it's directed more at Israel or at the domestic population. I honestly don't know. Wikipedia says Iran had said it wanted to bring the Arak nuclear reactor online next year. Oh, I should maybe switch to the, well, I'm going to switch from the Haifa cam because that Haifa cam is pretty useless right now, right? That Haifa cam is not really doing us much good right now. So I can show you, let me just switch to, I know what I'll do. I'm going to put mode. Let's just leave it 2 right now. Well, I can put Modine up too. Maybe I'll put Modine up. Fine. Fine. So we need this. We're going to take off a Haifa. And put up Jerusalem. I know we're going to have 2 Jerusalems for a second. I know that. But don't worry. Ah. Worked. Hey, that worked. Hold on a second. I gotta redo this. Hang on. It's gonna work? No. Hold on. Hold on. We'll get it for you. This is going to be the Modine cam now. Modine. There we go. So this goes over here. No. This is Modine, Israel. There's Modine. And there's Jerusalem. See? Done. 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 I don't know if I need the word live there. Maybe I don't. You mean in the little boxes? Well, for now I'll keep them. At some point soon, I'm guessing we're going to hear that Israel has struck the Arak nuclear complex. I mean, they already ordered an evacuation for it. So, like an hour ago. So I'm guessing we're going to hear about that soon. Maybe Israel will announce it. Also, Bloomberg is reporting that U.S. officials are preparing for a possible strike on Iran in the coming days. They say some of the people they talked to pointed to potential plans for a weekend strike. And they said top leaders at a handful of federal agencies have already begun getting ready for an attack. Thank you, moderators, by the way. Our moderators, they're awesome. Ruth Grafasi is moderating. Thank you, Ruth. Roberts May Queen, too. Thank you. Over on Twitch, I got that fire. Mark HNC, McBritches, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Thank you. On Facebook, thank you to our moderators over there. Ava Knight is over there. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha, thank you. On X. Thanks to Charlie Glick for your support. Thanks so much, Charlie. Thank you to, let's see. Warped Mopar, our new member. Rebecca K, our new member. I think I thanked them already, but that's okay. I don't mind thanking them again. Thanks Stephen Steffi, our new member. Shay Barnwell for the gift memberships. Thank you, Shay Barnwell. That's really nice of you. Joshua Bruder. Tone Loke. How does Israel order Iranians to evacuate with no internet? That's a good question. I assume they might. I think in the past they've talked about doing phone stuff. I don't know if they're going to drop flyers or do a loudspeaker. I mean, they're not on the ground there, but they got to warn the people. So that's a good question. I don't know. And remember, that warning came at about 4:30 in the morning. Jen Dat, thanks for being a member. Beast Mom. Beast Mom, are you talking about Fordo plant? Maybe? Arak, I don't think Arak is underground. I'll look though. Maybe I'm wrong. Arak is above ground. That's the one that's been ordered to evacuate tonight. But I think Beast Mom is talking about Fordo. Fordo, I believe, is 300 feet underground. Thank you, Beast Mom. I appreciate that. Thank you, Stephen Johnson. Stephen thinks that the internet is shut off to prevent an uprising. Thank you, Benstick. Thank you, Louis Aponte. Thank you, Being the December, and Sarah V. OJ. Sarah V. says maybe Israel thinks Iran can make dirty bombs using what's at this plant, or will be able to. I certainly think Israel might be concerned with how this plant might be used in the future. Skylar Shelton, thank you. Making Law Simple, thank you. The Real Quaid. Elvis. Elvis says the U.S. uses a special kind of Boeing to detect radiation. Oh, the camera's moving. I bet they're going to fix the focus now. Yeah, there is a plane that the camera's all getting fixed now. Isn't that nice? Elvis mentioned that there's a Boeing WC-135 in the U.S. Air Force, which is used to detect and identify nuclear explosions. There's a name I can't read in a certain language that I don't know how to read, but thank you. Thank Rye and YC. I don't know anything about yellow cake, and I haven't heard that discussed in Israel articles, so I can't really shed any insight on that. Rye and YC. Sorry about that. Thanks, James Madalena. James, that is something you can reach out to the mods about. Maybe the mods can periodically give out, I think they do give out their contact info for questions or concerns. Thank you, James, for asking. You can ask the mods about that. I appreciate that. Thank you, James Madalena. Did I get Robert's Make Room was moderating too? There you go. Ruth just posted it in the chat. There it is in the YouTube chat right there. They never the Haifa cam is still all washed out. Somebody's got to go to that and fix that one. Oh, maybe I'll put this up here. Why have it blocking the city when I can have it just up there? That's better. Just do it this way. By the way, the whole night there was one missile alert at night, and I think it had 5 missiles. That's it. That's the only missile alert while we've been on the air. One of them. And again, only I think 5 missiles. That's it. That's very interesting. Thanks, Rebecca, Kay, and Blake, and Robert Newton for the gift memberships. That's so nice of you. And Diane Funstein. No, I've not heard any discussion at all of using a nuclear bomb to attack Fordo. None whatsoever. For good reason. I don't think countries want to use nuclear bombs unless they absolutely have to. Thank you, Diane Funstein. And Shay Barnwell. Oh, I think I thanked Shay. I don't know if I thanked Shay again. Thank you, Shay, for the gift memberships. Appreciate it, Shay Barnwell. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a gift membership or a gift sub. Super nice of them. Jackson Moore, thank you. Jackson says, I don't think Iran has nuclear weapons right now, and Israel is exposing themselves as a snake in the grass. Well, I think Israel's contention is that they want to build it. Not that they have it, but that they're close to having it and that they're intending to build it. But I think your point is, basically you're saying your point is that what they claim about Iran is not true. That there's debate about how close they are and what their intentions were with nuclear weapons. So I understand your point, Jackson. And thank you, actually, Dan, as well. Sorry, I owe a couple more thank yous. Bez from Oz, thank you. Bez from Oz. And Hamish McEwen. And also, hey, interrogation files, that's incredibly nice of you. Wow. Interrogation It's interrogation files, right? Hold on, I can't even see here. Interrogation files. Very, very generous of you, interrogation files. Thank you. So nice of you. Appreciate your support for the channel. We're waiting to see. Well, what I'm really waiting to see this what's going to happen with the Arak nuclear complex. Thank you again, interrogation files. By the way, for people in the YouTube chat, I think if you want to receive a gift membership, there's something you have to do with your account. You might have to make make an adjustment to your settings. I think the mods have something they can post about that. This has by far was the quietest night in terms of missile warnings. No question. No question. Iran State News, Fars News, just posted an article. If oil doesn't pass through the Strait of Hormuz, the world will go into a coma. They say with tensions rising between Iran and the Zionist regime, Israel, the scenario of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz is no longer a far-fetched possibility, they say. Oh, AP has a longer article about Arak. Arak. Oh, look at this. Wow, nice. We got some photos here from AP about Arak nuclear reactor and the nuclear complex. All right, hang on a second. Let me get these for you guys. We'll check this out. Okay, there's that. Oh, look at this. Oh, that's Fordo. Oh, I got a picture of Fordo, actually. How about Arak? First of all, let me just mention this. Israel's military warns people to evacuate the area around Iran's Arak heavy water reactor, which we've been talking about. Israel's military warned people tonight to evacuate, about an hour and a half ago, to evacuate the area around Iran's Arak heavy water reactor. Which is about 155 miles southwest of Tehran. Heavy water helps cool nuclear reactors, but it produces plutonium as a byproduct that can be potentially used to nuclear weapons. That would provide Iran another path to the bomb beyond enriched uranium, should it choose to produce the weapon. Iran had agreed under the nuclear deal with world powers to redesign the Arak facility to relieve proliferation concerns. In 2019, Iran started up the heavy water reactor's secondary circuit, which at the time did not violate Tehran's 2015 nuclear deal. Britain at the time was helping Iran redesign the Arak reactor to limit the amount of plutonium it produces, stepping in for the U.S., which had withdrawn from the deal under President Trump. The IAEA has been urging Israel to not strike nuclear sites. Interesting. Due to restrictions Iran imposed on inspectors, the IAEA says it has lost continuity of knowledge about Iran's heavy water production, meaning it could not absolutely verify Tehran's production and stockpile. Anyways, we're waiting to see what happens with that nuclear complex. I'm waiting to see what happens to it. I think we can know something soon. Honestly. There have been a few drone alerts tonight. A few. Yeah, I'm very interested in seeing what happens with this nuclear complex. But whenever they issue a warning like that, they then act on it. No, I don't have any live cam of the Arak nuclear facility. I would certainly show it to you if I did. Thanks so much to Ricardo Viquez. Thanks, Ricardo. Also, Will, Jace, Matthew Spellman, Cul-de-sac, Buddy. Thanks, Buddy. I appreciate it. Buddy, I think the captions are supposed to be automatic, but the problem is when you play video sometimes, I think it messes up the auto caption system. I have it turned on, but some videos just doesn't happen. I'm sorry about that. Joshua Bruder, thanks. I'll be checking my messages. It's been kind of busy tonight with the news. So I'm just trying to check some of the other messages people have sent, and I'm behind on all of that. Sam Marito sent me an IAEA report, I think it is, that claims that there's no I can't even see it here. I'd have to read the report. He says that there's no irradiated fuel stored there. Thank you, Sam Marito. Jason Jones thinks Iran won't exist next week. By the way, this would be the plane that would carry the bunker bunk buster bomb if the U.S., well, presumably this would be the plane that would carry it if the U.S. decides, if President Trump decides to attack the Fordo nuclear complex. It's the B-2 Spirit bomber. I think there's 19 of them. It refuels in the air. It's designed for long, can fly like to different parts of the world and back without landing. Can carry very heavy bombs. The bunker busters are 30,000. Suitably modified, it can carry 2 of them. Crazy. Can deliver conventional and nuclear munitions. All right, let me see if we have any updates here. We've been on for a while, but I would like to see what's going on with Arak nuclear complex. Hey, thanks to Ray Becker, who says he heard Trump's doomsday plane is in Washington, D.C. We've had a lot of comments about doomsday planes. They are planes that allow, they're basically airborne command post planes. There's an article about them on Deb Fischer's on Senator Deb Fischer's website. It says that there are 4 of them. They're designed to survive nuclear war. One is on alert at all times, often traveling with the President or Secretary of Defense in case of emergency. So, I've seen nothing to suggest that there's none of the people I follow who might know about this thing have said that there's any kind of doomsday plane activity lately that would suggest anything in particular. That's the best I can say. They were built in the 1970s, by the way. This article I'm looking at on Senator Deb Fischer's site says they're aging out of service life. Thank you again to Ray Becker. Jersey Joe says there's no credible evidence that Trump's doomsday plane is in D.C. or ready to fly him anywhere. Now, I don't know where they are. Again, I've seen articles like this that says, this article says that, again, one of them is on alert at all times. Michael Dack says they fly all the time. Thank you, Troy Gann. And thanks, Ray Becker, for becoming a member. I really appreciate that, Ray. Thank you. If I see anything more about that, I'll certainly mention it. Thank you, Yaya. I appreciate it, Yaya. Danny G, our member. Allison Hargrove is asking about preparations militaries would make when trying to uncover enriched uranium. I don't know. I mean, this is so far beyond my level of knowledge. But again, Iran does have a lot of enriched uranium, enough roughly for about 10 bombs. There's a concern that it's not clear where it is right now, because inspectors haven't been able to go in there the last few days. There's a concern that they could hold on to that enriched uranium even if their nuclear facilities are destroyed and use it in the future. I don't know if Israel and the U.S. know where it is. If so, if they've made any kind of plans around it, it's a great question. And what those plans would involve, it's a good question. It is outside my wheelhouse. But I have certainly seen a number of articles saying that that's an important question, whether they maintain that enriched uranium stock or not. Am I going to have to time people out for saying red alert again? I guess I'm going to, because I don't see any alerts. How is one person able to post that fast anyway? It's not supposed to be able to happen with slow mode on. How did one person post red alert like 5 times? Is that person doing that repeatedly? The mods are going to take care of it if it keeps happening. Robert's May Queen said he's gone. I guess did he repeatedly do it? Was it repeated? If it's repeated, that's an issue. Robert May, I think the mods took care of it. Yeah, Ruth said he kept doing it, so he's out now. He's gone. All gone. Yeah, the question about the enriched uranium that they have is very interesting. Hey, thank you so much to Jason Milstead. That's very kind of you, Jason. Thanks so much for your support and your note, Jason Milstead. Thank you. I also don't know about the enriched uranium. If they were going to try to secure it, how dangerous it would be or something. I mean, these are good questions. I just don't know. The internet says it is dangerous. But I haven't gotten to the specifics. I have not seen any updates on the Arak nuclear complex. Israel ordered an evacuation of the Arak nuclear complex that contains a reactor that's supposed to go online next year and other facilities. They have ordered over 2 kilometer, I believe it is, 2 kilometer radius around the complex evacuated. Over 1 mile. It's a well-known nuclear complex, and I'm wondering if they're just going to blow it up, the whole thing. It says employees and all people in the red area leave the designated area as soon as possible, and that was posted an hour and a half ago. That was an hour and a half ago. The Arak nuclear complex. And here again on a map, camera moving. Sun is there. Here again on a map is the Arak nuclear complex. This is in Iran, northwest Iran. There is a town that looks like a couple miles away. Kandahar, less than 2 miles away. The radius is about 1.2 miles. I think I need to replace my headphones again. It's crazy. We've gone through 2 headphone charges. I might do that and take out my contact lenses and put on my glasses. Justin asked about how residents are supposed to get the notification of the evacuation with the internet off. And it's a good question. Yeah, somebody asked that before. I don't know how they're contacting people, whether with phone calls or loudspeakers or text messages. Maybe they text people. So it's a great question. Thank you, Justin. Also, thank you, Michael Ida. Michael Ida, thank you. And Damon Reinhardt. And Leela61. Was President Bush on a doomsday plane on 9/11? I don't know. Did he go on to a doomsday plane on? I would just have to look it up on the internet. I have no idea. The internet says no. He was not. He was at a school. He was taken to the White House and placed in a bunker. He was on Air Force One, says Callie Voltaire. I guess he flew on Air Force One back to the White House. Thank you, Leela61. And Jose Torres. Thanks, Jose Torres. I appreciate it. Also, Nevi58 and Miss Curry. It says, isn't it amazing how the birds rise up singing despite war in their territory? Thanks, Troy Gann, as well. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take 1 minute, because I have to, first of all, I have to take my headphones out, because I went through the headphones again, the earbuds. I've run out of power twice now, so I got to put my other earbuds on. Hang on. We'll do that in a second. And I'm also going to get some more water. All right, I need 1 minute. Give me a minute. I'm coming right back. We're going to continue our live coverage, okay? Hang tight here. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. All right, now I am going to put my other earbuds in, hopefully. See if this works. When might we hear something about Arak, about Arak nuclear complex? Israel warned, gave an evacuation order about an hour and 40 minutes ago. I also think it's big news that our whole time on the air tonight, there was one missile launch, about 5 missiles, only one wave of missiles this past night from Iran. Just one. Oh, oops. Yeah, we're back. Hang on a moment here. Very few updates right now from Iran. See, if you look up this article here, nuclear facilities in Iran, on Wikipedia, it lists a bunch of them, and one of them is Arak. Why is this so loud? Shouldn't be that. Oh, I know why it's so loud. Sorry. The Arak area in northwestern Iran has several industrial complexes, some with ties to the nuclear program, and particularly the I-40 reactor under construction and the heavy water production plant, both nearby. These are in the evacuation zone. The Arak area is also thought to hold factories capable of producing high-strength aluminum rotors for IR-1 centrifuges. Oh, look. Here's a picture of the reactor from Nanking 2012 on Wikipedia. That's a picture right there of the reactor, which is not currently in service. But that's where the that's right in there where the evacuation area is. Usually, once they give an evacuation warning like that, within the next several hours, they will act. It's possible, as some of our viewers were saying, that they want to get rid of it so it's not used later for some nuclear weapons related purpose. But that's where it is. Oh, we were showing you an AP article before that had a Fordo picture in it. The AP article we showed you before, Israel's military warns people to evacuate the area around Iran's Arak heavy water reactor. There were pictures in there, and there was a picture of Fordo. Hey, look at this. This is from that article from AP, and it says, Fordo nuclear site. Within the mountain are 2 enrichment halls, each with centrifuge cascades for a total capacity of about 3,000 centrifuges. Support building. The support building is here. Tunnel entrances. Site checkpoint. Security perimeter. So that's, I assume that's where the bunker buster would go, on the mountain. Hold on a moment. I am not seeing at the moment any new reporting on Arak reactor. I'm checking, and I don't see anything. I don't see anything about it. I don't see any update on it. The New York Times has some reporting about risks from if the U.S. attacks the Fordo nuclear plant. They talk about how Iran could attack American bases around the Middle East, for example, and other American assets within the Persian Gulf and Mediterranean. They say that Iran is skilled at terrorism, also cyber attacks. Also, there's a risk that it would push Iran to actually develop a bomb in the future. The New York Times says history suggests that nuclear programs can be bombed but not eliminated. Yeah, so the Times says that Trump has to decide whether attacking Fordo and the other Israeli strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities are enough to set back the Iranian nuclear program. This is something I was talking about earlier. Even if they bomb Fordo, how much is the program could they just in a few years build a nuclear weapon? But, attacking Fordo would certainly seem to delay that. Anyways. The Dark Knight sent me a real-time radiation map. Now, I'm not going to try to do radiation detection on my own, but I appreciate that link there in case I need it in the future. Thank you, The Dark Knight, for messaging me with that. It's called the Geiger Counter World Map. Guys, you can go to it, gmcmap.com. I've never used it, but it says it's a radiation map. So I can tell you that it exists. But I've never used it before. So feel free to look into it yourselves. Thank you to, by the way, Space Fraggle. Would a hit on the Arak facility cause radiation contamination? I don't, from what I've seen online, it's possible there's nothing there to do that. But it's not totally clear what's stored there. So it's not, the reactor is not inactive. So it's very possible, and maybe more likely than not, that there's not some kind of thing there like, I don't know, what would it be, enriched uranium that could cause radiation if there was attacked? But I don't know for sure. I've seen some things online saying, well, we don't know exactly what's there. I don't know that any plutonium would be there. I mean, plutonium would be something that would be produced if it was running. But I don't believe it's ever been running. But again, I have no idea what's stored there. I haven't seen the kind of general concern about, given what I've seen and not seen out there since that evacuation was announced, I would think if there was a widespread concern of radiation leak from an attack on it, that we'd be seeing more concern expressed about it by people who know what they're talking about. I guess that's what I would say. Yeah, I looked up article online that said it would be the bigger threat would be an operating nuclear reactor, which has in which radioactive byproducts were built up. But it's not operating. Yeah, from my amateur quick read, I don't see anything suggesting that there is something there that would at this not in service reactor that would cause radiation danger if bombed. But maybe there is, and I just don't know about it. That's the best I can say. I do think, well, I don't know. I was going to say it would be provocative if they just blew it up, but I don't know that it would be a surprise. Given that they've said this is about attacking Iran's nuclear facilities, that's one of their better known nuclear facilities. TJ thinks they would not have uranium on site without it being completed. Yeah, there's some accounts online, without providing sourcing, are claiming that this has been carried out, but it has. I see no reliable sourcing saying it has. Manny Fabian says the IDF intends to target Iran's Arak heavy water reactor after issuing a warning for residents of the nearby cities of Arak and Khandab in central Iran to evacuate for their safety. So he is with the Times of Israel, and he believes they're going to just target the reactor. When's the last time, whether it's in service or not in service, when's the last time a nuclear reactor got directly attacked in conflict? Has it happened? Oh, yes. So, Operation Opera in 1981, Israel destroyed an Iraqi reactor. Iraq's unfinished reactor. That was 1981. So Google AI said this. I don't know if these are true. Google AI claims that in the first Gulf War, the U.S. Air Force bombed 3 nuclear reactors in an enrichment facility in Iraq. In 2007, that says that Israel bombed a suspected Syrian reactor under construction. And in the Iran-Iraq war, it says that Iraq bombed Iran's Bushehr nuclear plant multiple times. Also, people are pointing out possible Russian attack on Zaporizhia nuclear power plant during the last few years. Also, was Chernobyl ever attacked? I don't know. Can't remember. With like a drone or something? I don't remember. It was struck by a drone in February 2025. I think. I mean, I'm looking at a UN article from February in which it says Ukrainian authorities said that a Russian drone strike struck the former Chernobyl plant. That was at least what the Ukrainian government was claiming in February. Anyway, so it looks like somewhat similar situations have happened before. Human mentioned the Zaporizhia power plant. One of our viewers, I don't want to start talking a lot about doomsday planes, but Daily Mail had a story today that said Trump's emergency command aircraft made a mysterious flight from Louisiana to Maryland Tuesday. One of the doomsday planes. Again. But it does say the fleet of 4 doomsday planes, these airborne control planes, makes routine flights throughout the year to maintain the military's readiness. Some suggested this flight could be related to the situation in the Middle East. I'll post a link to the article if you want to read about it. You can go read about it. The agoraphobic journalist thinks it'll take extra time for Israel to attack the Arak complex because the internet is down and they'll want to make sure people are getting the evacuation notification. It's an interesting way of thinking about it. It's possible, certainly. Now, the agoraphobic journalist thinks that maybe Iran would know that shutting off the internet would make Israel take more time to attack. I don't know about that. I mean, maybe they might think it's a side benefit, if that's what you're saying. But you do say that also they might want to keep stuff from coming in and out of the country, information. Manny Fabian says Iran has not launched any ballistic missiles at Israel since its last attack just after midnight. So that's 6.5 hours ago. I see, hold on a couple things. This news site I follow, Channel 14 Israel is claiming, it says, Channel 14 Israel says reports in Iran say the Arak nuclear reactor was attacked by Israel. It says these are very isolated reports. Hold on a second. Everything is too loud here. One of these cameras is really loud. Oh, it's probably this one. No, it's not that one. Okay. So Channel 14 Israel says there are reports in Iran claiming that the Arak nuclear reactor was attacked by Israel. But it says that these are very isolated reports. So I can't tell you if this has actually happened. I don't know. The article has a couple photos, but I don't know if those are from today. So again, that's Channel 14 Israel is saying that. Well, we'll see if we hear anything more. Thank you, Brian Beelman, who says, knock out the internet and comms. So nice of you, Brian. Also, Gareth Lewis Pitt, thank you. AKF2996. Nima, thank you, Nima. Mr. Blanks-a-lot, thank you, Mr. Blanks-a-lot. I think I thanked Space Fraggle, and I thank Nexeat. Nexeat, thank you. Sarwar Alta, who I think is in the UAE, thank you. Vanish Perish. Thank you. Adrian Metcalf, thank you. Spooky RN, thank you. Mass Wolf, thank you. Zach Hudson. Zach says, what if it's actually in use? I mean, given that like everything I've read said it wasn't in use, I have a hard time thinking it was in use. I'm not an expert on this stuff, but like every single article I've read said it's not in use. So I have, and the articles don't say, well, it could be in use. So that's the best I can tell you. Thanks, Zach. Also, I believe, well, they had halted inspections there a little while ago. I don't know when exactly, but I would think that'd be something that Israel could tell. Spitfire says the IAEA would know if it's in use, which makes sense to me, but that's the limits of my amateurish knowledge. Thank you, Kelly Me and Justin. Justin says deployed in the Middle East. Thank you for your service, Justin. Stay safe. Kyle Bass, thanks for watching. Kind of hoping to be on the air to get you some update about the Arak nuclear plant. Feels like a big deal to me if they blow it up. And I think they're going to. Okay, yeah. Oh, geolocation. Hold on a second. John Marquis, who does geolocation stuff, thinks he geolocated it. Let me post a link to John's post. Unconfirmed reports floating around that Israel has struck the Arak nuclear complex, which it ordered evacuated a couple hours ago. So John Marquis, I just posted the link in the chat, but he does geolocation stuff, and he thinks that this picture that's floating around, Channel 14 had this picture of like a big smoke cloud or a big explosion cloud, and he thinks that he's found the location of it, and he thinks it's the right location. I'll post his link in the chat. You know, I should message him. Well, I don't own the rights to that photo anyway, so I can't show the photo. Anyways, I posted the link in the chat. I'll post it one more time. You can go to his feed and see it. So has it happened? I don't know, but I do not know. I still don't know. Raven Knight said, I sent you that picture earlier. That's the picture that Channel 14 was showing. I don't know why there's one picture, and that's it. Again, Channel 14 is claiming it happened. Channel 14 Israel. I'll message John. It was interesting. One of our viewers was saying he or she thought that blowing up Iraq would be sending a message to Iran. Hey, we could do this to Fordo too. Hey, thanks so much to X Farm Girl for the gift memberships. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thanks also to Beached Iguana for being a new member. Make sure you thank X Farm Girl or someone else if they gave you a gift membership or a gift subscription. She gave 20 people memberships. It's very nice of her. Thanks Pucker War for your subscribing on Twitch, and Koa Goose, and thanks DSPBB for sharing the stream. I do kill, thank you. Thanks for shouting out the mods. Larry Picklejar, thanks. Sir Gamer 120, J Drabble, thanks for your support on Twitch. Das Cool, thank you. Has Israel hit the Iraq nuclear complex yet? We do not know. Yeah, John, I just messaged with John Marquis, who did that. Who did the geolocation, and he said it certainly seems like it's in the area. He can't tell if it's the exact building, but it certainly seems to him like it's in that area. Three photos? I've only seen one so far. Maybe I saw a second one. Oh, there's two other photos. FJ thinks it was maybe near it and not on the reactor itself. Hold on. I'll send them to John. No, they have other nuclear plants. That one's not even working right now. Supposed to start working, I believe, next year. Then I'm seeing some reports from Iran International that there was some explosions in Mershar, Iran, which is in an affluent area southwest of Karaj City in Iran. Tough to get information now. No internet in Iran. No internet there. Very little information coming out of Iran right now. Barely seeing anything from the media outlets I follow there. Very little. Very little. This reactor in Arak was controversial because it's a heavy water reactor which produces plutonium as a byproduct that and that plutonium can be used in nuclear weapons potentially. That's what AP says. That would provide Iran another path to the bomb beyond enriched uranium. In 2015, in the nuclear deal, Iran agreed to redesign that facility so that the plutonium produced basically would not be easily usable for nuclear weapons. But I believe they then restricted inspections when they pulled out of the when Trump pulled out of the nuclear deal. I think. Raven Knight says they kicked out the team. I think that happened. Waiting to hear more about that. Guy Elster, who's a reporter I follow, said the same thing. Reports of an Israeli attack in the vicinity of the Arak nuclear facility. FJ thinks the picture is of a strike near the reactor, not the reactor itself. Don't know. This was the warning that they gave right there. That was the warning. Oops. And the reactor is basically right in the middle. That was over 2 hours ago. Joe Truzman, who I follow. Remember I told you this guy John Marquis did a geolocation of that photo of what looks like a smoke column after an explosion where the reactor is, and he said it looks to him like it's in the right area. Joe Truzman, who I follow, said, I first saw the photos about 45 minutes ago, didn't think it was legit, but it appears it is. So he thinks that's a legit photo of the big smoke column, supposedly where something has hit in that Arak nuclear complex area. OSIN Technical cited the same geolocation, who I follow. He thinks it's legit too. Oh, what is this? Oh, no, I thought that was an update. Sorry, no update. I thought we had an update. Al Arabiya says Iranian media says there are explosions heard in Karaj near Tehran. Maybe some more attacks going on there. K Overcash says, hope it's not a mushroom cloud. I don't think it is. Thank you to Happy Thoughts, Pucker War. Thanks, Mad Vet. Yeah, a bunch of people have asked how would people know to evacuate if they don't have the internet. So as I've said, I'm guessing they have other means of contacting people like phone calls and text messages. For all I know, they're dropping leaflets or something like that. So they would have to have other ways of letting people know. But I believe in the past they've done calls and texts. Thank you so much, Mad Vet. And Null. And Brian Beelman, thanks for the gift memberships. Brian, so nice of you. Brian gave 20 people memberships. Tomer Delshad, Mr. Pickles, Sean Decker. Thank you, Sean, from Australia. Miles Collier. But the internet is down in Iran. They have shut the government shut it off. I think a little over 12 hours ago, they shut off the internet. It's not working. Also, there has not been a missile launch in like 7 hours. And there was only one overnight, and it was like 5 missiles. Ken Goal says, turn it back on, Supreme Leader. Thank you, Gaynor, for watching from Queensland, Australia. Thanks, Aaron Van Ness and Tommy Sonin for subscribing, and Michael Clayton for subscribing on Facebook. We're still live. I would like to give you news about Arak, the nuclear complex there, which Israel ordered evacuated. Hold on. No, that doesn't help. So I've stayed on a little later than I think we normally would. There's a drone alert going on right now. This is pretty common for that area. Drone alert, Lower Galilee, and some other areas there. Yeah, it's a drone alert right now. There are the drone alerts. They're changing, I believe. That's from So Far Red Alert. TZOFAR. So Far Red Alert now. I don't think any of the drones, from what I understand, no Iranian drones have actually landed. No Iranian drones have actually landed in Israel, as far as I know. Hey, Joe Truzman had a good point. Good point by Joe Truzman. This actually might be a very relevant point for this broadcast. Joe said, I'll show you what he said. Joe says, folks, just a reminder that the internet is very spotty in Iran right now. We may not see much about the Iraq strike. Intel Doge posted about it. Where is he hearing from? Hold on. Is there more coming out about this? I don't see the drone alerts anymore on the SoFar app. SoFar page. Alert stopped, says David Gray. I'm going to give it a couple more minutes here. Hey, Donna Lauer, thank you so much for the gift memberships. Thank you, Donna Lauer. We'll give it a couple more minutes. I was hoping to be able to update you on the Iraq situation, but I don't know how long it's going to be. I'm quite confident they're going to bomb the site. And it seems like they may have already. Ooh, okay. Hold on. Hang on. What? Breaking news. Breaking news. Israel Military Radio, GLZ Radio, is reporting that Iraq was attacked. Hold on. GLZ Radio is, where is it here? It's IDF Radio. Yeah, Israeli Defense Force Radio says the Arak reactor area was attacked. Was attacked a short time ago. Yes. So they just posted it right now. GLZ Radio, which is Israeli Army Radio, said after an IDF spokesman in Persian issued an evacuation notice for the Arak reactor area, the place was attacked a short time ago. So, that again, that's a very good source. It's a very reliable source. Again, that reactor is not in service, but it is one of the most prominent nuclear sites in Iran. If you look up articles about possible sites to be attacked, it's on various lists and articles. It just hadn't been attacked yet. It was supposed to come into service next year, from my understanding. There's a reactor there, and there's other industrial sites near there. There's a heavy water production site, I believe. Though the reactor uses heavy water. Al Arabiya claims that 3 drones penetrated Israeli airspace in the Galilee. I assume they're going to get shot down, but I'll let you know if I hear anything. Are there more drone alerts? No? More drone alerts? Oh, pre-alert. Pre-alert for possible missile attack. Pre-alert for possible missile attack coming up. In the next few, we have a missile attack. Missiles on the way. The IDF just announced missiles have been detected. Missiles on the way. I got to get the Haifa thing up. Missiles incoming. Missiles are incoming. Hold on. I got to fix everything on the screen. Sorry. Let me just do this quickly. I have a Haifa cam here. I don't know if the Haifa cam is going to be helpful though, because the Haifa cam is just pointed up into the sky. I don't know if that's going to help us at all. I'll throw it up here for myself, but the Haifa cam, I think, is not being manned, and it's just pointed up into the sky. So as of right now, the Haifa cam is pretty useless to us. But I will get these cameras out of the way and make them small, but leave them up there. We might have to lose these cameras. But let me see where... Or these cameras might be really helpful. All right, missiles incoming. Missiles incoming. Incoming missiles. Now, it has been a while. This is too big. Let's make everything smaller. All right. I don't know where they're going to show up, but they are incoming. Missiles incoming. Launches towards Israel. This is the first in over 7 hours. Over 7 hours. The camera is looking around. It's looking around. Do we have a location yet? If I see anything on any of these screens, I will blow up the screen, make it bigger. I have not seen the alerts yet. I have not seen anything on the missile, on the rocket alert page. We'll see. Oh, the Haifa camera is working now. The Haifa camera is working. All right, hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. I got to get the Haifa camera up too. If I can. You know what? If stuff's happening on Haifa, I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out if stuff is happening on Haifa. I'll get it up on the screen for you. I'll just replace one of the other cameras. So I can do that. I'm looking at the Haifa cam, but there's just too many cameras. Oh, what's happening there? What's happening here? What's happening in Modin? Something in Modin? No? Modin cam moving around. I see nothing on any of the 4 cameras I'm looking at. Nothing on Jerusalem, nothing on Modin, nothing on Haifa, nothing on Tel Aviv yet. Still haven't seen anything. I am looking at 4 different cameras. It might be in an area that I can't see anything. I am limited to the cameras that I have access to. I can only look at the cameras I have access to. So I'm just going to look at these. If it happens somewhere else in the country, we'll find out about it. Yes, this is live. Nothing has popped up on the rocket alert page. Oh, yes. Okay, I just saw a bunch pop up. Up Tel Aviv area. Tel Aviv, a bunch of them. Tel Aviv popped up. I think we're going to see some in Tel Aviv. I'll get rid of the other cameras if I have to. Let me just see. But Tel Aviv alerts on the rocket alerts. I'm seeing Tel Aviv. All right, here we have sirens now. Sirens. Anything yet? Some in the south too. There are warnings in the south. There are warnings in the south too. There are warnings in the south too, south of Israel. South of Israel. What's that right there? Stuff in the sky, stuff in the sky. Stuff in the sky there, I see. Hold on. This is Tel Aviv cam. Tel Aviv camera. Hearing some booms. Hearing booms. Hearing booms. Seeing some, hearing booms, seeing smoke, seeing cloud or smoke or explosions or whatever. Look up there, hearing more interceptors. Hearing things. Interceptors, I think. Oh, I just saw on Haifa. Haifa camera. There's some on the Haifa cam too. Look at this though. Haifa's in the corner. Haifa's in the corner. That's Haifa in the corner there. I don't know which booms I don't know which camera those booms are on. It could be Haifa or Tel Aviv. But we have a Haifa and a Tel Aviv is big. Haifa is in the corner. That's Haifa right there. I don't know if stuff struck. I mean, these cameras are clearly pointed at the sky. It might be because the government is telling them to do that now. I don't. Oh, there's more in the Haifa, more in the north near Haifa. More alerts right now. So let me just see. I don't know. I'm kind of going back and forth here. Here, let's look at Haifa now. This is Haifa cam. Haifa camera. Haifa camera. That's the Haifa camera, right? That's live. Is there anything else on Tel Aviv? More alerts outside of Haifa and outside of Tel Aviv. More alerts right now. More alerts. Let's get this up. This is Haifa. I'm looking at my cameras. Sorry if I missed anything. I'm doing my best. A lot of cameras to look at. I don't see anything on Jerusalem. I don't see anything on Modin. New attacks, new alerts outside of Tel Aviv and out north of Haifa. So we do have some new alerts. I don't know if you're going to see them here, but some new alerts just came in, and a few in the south too, a few in the south. So I don't know if you're going to see some more missiles in the next couple minutes, but the rocket app, or the rocket missile app, just had some more alerts to the east of Tel Aviv, central. Oh, maybe I have a Modin cam, but I'm not seeing on any of my cams. I'm looking at 4 different cameras, and I'm not seeing anything at the moment. I'm looking at 4 cameras. There's 2 on the screen to keep things simple, but I am looking at 4 different ones. And there are still alerts on the red alert map, but I don't see any activity. Oh, hold on, what's here? What's happening there? What's happening there? That's the Haifa cam. I think, is it just zooming in? Or no? More alerts in the northeast. Where am I looking at here? 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 That's Haifa. Haifa camera. Camera's moving around. Is it seeing something? Nothing on Tel Aviv right now. Nothing on the other 2. There's definitely alerts in the northeast of Israel. I'm hearing some booms somewhere. I'm not really seeing much on Jerusalem or the Modin cam, or this cam, or Tel Aviv. This camera's, oh, hold on. This camera's moving. What's happening here? What's happening here? Oh, Tel Aviv is moving too. Activity on Tel Aviv too. Look at Tel Aviv. We're seeing the interceptors on the Tel Aviv cam, I think. Aren't we seeing those live? Tel Aviv cam? Seeing the smoke trails. I just heard it sounds like an interception. More sirens on Tel Aviv. Breaking news, I think that's the Tel Aviv cam. I think that is the Tel Aviv cam right now. More sirens. Yes, there's more alerts in the Tel Aviv area right now. More alerts for Tel Aviv right now. Again, more alerts in the Tel Aviv area right now, and we have the Tel Aviv cam on. I am not seeing anything on any of the cameras right now. Oh, some near Haifa, an alert near Haifa too. So we got to keep an eye on the Haifa camera too. I just saw an alert pop up near Haifa area. So Haifa and Tel Aviv, nothing on either camera at the moment. Let's keep an eye on both of them here. Now it's just Haifa, I think. Oh, is it Haifa? Hold on. No, I'm seeing a few near Tel Aviv as well. So I don't know if we'll see them on the screen. There's still alerts, some alerts on the alert map, a few alerts, Haifa and Tel Aviv area. Maybe they'll go away. Definitely still a couple in Haifa area alerts. I think that's just, I don't know if that's smoke or clouds on the Tel Aviv cam. Might be clouds, I'm not sure. Still hearing some sirens. I am not seeing any active alerts on the so far red alert map. It's possible that this wave is over. It's possible this wave is over. It is possible. I will check with some Israeli outlets to see what they are reporting. Let me update our headline there. That was definitely some missiles. I can tell you that looked like more than 2 or 3. Let me see what Israeli sources are reporting. MDA teams are en route to reported sites. That's what MDA says. I don't know if that means that there were hits. Yes, medics are responding to reports of impacts in central and southern Israel. According to Manny Fabian, there are reported impacts in central and southern Israel. So now we wait and see what are the impacts. Oh, a big fire. I am seeing a picture of a big fire right now on one of the hot news, a Telegram account I follow, in Israel. So, again, I can't confirm this, but there's a big cloud of smoke next to a building on one of the pictures I just saw online, and I do not know where that is from. It's from Israel, but I don't know where it is from in Israel. So if that's legit, I'm seeing another picture from another account. Now, I can't tell what is on fire, but it certainly looks like there's at least one hit there. Well, I mean, by fire, I mean more of a big smoke column. N12 said there were many interceptions. So waiting to hear what got hit. What got hit? Again, supposedly that's in the south. Breaking news. Breaking news, Nir Davory of Channel 12 says 4 crash sites, 3 in Metro Tel Aviv, 3 in Gush Dan, and 1 in the south. Again, 4 crash sites reported, 3 in Gush Dan, which is, again, Metro Tel Aviv as I understand it, and 1 in southern Israel. So we're going to wait and see what we hear about these. We might even get video from one of these sites or more, depending on what happened. Yes, Gush Dan is Metro Tel Aviv. Haifa is showing a plane. I think that's a plane that they're showing on the camera there. That looks like a plane. It's my guess. Again, N12 News says 4 impact sites, 3 in Metro Tel Aviv, one in southern Israel. Oh, a SpaceX Starship exploded? Hey guys, BNO News posted SpaceX Starship explodes during static fire test. So I'll post a link in the chat. Whoa, that's 17 minutes ago. SpaceX Starship, I don't think anybody was on it, but SpaceX Starship explodes during static fire test. 20 to 30 missiles. Okay, breaking news. Israeli Armed Forces Radio reports that the MDA says several impact sites in central Israel, about 20 to 30 missiles were launched from Iran. Around 20 to 30 missiles were launched. Are those sirens from the Tel Aviv cam? Yeah, those sirens are from the Tel Aviv cam. Those sirens are from the Tel Aviv camera. And three impacts reported in the Tel Aviv metro area. I assume we might get some more reporting soon about what got hit. I am looking myself. There were, oh wow, I just saw a picture of a building damaged. I don't even have a link to this picture, but it's on Telegram. Looks like some significant damage to a building. I hope everybody was in their protected area and is safe. MDA says, okay guys, update from MDA. Is this well, I'm getting MDA update through somebody else. But it looks like there were a number of hits. Whoa. Daphne Lay says 7 hits? Unconfirmed report of 7 hits? Okay, hold on, I have an update for you from the Israeli police. Israel police update via the Telegram account, the Security Cabinet. The Israel police have received reports of missiles falling in 3 main locations within Tel Aviv district. No reports of casualties yet. Property damage has been caused. Property damage has been caused. So we're hearing some different reports about how many sites were hit, but several were definitely hit. Several sites. I heard one that said 4, one that said 3, one that said 7. The police said 3. I'm seeing some reports. Oh, Southern. I just saw it's a video from inside a building where it looks like a bunch of ceiling panels have fallen down and some broken windows. If I get any video of this stuff, I will certainly let you know. I don't have any video yet of aftermath. I'm seeing some unconfirmed reports that there are injuries in some of these falls online. Israel News 24/7, who I follow, is claiming about 5 hotspots, extensive damage in the center. N12 News says there are casualties in the south. Large forces are providing first aid and performing initial triage of the wounded. And I don't have specifics on these different locations at this point. I'm just getting this stuff in different Israeli sources I follow. Some viewers are claiming a hospital was hit. I have not heard this myself. Oh, hospital. I'm seeing a claim that a hospital was hit. I'm going to post a link in the chat. This is an unconfirmed claim of a hospital being hit. Unconfirmed claim that a hospital was hit. I just posted the link in the chat for you guys. Let me just change the headline here. Reports multiple Iranian missiles hit Israel. OSIN Technical says reports that Soroka Medical Center in Beersheba, Israel was hit by a missile. I can't confirm that at the moment. I've seen a couple of posts claiming that. I am seeing a photo of a car that's been severely damaged in the center of the city. Nir Devori of Channel 12 News says, direct hit to a building in the city in central Israel, damage to 4 buildings near the site of the fall. Hang on one second here. If I get any video of the aftermath, I will certainly throw it up on the screen. I am checking right now for more information. Definitely multiple hits. Some casualties reporting. Okay, Nir Devori says direct hit on Soroka. So we're hearing about a hit on a hospital in Beersheba, Israel. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. Called Soroka Hospital. Soroka Medical Center. In Beersheba. Okay, let me show you where this is on a map. Soroka Medical Center. So Jerusalem is here. Tel Aviv is up here. This is more the south. Haifa up here. Tel Aviv here. Jerusalem here. Soroka is down here. Beersheba. And there's Soroka Medical Center right there. Soroka Medical Center. So there are multiple reports, including N12 News, that it has been hit with a missile, which is not good, obviously. Yes, direct hit reported on Soroka Medical Center. Wow. Yes, I'm seeing multiple reports say Soroka Hospital in Beersheba was hit. What is this now? What is this? I just saw another alert from hostile aircraft intrusion. Is that what I just saw? There's a drone alert now? Yeah, there's a drone alert for Israel, eastern Israel, that's been pretty common lately over there. So we'll keep an eye on that. That's from the SOFAR app. I don't have any video of aftermath yet. Trying to get you guys updates. Hold on a moment. Is this the hospital? Hey guys, I think this is a video from the hospital. I'm going to throw it in the chat right now. I'm not positive, but I just saw what I think is a video and maybe a photo from the hospital. If not, it's from another building. I'm gonna put the whole post in the chat for you. From local focus security alerts. I'm gonna keep throwing some. Oh, some people said I-24 News Live is showing video. If I get video, I'll show it. I can only show you what I have the rights to. Give me 1 sec, actually. Hang on. Hang on. I will keep throwing stuff in the chat when I find more. Hey guys, here's this other picture here. I had seen this one before from the hospital area. So I'm putting it in the chat right now from OSINT Technical. I've seen it other places too. Intel Doge posted a video from the hospital. You can see the missile on top of the hospital? Really? What is this? Where? I can't see it. Is it? Is that it? Hold on. Wow, is that... Well, hold on. Really? It's sitting on top of the hospital? I can't tell. There's a post that claims the missile that missile is on top of the hospital. I'm going to change my updates, my headline. Hospital and other sites in Israel hit by Iranian missiles. And I've just been posting stuff in the chat, some videos of hospital damage and the scene at the aftermath at the hospital. But this appears to be a direct hit at the Soroka hospital. Yeah, Barak Ravid says the biggest hospital in southern Israel was directly hit by an Iranian missile. This, again, this was the biggest hospital, Soroka Hospital, in southern Israel, Beersheba. Now, does this, I mean, you might say, how does it change anything? But politically, I mean, this is going to be obviously a huge deal. N12 News says there are fear that people are trapped in the Tel Aviv. There were several hits reported in the Tel Aviv metro area. Now, I don't know. We have, I think, about roughly 4 or so, from what I understand, direct hits. Was there a different kind of missile used? Did the interceptors not work as well as they normally do? Was there a different kind of tactic used? I can't say. Oh, hang on a moment. Sorry, my YouTube chat conked out. I just got to start it up again. You guys can see it, but I can't see it for the moment. So we are bringing you live breaking news updates here. A hospital has taken a direct hit along. Oh, wow. Guys, check this out. Another picture here to show you. Hang on. I mean, this seems like a pretty high hit ratio. 4 out of 20 or so direct hits. If those numbers are accurate. Michael Horowitz says, other hits were reported in Tel Aviv, Holon, and Ramat Gan. Holon is south of Tel Aviv. Ramat Gan is east of Tel Aviv. Hang on. Hang on. Guys, we might have some video here. Maybe. I'll see. I believe we're going to get video right now. I believe we're going to get some video from Reuters of aftermath. I think. So I don't have it yet. As soon as I have it, I'll put it on the screen for you, okay? But supposedly, there is video coming. So just give me a moment here and let me keep an eye out and see what I can grab for you. But there's a hospital has taken a direct hit. Wow, I'm looking at I am looking at a video from Central Israel. Guys, I am looking at a video right now. It's on Telegram, so I can't post a link. But it's showing a number of large buildings with significant damage. It looks like maybe the missile hit in the middle of an intersection, and the buildings around the intersection have significant damage. That's in the Tel Aviv metro area. I have an unconfirmed quote from the director of the Soroka Hospital spokesperson from the Hot News account I follow, the Hot News, says damage to the hospital and extensive damage in various areas. The damage, including injuries, is currently being assessed. Don't come to the hospital. Now, they mean like bystander people. Oh, there's a really crazy video I just saw of, I'll try to get it on a link and post it to you, of a huge explosion in the middle of high rises in the Metro Tel Aviv area. I just saw it. It's crazy. I'm sure in a second I'll have a link to it and be able to show you. I just saw it right now. Here, I'm going to throw another video for you in the chat right now. I'm posting videos on my X account that I'm throwing in the chat. But I just saw kind of a crazy video of, it's like a big smoke column coming up in between high rises where a missile hit. By the way, Iranian state TV confirms, according to John Gambrell of AP, Israel has attacked Iran's Arak heavy water reactor, which we talked about earlier. Iranian state television confirms. I don't have yet, I'm supposed to get, oh, I might have it now. Hold on. I think I have it. Guys, I have video. I have live video. Hold on. Live video right now. Live video coming right now for you. Live video right now. Live video, Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv. This is Tel Aviv right here. Look at this. This is that intersection I was talking about. This is Tel Aviv, Israel. And you'll see when it pans around, look at this damage in that building right there. Wow. Look at this. This is multiple buildings in different parts of the intersection. Wow. Look at this. Again, there was a direct hit to a hospital. There are other sites that have been hit. Oh, footage of the actual hit? Hold on, what's this? Unconfirmed video of when it hit the hospital. Is this hit? Hold on. I think this is legit, actually. I think this is a video of the actual hit to the hospital, but I'm not sure. I just posted it in the chat. Sorry, oops, sorry. That's from another video. That's not from live. That's the one I just posted a link to. This is Tel Aviv. Up, hold on. I don't want to show a person being hurt. I don't want to show a person. There's a person there wheeling out. I can't see their face, but I don't want to show them. Okay, they've wheeled them away. Here is, hey guys, another picture from the hospital here. I'm posting in the chat. This is the video. Oh, right here. This is supposedly the video. I am posting a link to which I believe is this impact. I'm not sure. Intel Doge posted it. I don't know who the original poster was who originally took the video, but I'm going to post it in the chat right now. But it's crazy. I think it's this one, but it's a big column of smoke coming up in between these high-rise buildings. I'm posting these things on my X account too, so you can just go back and look. Wow. Wow. Crazy. Yeah, guys, I'm aware of the time on YouTube. We're not at 12 hours yet. Thank you. When we get close to 12 hours, I'll just restart the YouTube stream. Okay, I can't go past 12 hours, but we're not there yet. We got about half an hour more, 40 minutes more. Thank you. Again, the spokeswoman at Soroka Hospital. This is not the hospital. The hospital's in a different city. Spokeswoman at Soroka Hospital, according to Mariva Online, says damage to the hospital and extensive damage in various areas. The damage, including injuries at the hospital, is currently being assessed. We ask that you not come to the hospital now. The hospital is the Soroka Hospital in Beersheba. Wow. Okay. Look at that. That's in Tel Aviv. That is in Tel Aviv. That is extensive damage, and there's other buildings extensively damaged too. Now, is this... Hang on a moment here. Okay, I think this might actually be Ramat Gan. I think this might be Ramat Gan, Israel. I think, I'm not sure. Ramat Gan is near Tel Aviv. Wow. So... yeah, I think this is Ramat Gan, Israel. I'm going to go with that, which is metropolitan Tel Aviv. I am pretty sure. OSINT Technical did a geolocation, and it looked correct to me. So I'm going to go with Ramat Gan near Tel Aviv. That's my best assessment. Did Iran target that hospital? That I do not know. I mean, I certainly those missiles are not known for being totally accurate. So I don't know if they fired at the hospital or just fired at a metropolitan area. But I do believe this is in Ramat Gan, which is just outside of it's outside of Tel Aviv. Yeah, this would be just east of Tel Aviv. Oh, sorry, I have a spelling mistake in there. But a hospital has been hit in Beersheba. I'll post a link with the location in the chat from OSINT Technical. I just posted it in the chat. This is the hit on the I just saw a video confirming that's the hit on the hospital. Hold on. Hold on. Guys, I'm posting a link to the hit on the hospital. I just posted in the chat footage of the direct hit on the hospital taken from like across the street. N12 ran the same footage. Well, hold on, I just want to make sure here. I don't want to show anything. They're tweeting somebody, so I don't want to show anything too graphic or anything. Give me a moment here. Hang on, folks. I just don't want to. I don't want to have anything too graphic, you know. I'm looking right now. I see a person in a stretcher. Oh yeah, she seems, she's not bloody or anything, but I'll wait till they wheel her by and get her off the screen, and then it's like a little girl. She was like 8. It looks like she was 10 years old and holding her arm or something like that. So. Hey, guys, if I am posting a lot of these videos and photos on my X account. If you just go to my X account and you scroll down, you'll see them there. My X account is linked. It's pinned in the YouTube chat. It's pinned in the Twitch chat. I think it might be pinned in the Facebook chat. It should be. If not, I will pin it on the Facebook chat. No, I think it's in the pinned comment in the Facebook chat. So again, just go, if you want, go to my X account. I've been throwing things in the chat, but if you go to my X account, a lot of things I'm throwing in the chat, I'm just putting on my Facebook, putting on my X account too, at Lookner. At Lookner, at Lookner. It's right on the screen, at Lookner on X. And just a heads up to our YouTube viewers. So we're at 11.5 hours now on YouTube. In about 20 minutes, what I'm going to have to do on YouTube is I'll create a new video, a new stream, and we'll just have to restart the stream. I'm going to set it up so I'm going to take a minute here and set it up. I'll set it up so that you get sent over to the new stream automatically on YouTube. But I can't let it go 12 hours because the stream disappears. But that's in like 20 minutes. So give me a second. Let me just kind of take a second and set it up. But that's what I'm doing. But again, I'll set it up on YouTube that if you do nothing, you're just sent to the new stream. If you're just joining us, about, I want to say 45 minutes to an hour ago, after about 7 hours with no missile attacks, there was a missile wave of about reportedly 20 to 30 missiles in different parts of Israel that were launched by Iran. And reportedly there were around 4 direct hits. You are looking at a direct hit site here in Ramat Gan, which is near Tel Aviv. There was a hospital that took a direct hit. The Soroka Medical Center took a direct hit. That's in Be'er Sheva, I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. There's a significant damage there. I haven't seen the 2 other sites yet. So we are bringing you live breaking news coverage. I do want to thank some people. There's been a delay here in thanking people. Viper 415, thank you. Dan B, Firestar the Null. I'm sorry it's taken so long. Thank you, Null and Brian Beelman. And let me just thank a couple more people from earlier. And I'm sorry it took so long. Kuker Carlson. Madeline Hanley, Timothy Creed, Vincent Puzuoli, Ango Blackson, Skylar Shelton, Wolfie, Ken Lentz, Kevin Brady, Tom Handel. Again, sorry for the delay. I'll thank some more later. And thank you to all of our moderators who are here. We have moderating right now. I really appreciate it. Carms is moderating, thank you. But very serious incident here. And this isn't even the hospital. We have Bastion Girl, Good Luck Duck, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. And I wonder if I should kick up the brightness on this a little bit. It seems a little dark, this broadcast here. What if I brighten it a little bit? Nah, it's kind of washed out. Well, that seems a little better. That seems a little better. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X and on Facebook, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, and Paul Anderson have been moderating too. Let me try to get you some updates. Sorry, I'm trying to set up on YouTube. In a short time on YouTube, we're gonna restart the stream in about 10 minutes on YouTube. Oh, guys, I just saw a picture of another site in Holon, Israel. Holon, Israel, which is also near Tel Aviv. I am posting a link in the chat for you. Manny Fabian posted a photo, but significant damage. One person seriously wounded and nearly 24 lightly hurt by a ballistic missile impact in Holon, which is also near Tel Aviv. Some significant damage there. I just posted a link in the chat for you. I am posting things on my X account as well. I've posted a bunch of videos and photos on my X account. So you can, my X account is linked in the chat at the on the pinned account. So it's pinned there, so you can go over there and check it out. The Jerusalem Post says, Israel Fire and Rescue reports damage and fire at Soroka Hospital in Beersheba. Teams are searching for anyone trapped. MDA treating multiple lightly injured, a 60-year-old in serious condition at the hospital with shrapnel wounds, a 22-year-old in mild condition. I do not know at any of these sites if people are trapped under rubble. That I do not know. Regarding the hospital site in southern Israel, the Israeli police say, due to concerns about a leak of hazardous material, residents are being asked, it looks like, to stay away from the area. Yes. Again, so possible hazardous materials leak at the hospital. Whoa, what's going on up there? It's like a fire or something? I'm starting to set up on YouTube. I am going to set up the new stream on YouTube because on YouTube we're getting close to our 12-hour limit. So in a moment, I'm going to send you over to the new stream on YouTube. Just the YouTube viewers, So let me set that up, and when I'm ready, I will say we're about to go over to the new stream on just for YouTube. Let me just get that set up here. It's going to be called Israel Attacks Iran, but Missiles Hit Israel. Israel Attacks Iran is what we've been calling all the streams, but Missiles Hit Israel is also in the title. So we have both things. I am setting up the new stream now for YouTube. I'm going to set it up on YouTube so that you are sent over there automatically. Again, for those watching on YouTube, I'm about to restart the stream, and I'm going to set it up so that you are sent to the new stream automatically. If you just sit there and do nothing, you will get to the new stream. So let me just set that up right now. Hopefully this works. I've done it before. Looks like it's ready to go. Okay, that seems like it's ready to go there. And let me just post on our social media I'm doing it. We're about to hit the 12-hour limit on YouTube. So starting a new stream, coverage of Iranian missile strikes on Israel. All right. YouTube, guys, we're going to try this on YouTube. All right. I know I've said it 10 times. Here's what we're going to do. YouTube folks, this is only for you. We're going to end the stream here on just for YouTube. Everybody else keep watching. And then I'm going to start, once we end it, I'm going to take about 15, 20 seconds and then start the new stream. And you should be, but if you're on YouTube watching right now, just sit there and it should take you right to the new stream, which is about to start. So I know that sounds a little confusing, but the new stream is posted. It is posted on Agenda Free TV. It's waiting to start. It's called Israel Attacks Iran, Missiles Hit Israel. So let's try this. Let's try this now. Here we go. I'm going to now end the stream on YouTube and then restart it on YouTube only. And everybody else, we should be good. All right, YouTube folks? YouTube folks, here we go. I'm ending the stream. You're going to get sent to the new stream now. I'm ending the stream on YouTube now. I'll hopefully see you in the new stream in about 1 minute or so. All right, thank you.